And I had an ant on me. Oh, what's up? Well, I mean, the ant's chilling. Hey, come back, bro. Come back, ant. Let me put you outside. Here. What's up, buddy?
Has he had a free treatment recently?
Not recently. I've been meaning to do that. On Thursday when I get paid, I was gonna deal with that.
I've been being plugged by 2 weeks every time.
There we go. Now the ant can chill. Hey, Zooks. Well, I haven't really gotten any from him directly, but I have noticed him around. I mean, because I know he has it on him. I've seen him on him, so.
Mechanical control using fire.
Oh, yeah. The Unholy Flame.
You're frying.
Good doggo. That's like following me at every little spot that he goes. Look at you. Probably should have checked my hair a little bit first before I did this. What the fuck is going on here? It's like I got like some shit happening here, and then I got some shit popping this way. Like, what the fuck is this weird split thing happening here? I'm just gonna accept it. It's a part of the hair now. It's just kind of frizzled, frazzled, and everywhere. So be. Saw biggest, tittiest goth girl. The biggest, tittiest, gothiest, girliest girl that you've ever seen at Walmart today. I added the last part. It's too shy to say anything. I mean, when you got some big old blubberguntious titty, I mean, I'd be shy to say something too, frankly. I mean, the sheer, like, dominance of the titty is just going to overpower you. I mean, it's understandable, frankly. I mean, sometimes the dominance of the titty is just overwhelming, and it just puts you into place, kind of by proxy, you know, from, like, indirectly way over here. And it's just like, oh, fuck. Triple D. Dude. Damn. I respect women that got some big, you know, titty like that, honestly. Because you have to imagine... Because you know it has to break their fucking back. Like, you imagine, like, having to hold, like, some big glunks, you know what I'm saying, on either end. Not just one, but, like, two. And they're, like, some big girls, you know what I mean? It's just, like, I mean, you gotta have some, like, some backstrap. You gotta imagine, like, some chicks that got, like, that might seem chunkier and shit are actually stronger than they look. Because they literally have to, like, carry themselves in a way. They have to, like, forcibly, like, push a sense of confidence in their shoulders and in their chest. Because if not, they will just, like, fuck their back up more, because if they slump over while doing that and shit, it's just going to drag their back down and make it a lot more heavier on them. So you kind of have to forcibly, like, kind of protrude yourself out a little bit. Which, in a way, almost makes the titty even bigger, because now it's like, kabunk, it's advertised out more. But also, it does at least help with your back a little bit. I mean, I'm sure just having smaller titty does too, but, I mean, that's why I respect the chicks that got the big titty. Because they kind of have to, like, you know, force it up to kind of help their back, you know, stay okay. Or else, you know, they're going to have a lot of back problems. It's one of the consequences that some chicks do for big titty. And for what guys yearn for when it comes to big titty. But not every guy likes big titty. Sometimes you gotta, you know, give it for the small ones, you know, for the petites. I'm just like, you know, somebody that's kind of an equal opportunity offender. I got my, you know, interest in the more thicker, you know, expansions, so to speak, no pun intended. But, I mean, I appreciate, you know, skinnies. Because sometimes, I mean, I want to wrap myself around you entirely and have you, like, engulfed, you know? But sometimes I want to be engulfed. You know what I mean? You know, sometimes, you know, it just depends on the vibe, depends on my mood. I keep getting random Cold Dusty gifted memberships for some reason. So I've been watching his private shows for the last few months basically for free. Wait, you can get gifted memberships now? On YouTube? That's pretty cool. So you're just getting free subs? He puts on a pretty good show. Yeah, I watch Dusty every now and then. I need to watch more Dusty, frankly. I haven't watched him that much. But, you know, like, from what I do watch, I like him. I mean, I need to just get back into watching him a little more. Honestly, like, there's one YouTuber I've been kind of getting back into watching lately. It's Ray William Johnson. Like, I don't know why. But honestly, he's actually kind of based. Like, I mean, legitimately, I'm not even kidding. Like, I mean, whenever he will, like, pull up a YouTube short, or at most, like, a 2-minute video, like, he's basically taken over, like, you know, his channel and being, like, a YouTube Shorts channel. But, like, he actually has good takes. Like, I mean, he'll talk about, like, you know, how workers get underappreciated and deserve more respect when it comes to, like, Karens being freaky, you know, and, you know, at fast food or, you know, grocery stores and shit. Or just, you know, like, looking at, you know, like, some bullshit about, like, a company and being like, yeah, this is stupid. And, you know, they should be, you know, doing better for their, you know, customers or their employees or whatever the fuck, and all that other shit. I mean, so, you know, like, all in all, I mean, he actually legitimately does have good takes. I mean, because I remember him being just kind of like a react channel that just reacted to different stuff on the internet. But, I mean, he's still that, but now just kind of has expanded a little bit. I guess in a way matured with it. If that makes sense. I have one gripe with him. He says white people need to sit down and listen to the experiences of minorities, and I agree with that on this part. I agree with this part. The part I disagree is that a white person can't come up with solutions. And, well, yeah. I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, also, there's times where white people, you know, or at least some people who happen to be white, also go through similar marginalized experiences that some black people do as well. Like, I mean, if you got, you know, someone who's, you know, white but was born and raised, you know, as a foster child to a black family and lived in a black community, for all intents and purposes, that white guy, you know, essentially only knows, like, you know, that neighborhood, that community and stuff, and they're raised in that type of thing. So it's just like, you know, they will face a lot of similar marginalization, and in a way, I mean, different marginalization, because they're the oddball white guy in a black family in a neighborhood, right? So, I mean, if anything, there's just, like, different, you know, factors that play into that, and I don't, at least in my mind, see why that should negate, you know, like, you know, some other, you know, like, plight or something like that, because it all, you know, should come into intersectionality in the sense of, like, hey, we all have similar struggles, we have similar stripes for different reasons, and sometimes suffer differently for it, but there's all kind of a culmination to one root or one problem or a few different problems that lead to why those are there, you know, when it comes to that marginalization. And the idea that, like, for some reason white people just simply can't make solutions or fucking push forward ideas because of that, fuck that, dude. Fuck that shit. Like, you undermine actual progress and actual leftism if you fucking think that. Because at that point, it's like, if you have like 100 socialists, right? And for all intents and purposes, they all agree on the same thing. And most of them, let's say, are, I don't know, like, 90 of them are white, but 10 of them are black. And then, like, 80 of them want to do one thing, and 20 of them want to do another. And pretty much, like, all the, you know, like, 10 black dudes in this 100, like, group of socialist types or some shit, you know, all say, you know, hey, we want this, and then there's, like, 10 others that want it too. And it's just, like, should that, like, and let's say it's actually the worst idea, you know, who cares what the idea is, but, like, you know, the people that, you know, the 20 that want to push one thing, because they happen to have, like, a marginalized voice there, suddenly it means that, like, they overrule everything else. I mean, it should be a part of the consideration and be, like, you know, folded into the fold. Be like, you know, I mean, the solutions are valid, here, let's add that into the broader solutions that we are trying to, you know, accomplish here. I mean, that's at least the whole idea of intersectionality, at least, you know, how I would fucking, you know, perceive it. Yo, what's up, Ghost? You can understand why he says that, though. It's openly, formally about being chud. Well, there's a lot of people that are formal chuds that are progressive and woke now. Or, you know, lefty to some extent. I mean, I guess that's just, like, one thing about Dusty I probably will still have a gripe with myself, too. Because, honestly, it's just, like, I mean, like, I know Dusty's got some good takes and good ideas, so, I mean, just because you happen to be a white guy don't mean that you can't just, like, not advocate for him. Like, it's okay, you can advocate for ideas. Even if, like, people don't agree with it, that's fine. That's the whole point of, like, you know, expanding and having ideas or, you know, proposing solutions. Not everyone's necessarily going to agree with it, But at least, you know, it's being established so we can at least, you know, have a conversation or back and forth about that. Coming out of Chud, let me start talking to the woke scolds. I know that. I mean, I know a little bit about fucking, you know, Dusty's background. I mean, it's the same thing for a lot of people. Like, I know, there's like this biker YouTuber that used to have content that, you know, wasn't really political, but also wasn't, you know, or like, you know, pro-career or anything. But lately has been making a very big point, you know, to kind of push that a little bit, at least when it comes to queer acceptance. Mainly because, like, you know, for a long time, he used to be a chud too. He actually had a whole video saying how I went from transphobe to trans ally. And in that video, basically, he, you know, stated that there was even at one time where I was sexually assaulted by another gay man, you know, and kind of fed a little bit of my chudness and a little bit of my homophobia that I internalized and shit like that. And of course, you know, like, it took him years, you know, to kind of, like, overcome it in a sense, but nonetheless did. And now it's, like, literally a loudmouth, open, pro-queer trans ally. So it's like, I mean, it's like, it's possible to be, like, you know, fucking being a chud and obviously becoming, like, a loudmouth woke scolds, you know, within, like, a few years' time. I mean, it's not like that's impossible. And that shouldn't, like, nullify that voice either. Like, if anything, wouldn't you think that voice would be at least a little bit more valuable in the sense that you'll be able to understand and tap into the psychology of, you know, someone who might be a chud or a right-winger? So you can kind of see about how to, like, formulate a way to kind of break that wall, you know, a little bit, like that conservative wall of closed-mindedness and shit. I mean, at least in my opinion, it would, you know, be that way, because if you're able to be like, hey, how did you break out of it, you know, when it comes to someone who's a right-winger and shit, especially going down a far-right wing path. And, you know, and if they, you know, explain it to you, then it gives you an actual structure to kind of work with to try to help other people get out of that fucking mindset. Since I push it down white voices to amplify other voices might be good for diversity in the long run, but a lot of white people who might otherwise be neutral or allies might be alienated by doing that. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's basically is what I'm saying. I mean, so, I mean, if anything, I'm just, you know, elaborating your point more. Because, I mean, yeah, like, I mean, because the summary of it is, like, if you turn away other voices, especially if they're, like, overtly, like, loudmouth allies and shit, then you, if anything, do undermine, progress in that sense. And also, you know, potentially do legitimately alienate people that, for all intents and purposes, you know, are at least, you know, your ally to an extent. Or neutral. And I literally would rather have people just be neutral, you know, about, like, queer issues than fucking alienated, you know what I mean? Like, if people are just like, oh, you're gay, you're trans, and just, like, shrug it off and didn't give a fuck, like, I'd literally rather have a world like that than what we got going on now. I mean, you know, because at that point, you know, it's just like, it's not like this big deal. It's just like, you are what you are, and it doesn't matter at that point. Because realistically, it shouldn't have to. Like, you know, me being bisexual or somebody being trans or black or whatever the fuck, I mean, really shouldn't have to matter. It's just unfortunate our system has made it that way. Because people are stupid. Especially, bigoted fucking people. Like, because they're really stupid. it. This reminds me of a group chat deal. What's this? Oh, it's just responding to something I sent. I actually wanted to check this out. I'll probably check it out just real quick. It's just a little short, but it's actually kind of a funny one. From one of the military dudes I watch. Just mainly because, like, I mean, he's actually relatively kind of a progressive guy for being a military dude. And I think this video might legit kind of show that. Just biased, but I really don't like having my thoughts and ideas just discard because I'm white. Dude, I don't either. I don't think, like... I mean, it's like, I think anyone who's like a lefty and just... Unless they're just like, you know, literally ridden with like that weird sense of white guilt or some shit. Like, I think most lefties, you know, regardless of whether they're black, white, or whatever the hell, don't like the idea of their thoughts being shut down. Or disregarded, at least by fellow lefties, because, like, the unfortunate, like, story of a leftist is that our ideas and thoughts usually get shut down by, like, either liberals, social democrats, conservatives, the system itself, like, pretty much, like, by fucking everything already as it is. So it's like, you know, to have fellow leftists do that, too, is just legitimately disconcerting. And just kind of like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, obviously there's definitely some ideas of some people that probably should just be like, you know, kind of thrown out a little bit, because there are some people that are, you know, doing so for, you know, mischievous intent, and devious intents for sure, like, you know, like, just any political organization or any political movement is always going to have people there for specific, you know, narratives, you know, that they're trying to push, or trying to do for themselves. Like, you got, like, Jackson Hinkle, you know, you got those types, the Caleb Maupins, you know, like, you got these type of people who are there for their own personal agenda and don't give a fuck one about leftist ideas. So, you know, there's merit to making sure that some people are not, like, involved in the movement, so to speak, but you have to kind of be careful with that, though. I mean, because, like, you can't just, like, you know, think every single person that you mildly disagree with is, like, some sort of, like, insider or Fed or whatever the fuck or anything else in between. You actually have to, like, you know, like, be careful with that. Because, I mean, like, because they exist, but I think just, like, you know, fucking, you know, like, the virtue of just, like, someone having a little bit of a quirky lefty idea from you, it doesn't mean that. Especially if they happen to be, like, a certain tone of, you know, skin or orientation or something. Mostly on Twitter and Reddit. Well, yeah, of course it's, you know, realistically only on online spaces. Because that's really only where they exist. Like, because if you actually try to push that type of fucking idea, you know, in the real world, so to speak, like, I mean, dead ass, you would get thrown out of the fucking room as a joke. Like, I guarantee you, if those same tankies went into, like, their fucking local union hall, which is most likely guaranteed to be full of, like, you know, white, blue-collar type of dudes, you know, like, you know, white guys and shit, just, you know, just by random assumption, and they tried pushing that type of shit, like, they would literally get thrown out of the fucking room and, you know, called a saboteur, and being like, you know, you mean fucking nothing to us, like, get out of here. Like, I mean, they would just be thrown out. And the thing is, I guarantee you that hall will also have plenty of other people who aren't white, but they're going to say the same shit, because what does that have to do with their fucking paycheck? What does that have to do with their fucking benefits and shit? What does that have to do with making the system better for them? Nothing. So, like, I mean, so, you know, like, so, like, if they actually, you know, got out of their fucking little spaces and shit, they'd realize how stupid they really sound. It's why, like, you know, I'm more about the whole United Front idea, but, like, you know, some people need to definitely kind of take a little bit of a back burner and shit, because, like, yeah, maybe they agree with mostly the same shit, but if they try to take leadership role, they basically just collapse it and destroy, you know, any notion and idea that, like, you know, something could be organized. And unfortunately, that happens way too fucking often. Way too often. Oh, yeah. Because I guess everyone, you know, mainly just wants their little participation trophy. That's probably what it is. But here, I want to check out this little short.
Your whole generation got participation trophies. You're a bunch of pansies and you're ruining this country. Sir, this is a Wendy's, but how old are you by chance?
This is a Wendy's, sir.
Just like everybody else who rambles about this nonsensically, I am 52 to 80 years old, somewhere in there.
Yep.
Yeah, so wasn't it your generation that gave us the participation trophies? What?
What?
Yeah, I mean, you were our baseball coach and our basketball coach and, like, really our coach for everything, your generation. And, like, you gave us those trophies. So I don't understand what you're mad about when you did it. This new generation of troops is soft. Oh, we're changing tactics. Okay, well, you are also the ones that trained the soldiers. So if they're soft, it's because you suck at your job.
You suck. It's like, change your tactics, moving the goalposts. Well, maybe have you thought about the idea is that you suck? I love it. It's so cleverly put. It's like, oh, these younger liberal fucking woke generation are a bunch of pansies, don't know what's what. And then you got this guy's like, weren't you the generation that, like, raised us? What? Yeah, you were the ones who raised us. No, we didn't. You're all just a bunch of pansies. You're all soft. It's like, oh, so, okay. So you just suck. I see how it is. You suck. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, that's why I like that dude. I think it's called Mandatory Fun Day or something like that. And the dude's legit kind of funny. He kind of has that little bit of a sense of kind of like, I kind of have this awkward sense of communication. You know, but it's just so done well that I just love it. It's great. Because it's just kind of like this, sir, I'm pretty sure you were the one that, like, is at fault for all this, not me. And also, he actually legitimately has talked about, in very healthy ways, about, like, you know, because he's a dude who's openly talked about, you know, having insecurities, especially in the military, too. Where honestly, you would, actually, I mean, I don't think you wouldn't necessarily be surprised, but there is a lot of, like, exacerbation and, like, inflammation of, like, insecurity in the military shit, because, like, the whole idea is to break you down, to build you back up and shit, and in a lot of ways, people just kind of get broken down, but just stay broken. They don't get built back up. And for a lot of people, they struggle for a lot of their fucking life, especially as, you know, a service member, because, like, of some of the trauma and insecurity that comes with trying to be, like, the best of the best and all this other shit and stuff like that. So it's like, he's openly, you know, even for, like, civilians and being able to, like, you know, make these videos, I think, you know, even for, like, a civ like me, can be able to interpret them as, like, oh. And also actually legit kind of get insight about, like, how for a lot of members in the service and in the military really kind of have to go, you know, for some real fuck shit. I mean, it's also why I at least have some respect for, you know, service members and veterans. Not because they're like, oh, patriotism, but because, like, they go for fucking bullshit. Like, you know, they go for, like, shit every way till Sunday, from, like, the military contractors to our own government to, I mean, to just, like, from everything. They get treated like shit. From, you know, like, a lot of various different drill sergeants, you know, from different, you know, like, general higher-ups and shit. Like, they just get treated like trash. Like, straight up. Unless you're literally just, like, an obedient, yes sir, no sir, you know, fucking worker soldier drone. Like, unless you're that, like, you get basically treated like trash. It's pretty fucking ridiculous. Outside of, like, you know, some places, like, there are some, from what I understand, there are, like, some forts in some areas and, like, some battalions or regiments that are actually legit good to be in, but there's a lot that are either just, like, kind of middle of the road or just really bad. And if you hear that you're transferred to that shit, it's like, you might want to, like, you know, tighten up your laces, so to speak. Like, another thing is that, like, I've heard that, like, especially when it comes to people who are, like, the top, you know, of their, like, unit and shit, and they get an injury, they will legit get, like, denied healthcare and stuff in that sense, too, just because, like, it basically brings the whole unit down, so thus, like, it creates animosity to, like, people that normally would basically be the top, you know, basically, you know, like the grade A nerdy student in class, right? But then they have, like, one fuck up, essentially, you know, where they have a legitimate injury or, you know, an ailment that happens, and they have to legitimately take care of that, and like, basically, the, you know, service and, you know, and, like, the unit itself will actually try to, like, deny you to get that type of fucking treatment and basically just, like, walk it off or just, like, you know, get over it. It's like, that's another thing that's actually, you know, fairly common, too. And it's actually kind of fucking, like crazy. Because it really just amplifies the whole, like, your injury is not service-related. Because, like, so many different injuries that people, you know, that soldiers do get are just straight up service related. But yet, we'll always, find just like, private insurance companies here, for Civ Life, will find any way to deny you fucking healthcare because it ain't related to whatever, you're supposedly, being covered for. So, another reason why it's fucked. That's also why I kind of like, checking out these, like, military YouTube channels, or at least, people that work from the service that make skits or content around it. Just because it does legitimately kind of give an insight about how, like, some of the life is a little bit. And how messed up it really can be. Oh yeah, you sent me some links of stuff I wanted to check out too. Yeah, I wanted to check out the Gay Exorcist thing. And the Tucker thing, I might check that out a little later. I don't know if I will be able to handle that yet. I want to at least get a little bit of food and maybe like a brew or something, but, cause I don't know if I'll be able to handle that. But I definitely want to at least, look at the exorcism. There's at least a couple other things I wanted to check out too. I want to at least, check out that participation trophy skit, because I think, I feel like, some lefties, at least, who are especially very critical of the military shit, might honestly, get a little bit of, like, some value, checking out some of those YouTubers. Just because of, like, some of the legitimately, like the legitimate insight you kind of get from that. Because, like, obviously a lot of lefties understand that the military's fucked up. What, our government does, for the military is pretty insane and shit. All this stuff. Like, but, to kind of get into some of the more details about that and kind of know what's more about the inside shit, it's definitely, I think, pretty important to know. Especially when it comes to certain places like Fort Hood and Fort Pendleton and these notorious fucking places in the military that are here in our own fucking country. Like, these are notorious places where there is, like, sexual abuse, rape, and suicide to fucking galore. Like, I'm not kidding. There's Fort Hood is known as the hood of the military for good reason. And Fort Pendleton is, like, especially for a female service member, legitimately be kind of scared. Because it's bad, like, for those places. And honestly, there's more. Like, there's other places I'm not aware of. Those are the two that are known and, like, significantly, like, notorious. And, like, because of how bad they are. So it just kind of lets you know how bad some of these places, just in our own fucking country, can be. When it comes to, like, service members and what the fucking crazy shit they gotta go through. Basically he calls the Ukrainian Zelensky, he calls him a dirty rat. Oh my god, you fucking kidding me? Okay, you know what? Yeah, maybe we should check that out. Oh my god. So he's just unleashed the Nazi card now. Well, all those times I've called him a Nazi is at least validated. So, because that's kind of obvious that he is. And any person that said, no he ain't, is a fucking moron. I'm pretty sure that dude is, like, slowly but surely starting a cult, too, by the way. I'm, like, kind of convinced that he might be, like, organizing a cult. The same class that had the highest sexual assault rate? Really? Well, good thing she didn't take it. She does not regret turning that down. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Damn, dude. She dodged a bullet with that. Damn. Damn, dude. She had a gut instinct and she was like, nah. Prestigious school, probably could get some insane good education out of this. Something about this don't feel right. Nah, I'm not doing that. Dodged a bullet, dude. Hey, let's check out this Gay Exorcist thing now. Alright, let's have it up. Ready to go.
Parents hired an exorcist to get all the demons out of my room.
Wait, is this guy familiar to me or something? Is this the same, like... Why is that 240p, by the way? Come on, let's boost that up at least to 480. Anyway. Nah, okay, I don't think he's the same guy. I thought he was, what's-his-face? Like, Herschel's son? I think Christian Walker. I thought it was Christian Walker, but it's not Christian Walker.
Were making me gay.
Devil, go in Jesus' name. You foul spirit, you leave in Jesus' name. Something's happened in this closet in Jesus' name. Every evil spirit, go now in Jesus' name. Evil spirit, go now.
Okay, this is really, this is definitely fucking creepy as fuck. I have, unironically, have seen one of these before. Is Herschel Walker's son black? I think he's, like, multiracial. I think he's, like, part black and part white. So, I mean, so I think, yeah, but not entirely. Kid look Latino at most to me. Well, I mean, I don't know, like, I don't really know exactly what Christian Walker looks like. I only saw him once when he made that big video, like, you know, going after his dad, you know, over the whole abortion thing. That's, like, the only time I've ever seen what he looked like. And honestly, I kind of forget what he looked like, you know, since. So, I recognize his voice, and honestly, this guy has a very similar voice. That's honestly why I thought he, you know, wait, is this Christian Walker? I mean, this kid. Well, that's what I mean. Like, this kid has pretty much the damn near same voice as Christian Walker, so that's why I thought it was at first.
The conviction of the Lord upon this room in Jesus' name. Devil, you have no more place. You can never enter this room again. I plead the blood of Christ over this closet, overing every piece of clothing in here. Salvation in Jesus' name. The presence of God. Whew.
Woo! Something was in here, huh? Yeah, those gays love their closets, and whoo, there's some gay in here. Get that devil out of here.
In Jesus' name.
Oh my god. Okay, this got unintentionally funny with this part here.
The presence of God. Whew. Something was in here in Jesus' name.
Woo! Something was in here in Jesus' name. Oh Lord. It's like,
so, like the Exorcist, 40 minutes of uninterrupted exercising, steps in the closet. Woo!
Woo! Something in here.
Jesus, we commission angels to be in this closet.
You're commissioning an angel, so like an angel for like, you know, 8 hours of the day, you know, is contracted like, you know, on shift and, you know, just be in that closet. I hate to be at angels. Like, god damn it, I'm scheduled to be in this random ass closet today. Man, that's bullshit. God damn it, God. Why did you have to do this to me? Man, I should have joined the third of angels with Lucifer when that happened. God damn it, I really missed out.
Holy Spirit, and we anoint this bed in the name of Jesus.
Okay, I have a question. Do all the insane shit that Christians do, is any of this in the Bible?
No. No, it isn't. Well, I mean, kind of, but no, it ain't. Not like this. I mean, the idea of, like, you know, people being, like, possessed by the devil and shit, or manipulated by the devil, like, yeah, some of it, yeah, it's like, yes and no. Like, this modern form of exorcism is definitely not in the Bible, but this idea of, like, exorcising demons, or, you know, people who are possessed by the devil and shit, like, that's in the Bible for sure. But this, like, whole traditional, like, you know, but this whole thing, you know, like, about pastors, yeah, like, Jesus was able to cast the demons out and exorcise demons out of people, because he was the Son of God. He had that power. You know, mortal man doesn't. That, like, the Bible specified that part. Like, you know, exorcisms couldn't be done by, like, mortal man, which includes pastors. Jesus was the only one who could really do that. So I guess, you know, like, the modern interpretation, because, well, Jesus ain't around no more, is the idea that, like, you know, Jesus' spirit is, like, channeled through these pastors, and thus, you know, the power of exorcism is, you know, through Jesus is channeled via the pastors, basically. That's kind of the whole fucking idea. That's where it ain't in the Bible. Like, that's the modern interpretation, where it's like, basically, you're channeling the spirit of Jesus, and thus, it grants you that power. Which is bullshit.
A man should not have command over the angels, or cast out the devils, or whatever. Where is...
Because he doesn't. That's not in the Bible.
That's written in the Bible. Not even remotely. Okay, yeah, like, that's not... I saw it in a movie, yeah.
Yeah, it literally was like the movie The Exorcist is probably where all this shit really came from. In fact, it did. Like, a spike of this idea of devil possession and exorcisms literally spiked ever since when that movie came out. And also, a lot of Christians and Catholics hated that movie to shit, thinking it was satanic and devil, worship, even though the movie was literally made by a Catholic, openly, like, the whole point of the movie was to be, like, pro-Christian. Like, it's a pro-Christian movie. Like, The Exorcist literally is a pro-Christian, pro-religious movie. And yet, it's just like, these fucking, Christians and Catholics and shit literally, like, think it's like some devil worship movie, and it literally isn't. Popularized idea, but existed before the movie. Well, yeah, it existed before then, but it never really caught on. It was only, like, more quack, like, fucking pastors and shit that were mainly adopting that idea. It wasn't really a very common thing within Christendom at the time. And then The Exorcist, popularized it. It's like, like I said, it's like, I mean, you could definitely find, accounts of exorcisms and shit, like, as early as, like, the 1800s and shit like that. Even before then, but it wasn't very common. It was, like, kind of like a last-ditch effort in a lot of ways, so, if anything, usually there'd be other, like, religious treatments, basically, instead. Like, and up until The Exorcist, like, exorcisms weren't, like, a popular treatment up until, really, since then. And ever since, that movie came out, it's basically been kind of a popular form of religious, treatment for, like, devilry or whatever the fuck ever since. Traditionally, it'd be like, oh, just accept your heart, to Jesus Christ and just forgive of your sins. Stuff like, it'd literally be just simple shit. Like, basically the whole, like, forgive your sins, say 10 Hail Marys, like a more Catholic-based type of thing.
Are there even demons in the devil? I mean, there's.
Yes, there is demons in the Bible.
Lucifer, there's Satan, there's the devil. What are demons?
His amalgamations, like his, like also the different angels who fell with Lucifer, with the battle of heaven and hell when Lucifer betrayed God. So, I mean, honestly, like, the demons would basically be the angels that fell from heaven with Lucifer.
I know he said, I am Legion, but, like, what does Jesus cast out demons? Does the Bible even talk? They're just fallen angels?
Yes. Yes. Man, Vosh, you need to talk to an atheist that actually has studied the Bible, bro. Like, I mean, because, dude, yeah, that's literally in there. I've read the Bible a few times before, cover to cover. Like, I know what the fuck is in there. The demons are fallen angels aside of Lucifer during the fall. Exactly, yes. That's exactly what the demons are. They're, the fallen angels that have, like, amalgamated into demons after the fall with, like, the heaven and hell battle and shit. Like, at least the first one. And then Revelation is meant to be, like, the second great battle. I mean, it's just like, yeah, they're basically free to do whatever they want. Yeah. Like, I mean, Lucifer doesn't have total control over them. Like, he can encourage them or maybe say, hey, do this. And usually demons, because they're like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Like, I mean, basically in a lot of the Bible, there's, like, some inference to that. But, I mean, all in all, they have their own agency. Like, that's the reason why Lucifer, and with the whole fall and shit happened in the first place, because Lucifer wanted autonomy, over God. Or at least, or at least not really necessarily over God, but at least, to the kingdom to some extent, with, like, the other third of the angels that, fell with him. They wanted agency, and God denied it, and thus, casted them to hell. Where they can have that free agency. The other angels are effectively God's slaves. Yep, exactly. They literally very much are. Which, when I look at the Bible, especially when I studied this type of shit, it makes me wonder, who are really the good guys in the Bible? Lucifer and the fallen angels, or God and his, like, hive mind slave angels of, like, obediency? Like,
Fallen angels be too powerful for, like, a random dude in his 50s to... I don't don't understand how that works. Like, I feel like a fallen angel could body this guy, I don't... Demons be gone. Well, why don't they just kill him? I see people in chat right now are giving me, like, contradictory answers. But, yeah, so I'm just going to... It's all bullshit, that's what I'm going to take from this, okay?
It is all bullshit.
You guys remember when religions were cool? You know what's...
No. Because there wasn't a time where that was. Like, what? Like the 800s or something? Where you had, like, Germanic and, like, Celtic and Viking paganism or something. I guess, sure, because you had, like, animal and human sacrifices and stuff, I guess, but, I mean, so, like, I mean, I don't think there was a time where religion was cool.
Cool. Shintoism. Because you would go down to a river.
I guess.
And it would be like, bro, be nice to the river. There's like a guardian spirit inside it. Really? Yeah, you just can't see it. Oh, cool. Thank you, river. And then you turn around. Like every rock would have a spirit. Hell yeah, bro.
I mean, Shintoism basically, like, there isn't, like, I mean, he's actually kind of right. Like, Shintoism is basically, like, there isn't, like, a god or, like, a religious structure, so to speak. It's just that, like, basically, literally everything has, like, a spirit or an energy to it. And that's, like, ethereal and shit, you know, including us, you know, and other things. You know, like, that's at least, you know, like, a part of the earth. Like, you know, rocks, you know, geology, rivers, all these things. You know, and basically, you know, essentially, you are just a part of, like, this bigger spiritual, like, ethereal energy and like, you know, and shit. Like, and so, and basically a part of it is just, like, you know, of the religion is just being in tune with it, essentially. It's kind of like another way of just being, like, super earthy and being like, yo, be in tune with Earth, bro. I mean, in a way, but that's just a very, very, like, you know, bro religious study version of Shintoism. Like, it obviously goes into way more detail and shit.
This weird, stupid...
Like, I know they have, like, you know, some aspect of, like, idols or, you know, shit like that, but they don't necessarily have, like, you know, specific people they worship and shit like that. Just, like, they don't worship, like, a, you know, a person or a god or anything like that, necessarily.
Apology bullshit, okay? There's just, like, little dudes. Princess Mononoke.
Wait, hold on. Wait. That's why I like the story narratives where the twist is God is evil, Satan was trying to be better, and God won the war, and smear Satan as a bad guy. This could be done with any religious pantheon, but I really enjoy them using the Christian one for some reason in this narrative. Well, I think because it's just so common, and it's just so ingrained in a lot of, predominantly at least, you know, modern Western culture and shit like that. At least modern Western in the sense of, like, you know, just, you know, like, North American, European, and, like, you know, even, like, Central, Southern American countries and shit, where, like, a lot of the culture is essentially just, like, ingrained with this very heavy Christian, you know, God and, you know, Satan, you know, type of shit going on. And, you know, with that, you know, creates this very ingrained sense of, like, at least to some people, of, like, well, what if God was wrong? You know, what if Satan was actually right? You know, and it kind of creates this kind of, you know, realistically, I mean, honestly, like, the real narrative of the story and shit in comparison to the false narrative that, you know, was spun in via the Bible and shit. Or at least a misinterpretation of it. ChatGPT generates a story about humanity collectively mind uploading the robots to save themselves from aging, but it's pissed off God, and he starts detonating random ass stars in a hissy fit. Whoa.
All the little forest spirits that look like Koroks? Rivers are dragons, not just spirits. Yeah. Well, they're both, right? Isn't Japan home to, like, a ton of...
Obviously, if the Christian God is real, he obviously is not all God. Not all good. Well, yeah, like, there's, like, because the idea of being flawless in that way is kind of impossible.
Cults. Listen, maybe.
Jesus, that every person that touches his bed shall be saved. In Jesus' name. In Jesus' name.
Oh.
We must be morally gray at best or evil or worse. Well, I think it's just, realistically, we're just morally gray. Like, because everybody's morality is, you know, different to some extent. You know, even if it's just ever so slightly. You know, so with that, you know, it's just going to create, like, really a big moral spectrum, basically. Because for some people, like, their morality, you know, could be, you know, in a sense of just, like, yeah, obviously, let's not, you know, hurt or kill people or, you know, abuse people, stuff like that. Let's be empathetic. But some people's apathy are like, I only want what's good for me, fuck everyone else. You know, like, when it comes to, like, you know, someone's, you know, morality. So, like, I mean, it does vary, and, you know, and obviously, depending on, like, what someone's, like, ethics and morals are and shit, you know, can legitimately either be good or bad for everyone else. So, I think that's why, you know, realistically, it's just gray. Like, I mean, there's not really like a set standard of these things.
Can we at least acknowledge the fact that Christianity's mark on America is disgusting? Because you'll just be driving down like a semi-rural road and see some big wood church that has a parking lot 3 times the size of the church itself. And then you go over to Japan, that's like, oh, what legacy has Shintoism left in this place? It's actually like, oh, it's actually really fucking cool, you know? Oh,
it's like a gigantic arch with like a few cool looking little monument things, and you got these big steps in a fat gigantic garden. This looks dope. Like, this actually looks pretty dope.
You know, you've got Shinto shrines all over the goddamn place. Hell yeah. Nah, there's nothing.
I mean, this shit actually looks pretty dope. I'm not even gonna lie, this shit actually looks pretty cool. I would totally, like, you know, spend some time here and, you know, like, take some moment to just kind of, like, you know, contemplate on some shit and stuff, you know, and, like, think about things. Dude, look at the mountain ranges in the background, dude. Dude, I totally would just, like, you know, meditate out here, dude. Hell yeah.
Sorry about that. These are objectively cool.
Yeah.
Even in Tokyo.
I mean, honestly, I kind of agree with Vosh with this one. Yeah, this shit actually looks cool.
Portions of the town that have been carved out and left to be Buddhist or Shinto shrines or whatever, you know? A lot of historical cultural respect.
Damn, dude, look at this. You ever guys...
Oh, shrines or whatever, you know? A lot of
this goes info to outsiders.
Respect.
Well, yeah. Like, but, dude, bro, you can't tell me that you would hang out here and meditate for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I mean meditate just like, you know, just being like, hey, let me just, like, kind of sit here and just, like, just kind of, like, sit there and just quietly and just, like, kind of contemplate about some shit and stuff. Just kind of, you know, be at peace, hearing that waterfall off at a distance, you know, just got these awesome fucking mountain ranges and that, and dude, it looks like it's, like, you know, a little tunnel or something, dude. It looks like you have some enchanted, you know, like, little cave or something, dude. Looks, does I have a place to charge my phone? Otherwise not. In the building? Probably not. But I'm assuming that somewhere, you know, like, leading up to this, you probably have your car where you can easily have your phone charged there. And why would you want your phone here? I only would have it just to maybe take a few pictures, and then I would turn it off, and then just, like, contemplate about things. Like, like, that's what the hell I'd be doing. I'd be like, I wouldn't even have it on me. I'd like take some pictures, go back, put it in the car, go back up here, and just, like, meditate for a while.
I don't think there are any, like, Baptist churches that hold a candle up to this.
Dude, that building looks so fucking awesome.
The gigantic,
Dude, I've always loved, like, these pagoda-style buildings. Like, I've always thought this, like, architecture style was just so cool. I mean, because look at that shit. You got, like, you know, these cool little balconies, but these little roofs and shit. I mean, the way these buildings are done up are just so cool. I always thought, like, this architecture style was just so fucking dope. I kind of wish that, like, you know, there was, like, more modern structures that kind of adopted some of this a little bit, honestly. Because, I mean, this is some really cool shit. I love this type of architecture style. It's really cool.
Creature from Sekiro. Look, that's a thing. They just like their big braided ropes. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, just gigantic braided rope. Why? Why not? That's why.
I don't get it. Look, this is the Kushima Shinto Shrine. It's in water. Why? I don't know. It's probably like a water spirit.
Dude, a water shrine. Dude, that is just fucking crazy cool. Imagine just taking like a little canoe, just being in the center of that thing, just kind of chilling. That's cool.
Shintoism was the state ratification of animism that was already present in the folk culture and the Ainu mythology. Yeah, so it's putting on its folk culture, putting on its big boy pants.
I did play Sekiro. That shit looked way too hard. I'm sure it wasn't that hard. It just looks hard.
That of the three,
but I have no idea.
Religions that have
I've heard it actually is legitimately hard though.
Hold over Japan: Buddhism, Christianity, and Shintoism. Shintoism is the one that makes Twitter artists draw the coolest things. Okay, that's my position.
In Jesus' name, I feel that.
Oh God, this guy again.
Give us direction. Hallelujah! Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
If you jet ski through it, you complete 1 out of 50 challenge locations scattered around Japan. What
Damn.
Aka Gaijin don't realize is that the Shinto shrines all over Japan, that like 10 million,
They're actually like
are actually individually numbered gold gates.
Yeah, dude, it's like you complete some goals and you have to go for the gates, dude. You have to actually go for like the Shinto arcs and you complete the different little daily challenges. And if you complete all of them at your stay in Japan, you win a big award.
That you have to race through sequentially, and if you do it all in time, you become emperor.
Damn, I didn't realize that was the award. I just said award because, I mean, I assumed it'd just be random shit. Damn, you get to be emperor? Well, at this point, I mean, it's symbolic. I mean, I don't think the emperor actually has power anymore, but, you know, hey.
That's actually how they decide it. You know, they keep the process secret, but in reality, like, every emperor had, like, a 3-mile sprint across Japan where they made it through every gate.
Damn.
I would say this other side's had just as much shenanigans.
No, are you going to go back to Japan and come emperor? No, I'm too fat to run up those hills. Look up sumo.
I'm just too out of shape for that, so I don't think I'll be able to.
Zuna, they are the top sumo wrestler, and they wear Shinto clothes. Okay, so what you're telling me is that in Japan, if you get an exorcism, this guy will show up to your house and suplex the demons.
Yes. Dude, my boy got drip. Dude, that is some drip, bro. Dude, sumo's got some crazy drip. Like, for, you know, like, for as simple as, like, what they got, they always got some crazy-ass drip, and they always got, like, the coolest dances and shit. Like, everything surrounding sumo, like, with how ritualistic it is and everything, is legit really cool, and just really fascinating to me. Like, man, why are, like, you know, a lot of different people in Japan kind of xenophobic? Because, like, honestly, your shit's legit cool. Like, I mean, there's a lot of things about, like, Japan that is actually cool as fuck. Like, legitimately. Like, this is cool. Like, he looks like he's legit about to suplex a motherfucker. Like, I mean, I wouldn't mess with him. I mean, and plus, like, damn, like, I mean, some, like, more traditional, like, sumo garb going on here. You know, like, China's culture as well. And it's also cool. I honestly kind of say a similar thing for China, too. But on top of that, like, they're shitty because their government sucks. So there's that, too. So is North South Korea. Oh my god, are we really going to try to be like, actually, other places have... Like, of course they do. I'm well aware of this. You know, another place in Asia has some really dope, cool-looking culture and shit. Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, you know, Thailand. Like, especially historically of, like, ancient monuments and shit. Oh, dude. Some shit looks fucking badass out there. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of rich, cool shit, you know, in Asia and stuff. And Japan's, like, kind of stands out a little bit because, I mean, just... You know, being an island nation, you know, or, you know, for, like, most of its existence and shit, you know, they weren't as, like, connected, so to speak, to, you know, all the other cultures in mainland Asia. So, I mean, because of that, they kind of stand out, so to speak. That doesn't mean, obviously, like, you know, the rest of, like, cultures in mainland Asia are somehow all the same. They're obviously not. But, I mean, you kind of see at least, you know, some elements of, like, overlap, you know, to a certain extent. Like in Indochina, there's at least a little bit of overlap, you know, within the different regional cultures there. But not, you know, but despite that, you know, there's still definitely distinct differences between all of it. And all of it, though, nonetheless, is pretty fucking cool. Like, shit's dope. Like, I mean, I don't know, like, I want to honestly kind of, like, you know, learn more about, like, different Asian cultures and shit, because they're legitimately, you know, from what I do know, is some cool shit.
Who's soy?
Cambodia, wait, what? What's become out of Laos other than rice recipes? Oh, and you're claiming that I don't know about other cultures and shit? Like, you're being like, hey, these other places have culture, and you're like, wait, Laos has culture? Like, I mean, wait a minute, hold on here. Hold the phone. And yes, Laos has culture. Like, Laotian, like, peoples have a fucking culture, bro. Like, of course they do. Oh my god, really? Trying to get at me for being like, oh, other places have culture, and I mentioned Laos, you're like, what? I'm fucking with you, by the way. I'm not actually being that serious, but still, I mean, it's a little funny. Actually, is it like Ekuwat? Like in Laotia, or Laos? Laotia, oh my god. Like, Angkor Wat is like a really fun shit. Either Cambodia or Laos. One of the two.
Ow. I think everyone can agree this is superior to the,
Vietnam sounds pretty cool, but from what I heard, not nearly as authoritarian as China. Yeah, honestly, yeah, Vietnam, for, you know, for the flaws that Vietnam has, frankly, I mean, like, Vietnam is actually kind of held out on its own. Like, it's basically the Asian, well, the Indo-Chinese version of Afghanistan, basically. like, they basically have held back, like, pretty much any country that's tried to invade it. The French, the Japanese, Cambodians, Americans, Chinese, like, they basically have, like, fought back pretty much fucking everybody that's tried to, like, take over their shit. And essentially, like, have a really legit, like, rich history and, like, a rich culture and shit. And at this point, especially as a modern nation, it's actually, like, you know, held out fairly alright. And you're right, it's not, like, nearly as authoritarian a place like in China and shit. I mean, it still kind of is. It's still very heavily state-operated, you know, because of, like, a lot of the, like, the kind of the more traditional Soviet, like, all-state, you know, control party element of things. It still has a little bit of that going on. But, I mean, because of that, though, I mean, workers and trade unions and shit actually have a legit, like, substantial power, though. And, you know, so people overall actually, you know, don't really fare off, you know, super badly. Honestly, a lot of the problems that the people have to deal with is literally just the, like, leftovers of the fucking Vietnam War. With shit like Agent Orange, you know, fucking doing, like, horrible genetic mutations to people and shit like that to this day. Oh shit, there's a fly just chilling here. You're just gonna hang out there for a bit? Yeah, go ahead. Fuck! Barely nicked it and it fucking flew off. And I knocked out on a can instead. Damn it.
method of dealing with demons. Japan may be fat.
All I know about Cambodia is yet another genocidal moron used comedy talking points to justify genocide. Even though, like, I would argue that Pol Pot wasn't a communist, he was basically a fascist. Like, the dude was an insecure fascist freak. Like, I mean, he, like, I struggle to see where the communism is in him. Like, honestly. Like, I mean, like, everything about him as a result of his, you know, dictatorial rule is because of how much of a fascist freak he was. Not because of his communism. Until the latest president took over. You know, Rodrigo Duterte isn't the president anymore. From what I read, he talked the talk, but ruled as a fascist. So, basically, like a lot of different fascists, used faux populism to get into power, but then ruled as a fascist once they got into power. So, again, another one of those things.
Sumo wrestling requires an extraordinary amount of athletic skill. They're not just fat. I mean, you can even tell looking at that guy. He's got a shit ton of muscle there. Yeah, sumo isn't about being fat, which is easy.
That's why people use him as an example of why commie's bad. Which, it honestly is no different than, like, well, Hitler was a socialist because National Socialism, it's in the name. It's like, I mean, it's like, oh yeah, but North Korea is democratic because it has democratic in the name. It's like, you know, it's like a fuck out of here. You know, it's just like, I mean, my God, it's like the oldest trick in the book if you think about it. So stupid.
It's about lifting fat.
But also, you get like weird ass tankies that will like justify being like, see, it was actually a good thing because, yo, communism though, and these, you know, were like the kulaks and whatever the fuck, you know, of, you know, Laos or some bullshit like that.
Which is hard. Look at these and tell me this isn't an example of badass Christian art. No, I'm talking about driving around the United States, okay? There is very little. I'm talking about, like, you drive around Japan, you'll see Shinto shrines. Drive around America, you'll see shitty podunk Protestant churches, you know?
That all look damn near identical to each other.
Also, this isn't Protestantism. This is, like, what? Eastern Orthodox? Or is this just Catholicism? Oh, no, these are Orthodox saints.
Which... nowhere near as cool. The Shinto shrines look way better than this shit.
Pretty
nah.
cool, though.
Meh.
Exorcisms are
I mean, it does look kind of cool, but nowhere near as cool.
part of the Bible when done by apostles. Then the man who had an evil spirit jumped on them and overpowered them all. He gave them such a beating that they ran out of the house naked and bleeding. Wait, the evil spirit was naked and wait.
Wait, what?
The man who had the evil spirit jumped on them and over... No, okay. The evil spirit led the guy to do that. Okay, sorry, I read that initially as like they beat up the evil spirit and he fled. Okay. When this became known to the Jews and the Greeks living in Ephesus, they were all seized with fear, and the name of the Lord Jesus was held in high honor. Many of those who believed now came and openly confessed what they had done, and unburned practiced sorcery, brought their scrolls together and burned them publicly. When they calculated the value of the scrolls, the total came to 50,000 drachmas. In this way, the word of the Lord spread widely and grew in power. Wait, how'd they defeat the demon? Some Jews who went around driving out evil spirits tried to invoke the name of the Lord Jesus over those who were demon-possessed. They would say, "In the name of the Jesus whom Paul preaches, I command you to come out." 7 sons of Sceva, a Jewish chief priest, were doing this. One day the evil spirit answered them, "Jesus I know, and Paul I know about, but who are you?" Then the man who had the evil spirit jumped at them and overpowered them all. Wait, then how did they lost? These guys got their asses beat.
Yeah, they got suplexed by a demon.
Also, I think it's really funny how Catholics and everyone Christian has been super anti-Semitic. And then when you read the Bible, it's like all Jewish people, because Jesus was a Jew, and the people around Jesus were Jewish, and they were all Jews. And it's like...
This is so weird.
Christians ever explain why God doesn't just delete Satan from existence? It's literally omnipotent. Yeah, it's really retarded, too. This is why the...
Because religion's retarded. Yeah, just like a textbook in economics. How accurately does a high school... econ... Oh, wait, this is from like 2 damn fucking years ago? Hold on. Wait, what's the actual book specifically? Because maybe I've had it before too. Let's see. Honestly, it does look kind of familiar. Let's see here. Oh my fucking god, dude. Is it... Let's see. We're interested. Okay. Who is it by? Is it... Oh my god. Who is it by? This will actually confirm, because this looks so fucking familiar. Oh man, I bet it's on the side. Obviously, this is a PDF.
Econ textbook. I just want to take a...
Oh shit. Hold on. My bench is right there.
We have a 705-page high school econ textbook.
Yeah, right there. That. Oh, it's, okay. Yeah, that's just a small version. This is from... You know what? I think I've read this before, dude. I think we've used this.
Okay.
We barely did. You know what? I think it is. Yeah, I think this might be. And, like, at least in my economics class, we barely went in it. We only really looked at, like, maybe at most, like, 4 sections the entire trimester.
I just want to take a look, okay? We just have to... Hold on.
Oh my god, it is. Dude, this totally is.
It is economics. Economic systems and decision-making. Business organizations... Demand, supply, price, and decision-making. Market structures. Ooh, hold on. This one right here, market structures. This one right here, that's going to be one worth looking into, okay? Employment, labor, and wages, also. Source of...
Oh, the labor movement. Oh, shit. Oh, please tell me it looks at that.
Financial markets, macroeconomic performance. Economic instability, businesses. Macroeconomic equilibrium. Here, let's just... look really, really quick, okay? Market structures. Give me that. Captain, take me to 168. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, buddy.
I hope it goes to the labor movement thing, too.
You have to load.
You know what, here, maybe if we skip around a little bit, maybe we will. Because I honestly am actually legit kind of curious. I want to see... Does he? Oh, right here? Right around up here? I saw what looked like a... Yeah. Oh, no, it's just Karl Marx. Oh, no! Oh, no! The Communist Manifest. Oh, boy. Economic historian and social scientist, earned his degrees at the University of Berlin. Okay, at least, you know, so far so good. Because his radical views, however, he could not get into a teaching position in Germany and eventually moved to the United Kingdom. That's a little vague. he literally was exiled from Germany. And not just Germany, but from, like, every other country he tried to flee to. Like, eventually, you know, he settled in the UK because they didn't exile him. He was, like, the one country they didn't kick him out. Like, the French did, then Dutch, the Germans. Like, he was literally exiled for his views. Like, they literally were like, yeah, we're going to arrest you. And we're like, all right, time to flee the country. So that's a little vague. It's best known for the concept special, blah, 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 and Das Kapital. Okay, yeah. Asserted that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, and in each era one class was pitted against each other. Marx believed that the oppressed of his day were the proletariat of his day. I like that little inference. Implying that, oh, the proletariat now, you know, like, aren't oppressed. People must work for others because they have no means of production of their own. The oppressors were the bourgeoisie or capitalists, people who own the means of production. Outside of a little specific use of verbiage, like, surprisingly, that is actually not really that bad. It's vague. It's a quick synopsis, but surprisingly not very antagonistic. Outside of that tiny little tongue-in-cheek, like, you know, of his day. It's like, no, that's still, that would also be today. I mean, it was not just somehow a event from then. It's like, come on. I guess not that bad, but did he get into the labor movement? Because I just want to read that shit specifically too. Like, I want to see that. You know, we could probably find this ourselves. But then I would have to download the whole PDF, and I don't want to do that. Okay, not in there. Oh my god, I feel like I'm scrolling around for fucking high school again. Jesus Christ, but it's digital. Oh boy. Here, we'll go back over here.
Not all.
More to the beginning of this.
Jesus Christ, I'd rather read theory than this. So boring. Can't they find a better way to type this out?
No. Is that an actual ad placement?
Here. Oh! Socialism, page 39. Okay, we're just going to take a look at this, okay?
Mixed economies.
While textbooks neatly identify categories like traditional command and market economies, the real world is not so orderly. Most countries have mixed economies, systems that combine elements of all three types. When we consider political systems as well as economic systems, the picture gets even more complicated. For example, socialism is a mixed economic and political system in which the government owns and controls some...
What's going on down here? Yeah, I mean, I feel that. Look, that face though. Yeah, I feel that. Oh my god, this is cringe. Ugh. That's not. I mean, okay.
But not all of the basic productive resources. In socialistic countries, the government also provides some of the basic needs of its people, such as education and healthcare. An extreme form of socialism is communism, a political and economic system where all property is collectively, not privately owned. In a communist system, labor is organized for the common advantage of the community, and everyone consumes according to their needs. In practice, however, communist governments have become so involved in economic decisions that they are often called command economies.
Okay. I've always heard them as, like, collective, like, collectivist economies, or, like, planned economies. Not, like, command economies, but... Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Oh, man, I remember this shit. The point of communism? Yeah, well, yeah, essentially like a planned economy. I'm assuming like a command economy is just like not exactly too much different from a planned economy. So you can delegate resource. Yeah, I would assume so. Dude, I love this weird quote-unquote spectrum of mixed economies here. Oh, fucking fly. Oh, you piece of shit. Oh, right in my ear, bro. Ah. Asshole. Alright. I love how it's just like, oh, you got like literally just like a binary fucking like structure when it comes to like an economy, as if that is like how simplified it can be. Our resources are government centralized. Oh my god, dude. Oh man, I'm sorry, dude. This is giving me trauma, bro. I feel traumatized. Oh man, I remembered some of this shit because it was just so vague as fuck. And even then, I was just, back in the day, I was just like, what? Like, this doesn't exactly make sense, but okay. Oh, this fucker. Come on, bitch. Where are you? I hear it. I can actually, like, hear this fucker. It's somewhere around over in his general vicinity. Fucking bastard. God, they know so much. Fucking flies, dude. They irk the shit out of me. They irk the foot out of me, I say. This dude was my worst enemy in Wii Sports. True. I forgot, I think the, like, me character was just Matt or some shit, but dude, this guy was, like, some sort of a fucking Chad, dude. Like, out of all the characters that would, show up and roll up, that dude would be just, like, some sort of fucking absurd, like, just unit that you just couldn't fucking defeat. Well, I mean, you could, but you have to, like, put in the extra step. It's just like, Jesus. I also wanted to check in on some good coming out for. Well, that's actually, okay, well, are you, like, are you just trying to pull shit that I'm already, like, thinking about pulling here? Because, I was already, kind of on my way to doing that. But, let's see. Just kind of want to see what the, there's a bunch of chapters in this. So it looks like the actual thing about the thing is going to be like 5 minutes in. Okay. Oh, good lord. I'm just kind of seeing what some of the shit, it is, for this video. For the videos. I'm still trying to make sure his fly doesn't come back again, because if so, I'm going to smack that fucker. Driving nuts.
2023 has been a very difficult year for LGBTQ plus people because the legal attacks have been the worst that I can remember. And you would think that each year things would get progressively better with regard to civil rights issues, but we've made so many steps backwards this year that it's almost unfathomable. The ACLU has mapped a total of 491 anti-LGBTQ plus bills in legislatures across the country, mostly anti-trans bills. And we're only in June. There's still half the year left to go. But these bigots are so unoriginal that they haven't even bothered to change their talking points. For example, look at the images that Matt juxtaposed here of Anita Bryant and Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's literally the same style of bigotry.
Looks like Oregon has a few. Yeah, it hasn't really increased much. Like, a lot of it was before, 2022. Left enough to block those. Well, the problem, here's the thing. Like, those are bills that are proposed, not passed. Oregon has had a few be proposed by some of the minority Republican legislator, but they don't go anywhere. Like, they're just in the legislature and they just stay there. Like, they don't actually go anywhere because, like, I mean, that's kind of thing. I mean, if you look at the map, like, you see that some of these states, aren't necessarily full deep, like deep purple and shit, like you see with some, a lot of these more southern states and shit. because obviously that shows like how many bills, you know, that were proposed. So, and also says like choose to stay on the map, blah blah blah. Which, while not all of these bills will become law, I mean, you know, which shows that, you know, these are just proposed ones. I mean, if that's the case, California does. Alabama says, yeah, it has, like, in fact, Oregon has more bills proposed than Alabama. Like, Oregon has about, like, what looks like, at this point, 7 to 9 bills have been proposed. Well, Alabama's got, like, what, 4 to 6? No, actually, it's more, well, I guess maybe about that. No, actually, it's about 1 to 3. From the looks of it. Or, no, it's 4 to 6. So, Alabama's proposed about 4 to 6. Oregon's 7 to 9 about. And a lot of that's just mainly because, like, you know, of the minority Republican Senate. Which just signed a bill that a cop could stop and ask you why you're walking on the road, and if you say homeless or they think you're homeless, they can arrest you. Oh my fucking god, dude. Wait, what the hell am I doing? But that's just fucking retarded. And insane. They can ask you to leave, and if you don't, they can arrest you. Oh my god. So just like criminalizing just like, you know, existing in public.
That Matt juxtaposed here of Anita Bryant and Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's literally the same style of bigotry, but in color. But I mean, if history really does repeat itself, then we all know what's probably next.
If we were going to go on a crusade across the nation and try to do away with the homosexuals, then we certainly would have done it on June the 8th after one of the most overwhelming victories in the country. But we didn't. We tried to avoid it and went into a place called Norfolk, Virginia, and were met with protest and all kinds of problems. And every...
Whoa. That's Anita Bryant.
Security agent? Security agent. No, let him stay.
No.
Let him stay.
Well, at least it's a fruit pie.
Get fucked on, you stupid fucking fascist harlot. Oh my god, I never knew this clip existed. Anita Bryant gets fucking cream pied with a fruit pie, dude. And I kind of, you know what, I'll give her that. She's like, well, at least it's a fruit pie. Anita Bryant. She was a far-right Christo-fascist who literally was a early harbinger of the gay panic movement back in the 80s. Like, she's just a fucking fascist harlot that, you know, was doing the whole, like, gays are pedophiles and shit like that, and, you know, demons and shit. Like, she was doing that. She was one of the OGs. Like, she was literally an OG in this movement.
But on a more serious note, one thing that we've always kind of had working in our favor is the U.S. Constitution, baby. And I know that it sounds corny, but I think it's true. As flawed as that document may be, I think that the 14th Amendment is very crucial. It's the most powerful tool that we have. I mean, the judiciary is where we fought and successfully won a lot, if not most, of our rights. I mean, marriage equality was not something that was codified by Congress. The Supreme Court said that bans on same-sex marriages are unconstitutional, and that's how we got that right. And I think that that's still mostly true till this day. And I say this because we got more victories that were delivered by the judiciary, including one from a right-wing judge.
I'm pretty sure that's the 13th. I think you're talking about the 13th.
By Donald Trump that you wouldn't necessarily expect. So the Tennessee ban on drag that we just talked about a couple of weeks ago, that was struck down by a judge appointed by Donald Trump, citing that it violates free speech. And as the Washington Post explains, in his...
I guess that kind of shows, you know, like, you know, like, weirdly enough, like, you know, Trump's fucking, like, administration weirdly wasn't, like, the worst thing in the world. I mean, it was horrible and and shitty and disastrous, but there's just, like, always, like, a random tidbit like that. It's like, oh, yeah, there was a Trump-appointed judge that, like, protected, like, queer people. I'm like, huh? Okay. Interesting. You know, it's, like, you get random things like this, or, you know, especially the whole Trump-appointed judge thing. There's, like, times where they, you know, Trump-appointed judges even, like, stopped, the whole fucking election fraud bullshit. Maybe they're just loyal. No, they're not. Because, like, if that's the case, then why did so many of them stop the election fraud cases that he was trying to push? If that was the case, they would have, let those cases go through. Fucking Spono to get points of daddy. Again, I don't think that's the case. I mean, not in this situation. Because, like, if that's the case, then we would have seen that more, more so. Like, I mean, because a lot of these judges would have actually, like, defended him, when it comes to, like, different cases, but they don't.
Issued Friday, U.S. District Judge Thomas Parker wrote that the law violates First Amendment freedom of speech protections and was unconstitutional.
Dude, this drag queen right here, she's looking fabulous. Like, damn.
Vague and substantially overboard. Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti said in a statement that he expects to appeal the ruling at the appropriate time. LGBTQ rights groups are taking the Tennessee ruling as a victory that could set the tone for legal challenges to drag bans nationwide. Attorney Bryce Timmons, one of the lawyers who represented the plaintiffs in this case, said he and his Donati Law colleague, Melissa Stewart, are headed to Florida for a hearing on their court challenge to that state's drag ban. You love to see it. Now, that drag ban in Tennessee was one of 26 introduced across the country. And these Republican lawmakers, let's be clear, are well aware that these bans, they violate the First Amendment because obviously. But what they're doing is they're throwing red meat to the base, and even if they know that they're going to get struck down, they're still taking this as a political win for their base. But hopefully this ruling will create a sort of domino effect where Republicans feel less...
It's like, hey, we lost and we, got something struck down. Well, that's a win. We won even though we lost, on this particular thing. Woo! I gotta love that even when they, lose and are a bunch of fucking idiots and just, like, get defeated, they still think there's, like, some fucking win, dude. I mean, they're just that devolved from fucking reality.
Emboldened and hopefully less inclined to target drag shows or at least limit the scope of these bans if they're planning to keep them on the books. But thankfully, our country has strong protections for freedom of speech, and drag obviously is a form of speech because it is a form of art. So they're going to have a hard time getting these unconstitutional laws to stick, but odds are they're going to continue to push them because that's what they've decided to do this year. But the article mentioned how Florida is their next battleground, or at least the battleground for these attorneys here. And as many of you know, Ron DeSantis also signed an effective ban on drag shows that is already having a chilling effect on free speech since several pride parades have been canceled altogether. But when it comes to Florida's ban on gender-affirming care, something that we talked about a couple of weeks ago, we got another positive development there as well. As Axios reports, a federal judge on Tuesday temporarily blocked a pair of Florida bans on gender-affirming care for youths while a legal challenge plays out, arguing that both are likely to be found unconstitutional. 4 Florida families argued in their lawsuit that the bans violated the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause by singling out trans minors and asked the court to freeze the bans while the lawsuit is reviewed. U.S. District Court Judge Robert Hinkle said that most of Florida's bans represent a purposeful discrimination against transgenders. The law not only criminalized care for trans people under 18, but added restrictions for adults seeking care. While the injunction doesn't address the adult restrictions, lawyers for the plaintiffs are planning to ask the court to block them, said Simone Chris, director of the Transgender Rights Initiative at the Florida-based Southern Legal Council. That could mean adding an adult trans Floridian as a plaintiff in the suit. And I really hope that that is the case because trans adults in Florida, they are in a state of crisis and panic for good reason. But more on that in a moment. First of all, I want to comment on what is probably the best part about this story aside from the good news itself, and that is what the judge wrote about this piece of shit law. So he did not mince words. He ruthlessly shredded this piece of shit law.
And this is a fucking Trump-appointed judge? Like, ooh.
Words, mine, by the way. But his criticism was extremely scathing. And this, in my opinion, just shows that our judiciary, it's like the only functioning part of government that we have left. It's still hanging on by a thread, but like when you see...
I mean, it's like in a way, he's not really that wrong. I mean, it's like the only thing that actually kind of helps get shit done in a way. I mean, like, when you have at least, like an ability to like halt or at least freeze even temporarily, these type of bans and shit, and like an ability to at least get more of a direct voice on this type of shit, lower courts may, well, yeah, I mean, obviously this doesn't necessarily mean like higher up courts, so to speak, necessarily, but I mean, at least when it comes to a lot of lower courts on like state level and shit, I mean, yeah.
These types of judgments, you
helps.
can't not feel at least a little bit more hopeful. As Politico explains, quote, nothing could have motivated this remarkable intrusion into parental prerogatives other than opposition to transgender status itself, wrote Hinkle, who was appointed by former President Bill Clinton.
Oh, I guess this guy's a Clinton-appointed judge.
Hinkle also added that the statute and the rules were an exercise in politics, not good medicine. This is a politically fraught area. There has long been and still is substantial bigotry directed at transgender individuals. Common experience confirms this, as does a Florida legislator's remarkable reference to transgender witnesses at a committee hearing as mutants and demons. And even when not based on bigotry, there are those who incorrectly but sincerely believe that gender identity is not real, but instead just a choice. Again, that was a judge who wrote that.
Damn. Like, that's like, pretty damning, honestly. It's just like, no, fuck you. This is literally just like, political bullshit. Go fuck yourself. Like, blocked. I mean, it's like, just like, yeah, no missing words there. That was pretty overt. Based.
It's really nice to see, honestly. Yeah. This judge knows what's up. He is plugged into the discourse, and he saw this law for what it was, bigotry in its purest form. And for those of you unaware to what he was referring to when he pointed out the mutants and demon reference, he was explaining how...
Was that just for the Supreme Court? Mostly the Supreme Court. I mean, because a lot of the Federalist Society, is more about trying to co-opt the Supreme Court, so it can have federal/national power over the law. But, because, like, lowercase courts, so to speak, aren't really as valuable, when it comes to pushing this shit.
Republican Webster Barnaby literally called trans people demons and mutants, and it's not necessarily surprising to know that these fascist Republicans think about trans people this way, but what was surprising is that he bothered to apologize at least. I mean, he probably didn't mean it, but I guess it's better than nothing, right? Now,
so, well, I mean, I didn't hear about it probably because, I mean, no one really actually gave a shit about his apology because he didn't mean dick.
Another really interesting element about this story is, as Harvard Law's Alejandra Caraballo points out, Florida could not provide evidence of a single resident who regretted transition. This is exactly why they have to fly Chloe Cole into every state. They don't have anyone else, let alone anyone who actually lives in Florida. Yeah. It's almost like they have no evidence, and they also realize that their arguments are legally flimsy, so they're grasping at straws. And for those of you who don't know who Chloe Cole...
Having conflicted courts to create extreme dysfunction. Well, we have that now. And despite that, it doesn't really create that much dysfunction outside of the fact that they're corrupt courts.
This is a so-called detransitioner who has
because of the Federalist Society.
To be a useful
like a lot of that's part of the goal.
Party, and she has been basically making the case for them as to why gender-affirming care should be banned for minors. And they're using her as evidence that it's bad. Her testimony is doing this. And I'm sure that one day she's going to come to regret her decisions. But regardless, she's doing a lot of harm, and that's what they're using. But under, this judge's opinion, it's still not good enough.
Because she's literally being used as like a propaganda talking headpiece. It's like she's nothing more than a fucking pawn to him.
You see, the fight in Florida is not over, but I hope that adults can at least sometime soon get temporary relief, because Florida has put trans people in an impossible predicament to where they may have to leave their state soon. And they shouldn't have to do this, but that's where we're at, right? Ron DeSantis signed this ban into law, and it caused a complete disruption for trans people across the state because nurse practitioners were banned from administering gender-affirming care to trans adults. Now, the reason why that's so substantial is because 80% of trans adults get their care from nurse practitioners. So if you prohibit them from giving adults gender-affirming care, you are effectively banning it for most adults in Florida, and that's what Ron DeSantis did, and trans adults still don't have relief. They're still wondering where they can get gender-affirming care. Some of them have been on it for years, if not decades, but that was cut off like that because of Republican fascists in this state. Now, we're not going to get into this article, but I do want to highly recommend that you read Chris Walker's write-up in Truth Out about the dozens of GoFundMes from trans people in red states trying to escape. Not that long ago, I shared my friend Ashley's GoFundMe, and thankfully she has since raised enough funds to leave Florida, but there's still thousands of trans people that need to get out. But what people
considering that, you know, like, they just, like, there's just, like, this, I'm already, like, a heavily privatized healthcare system where you may or may not get denied, you know, for healthcare just financially. You just have this other element to it where it's just like, am I going to be able to, like, get healthcare just on the virtue of me, like, legally being able to get it and access it, you know, let alone financially? I mean, it just creates, you know, an extra sense of fear and, like, worry, you know, on top of just, like, you know, basically forcibly detransitioning these people, you know, just for the sake of fucking them over and just causing, you know, more suffering. Because that's basically it's just what fascists are about anyway.
And I can't not emphasize this enough, is that we are in a state of emergency for trans rights in this country, and Florida is ground zero. It is affecting trans people in substantial ways, and these stories are important. For example, ABC News explains Eli and Lucas, trans men who are a couple, followed the discussions in the legislature where Democrats warned that trans children would be more prone to suicide under a ban on gender-affirming care for minors, and Republicans responded with misplaced tales of mutilated kids. Eli said he and his partner felt blindsided when they discovered the bill contained language that would also disrupt their lives. Lucas, 26, lost his access to treatment when the Orlando clinic that prescribed him hormone replacement therapy stopped providing gender-affirming care altogether. The couple also worries about staying in a state that this year enacted several other bills targeting the LGBTQ+ community. My entire life is here. All my friends, my family. I just got a promotion at my job, which I'm probably not going to be able to keep. Lucas, who works in a financial aid office at a college, said, I'm losing everything except Eli and my pets, moving out of here. So this was not a decision that I took lightly at all. Yeah, and I can't even imagine what they're going through. It's already difficult enough to be
it's already, like, you know, shitty when you have to go for that type of situation. And it's just like, I mean, like, because they probably already had, like, the sense of worry about, you know, just, like, some people and, like, random strangers when they're out and about potentially, like, you know, fucking harassing them and stuff. And now you just have, like, the state itself basically, you know, pushing, you know, like, you know, for more of their own marginalization and thus, by proxy, forcing them out. I mean, in a way, it's like, I mean, you know, for some people, maybe they don't really got, like, such built-up, like, established lives, but for a lot of people, they do, and it's not something that, you know, people obviously take fucking lightly. Yeah, I mean, it's not just like, well, time move. It's not as simple as that, especially on a financial level.
State. But when you are a gay trans couple, it just adds to the discrimination that you're feeling and the persecution that you're experiencing, both legally and socially. So they shouldn't have to worry about this, but here we are. And we often talk about how moving is very difficult. It requires capital, connections, and resources. But what's also really important to note is that you shouldn't have to fucking move. Even if you are able to move, you shouldn't have to leave your home and your family and your job and start all over because fascists don't accept who you are. Americans should be free regardless of what fucking state they live in, but that's not the reality of the situation. That's not the world that we currently live in, unfortunately. And as Republicans devolve further into an authoritarian, fascistic organization, trans rights are the first rights to go. They're the first rights on the chopping block. But heed my words, it's not going to stop there. You're right.
I mean, it's basically just like the whole idea, especially like why this needs to be, you know, stopped now, is that, like, I mean, there's like an old quote, and I think it was actually done by like some sort of, like, you know, social democrat German when the Nazis took over, but he basically says, like, oh, they went for the communists, but I didn't care because I wasn't a communist. It didn't wait for it went for the trade unionists, but I didn't care because I wasn't a trade unionist. Then they went for the Jews, and I didn't care because I wasn't Jewish. But then they went after me, and there was no one left to defend me. You know, like, essentially. Like, and the whole idea with that quote is basically, it's like, you know, if people, even though if they're not trans and shit, you know, like, aren't, you know, like, standing, you know, side by side when it comes to these type of fucking issues, and, you know, eventually, as one by one, you know, their fucking rights get taken away, and they come for yours next, eventually you're not going to have anyone else around you. It's just going to be you. And that's that's like the whole problem with that shit. Like apathy or fucking, yeah, I mean, you know the quote. Yeah, first it came from communists, I said nothing for I wasn't a communist. It came trade unionists, and I said nothing for I wasn't trade. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know the quote.
Next, if you don't stand up for trans people. So this is something that all of us need to care about. When Americans are being persecuted and discriminated against, none of us are free. All of us are in jeopardy. So I absolutely feel so bad for everyone living in Florida currently. Just everyone, but primarily trans adults. You, as an adult, should be able to make decisions about your health care. But the fact that that is being denied to you is not just cruel, it is a violation of your human rights, and it has to be stopped and fought against vociferously. Every single person must be speaking out as loudly as they possibly can, because this cannot stand, and I believe that it will not stand. But just the fact that you have to wait to get healthcare that you've been receiving for years is completely just unacceptable.
Pretty much. I mean, it's like, honestly, like, Mike pretty much, like, did a pretty good summary of it all. Then it came from me, and there was a left, yeah. I mean, I kind of butchered the quote a little bit, but yeah, it's pretty much the general synopsis of what that, quote means. I mean, because the whole idea is that, like, I mean, if you essentially, just don't, like stand in solidarity with those that are being marginalized and shit, even if you yourself aren't, then you basically like open the door to eventually you yourself being that marginalized, but essentially not having anyone to stand with you as well, because they have all essentially have been like to marginalize out of existence, or at least to the point where they don't have a voice anymore. See what our little things are. I'll do. Let's see. Aw, look at you being all handsome, so cute. Aw, adorable little thing. That's why even fascists, they will lose in the end. Well, yeah. I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, fucking, fascists, always eventually eat themselves out. And eventually cannibalize each other, and, will eventually have no one else to fucking fight. So no matter what, like, I mean, essentially, like, their whole advocacy, and their whole push, to fucking, like, get what they want as a utopia is really just a fucking, like, endless cycle of just, like, just constant but endless, back and forth of just attempting over and over again to achieve a utopia they can never acquire. Yeah. Ooh, let's see. I have like a little something that I want to try to pop back, but I can't quite yet. Well, if I loosened it up a little bit. Little fanatic purifiers. Yeah. I mean, essentially that is what, like, fascists are. They are essentially just, like, straight up fanatic purifiers, trying to, like, purify the world into their whole entire fucking, grandeur of, like, utopian supremacist state, even though it literally can't exist. It's just impossible for it to. Oh, little goof. This little dog was giving me a little stare down. Oh, did you find a fly? Oh, he's chasing a fly. Oh. Hope it sounds awful, like so-called authoritarian hell scope for everyone else. I mean, because it does. even for people like me, it'd literally be a hellscape just because on the virtue that, you know, like everything about, you know, my whole, you know, value sets, you know, would basically put me up against a fucking wall. So, yeah, definitely would totally work out. Goofy asshole dog. Dog be crazy and goofy. Because the Confederacy man has humanity rule the galaxy and living in utopian abundance. Huh. While the rest of the galaxy toils under them. Oh my lord. Yeah, that doesn't exactly sound good. That sounds pretty shitty, IMO. I definitely wouldn't want that. That just sounds horrible. Like, ugh. Boo. Boo, I say to that shit. And with that, got a notification for a Portland subreddit post. What's this? Why am I getting notified for this? A 28 million low-income apartment complex descends into chaos in just 2.5 years? Two distinct groups of homeless people struggling financially absolutely can benefit from fears of people with mental addiction crisis who need supervised life intervention. Okay, sure. But like, what caused it to go into fucking chaos here? Was it literally just because, like, of the endless problem of homelessness in this country? Here, let me read the article about this. What the heck? From Willamette Weekly. A 20 million. At first glance, a buried building in a Hazelwood neighborhood looks like an ideal way to house some of the 10,000 people living in tent camps in Portland. Tex Mayor helped erect the brewery, named for late tenant rights advocate Justin Berry, developer for a nonprofit. Okay. That's 3 years old. Low-income apartment complex says pitched roof and dashes of orange on it. Okay, who cares? What's the deeds here? But spend some time talking to the residents, and a picture emerges. It's like living in hell here. Tenants let homeless friends from the street who showed up in the stairways, sleeping on couches in common areas, but filling the elevators and vandalized plumbing. They pound and pry at residents' doors. People in the stairways for observing press law that have been sitting for hours. What the fuck? Oh my god. The elevators are often broken, making it difficult for tenants. Okay, so what the fuck? So who's like the landlord of this place? Cascade Management. Log of merge calls, confirmed conditions, 2021 place. The buildings management company doesn't respond. There's no one to call after 5 p.m. or on weekends, even in emergency. Oh my god. Dude, these fucking landlord pieces of fucking shit in these real estate companies are really a part of the reason why this is fucking delving into chaos. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, this fucking real estate is just taking advantage of these people. And, of course, because of that, you know, the tenants, you know, take advantage of the plights of the problem and shit by just, you know, like, letting... I mean, this is literally just creating this reciprocal cycle that Portland's, you know, plagued by. Like, I mean, it's just like, what the fuck, dude? I mean, it's just like, yeah, like, I mean, when you got, like, you know, people who are from the streets who most of their friends are probably all doping up and shit, you know, like, are on the streets and shit, yeah, they're gonna probably be crashing at their friend's place now, you know, and on top of that, Like, when you have, like, a landlord slash real estate company that don't give fuck one and, like, disregards the tenants and shit, and when it comes to issues, or maintaining the place, I mean, it sounds like that's why it's delved into chaos. I mean, it's, like, multiple problems. It's plentiful thanks to bond measures have raised millions in metro tax on higher earners that expect to raise 250 million years now. So the problem is finding firms that are willing and qualified to manage property. Yeah, that's the problem. Firms. Like, continue to have private real estate industry, fucking, like, yeah, like, having to rely on them is the problem here. To be cash, I said, we have to ask people who don't always make good tenants when they first land an apartment. It's difficult and track business for some property management companies. Well, that's why it needs to be public housing. So, like, I mean, and also all sorts of other things that, include life intervention to help, people get back on their feet and, address some of their illnesses or addictions. Like, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, well, it sounds like that's what the problem is, frankly. And a lot of people in the comments here are basically just like, yeah, it's the homeless, though. It's like, it doesn't sound like it's just them. Cap includes Obi-Wan Kenobi? What the fuck Obi-Wan has to do with this? Feels personal to me. My retired fixed income relative fled their income restricted building on Northwest NATO in 2021, accepting a 75% rent increase to get away from what to me was plainly emotional misery. They also had loved the building neighborhood when they moved in. The train station clock tower, the trees along NATO, the view over Lovejoy and Broadway, the ample balcony space to enjoy gardening. Even train horns were a feature, not a bug. Within a few years, came to kind of nonsense as this article frequently vandalized elevator panels, frequently stolen packages, random people sleeping in common areas, fires set in common areas, regularly awful trash smoking, always normally reeking of cigarette smoke, weed, okay, whatever, and sometimes intense acetone ammonia. Ugh. Regular screaming matches, cars stolen from a lot, guy chopping up bikes in the parking lot. My relative next door's neighbors have obviously given up of any get back to security deposit, but no matter complaints about meth, weed, cigs, and screaming. Okay, well, why is weed attached to this? And I'll sleep through the shared walls of my relative's bathroom. Made difference in management office just down the block into the city meeting neighborhood before through much of the pandemic. Most of the residents surely were a good majority were great. Young couples working low-wage jobs, no families, retirees, just regular people with a boat. What they endured in that building was absolutely unacceptable. And if only the landlord slash like the fucking like management of these buildings actually gave a fuck about maintaining and keeping up with the property and shit. And like an actual like city government that cared about like trying to get people off the streets instead of just fucking continuing the same criminal reciprocal cycle over and over again. And many of them wouldn't even have the freedom to move and suck up a huge rent increase. The city and the management company really failed those folks, which is shame. Well, yeah, exactly. Feel tenants can ruin a building for all the neighbors. Yeah, I mean, in a way. Hot take, this is the best Scooby-Doo. Wait, what? Can't tell me this isn't an epic ass song for first Scooby. Wait, whoa. Wait, what? Hold on. Skysicle. I mean, wait, which movie is this from? I mean, it's an animated movie, so I mean, the best Scooby movie of all time. I wouldn't necessarily say this is the best Scooby movie of all time, but it's up there. It's a good one. Obviously better than Velma. The 90s movies were the best ones. They also kind of were. The Zombie National Anthem. They didn't have to go so hard soundtrack, but I'm glad they did. That's like something about the 90s, with movies. They actually had bands create original soundtracks for fucking movies, dude. Like, say what you want about, like, Dave Lynch's doing, but, like, he had a rock band literally create most of the soundtrack for that fucking movie, and it legit is one of the highlights of the movie. Say what you want about everything else. I mean, this fucking soundtrack is legit dope. Like, Paul Atreides riding that fucking sandworm with a, like, rock solo going on in the background is actually pretty legit. and pretty fucking badass, given for what the movie was. I mean, also, there's just, like, all sorts of other fucking movies that, you know, have, you know, soundtracks like that. Yeah, this probably got a lot of kids interested in music. I mean, I was already into music, you know, just because my parents were, and we had a piano in my house, and I would fucking be playing on that all the time. And I don't mean just, like, bashing keys. I mean, like, I actually would be like, oh, these two sound the same, but one's higher pitch. Understand the octaves. And then I realized that, oh, wait, I can make cool sounds, you know, that sound nice. So eventually, I just straight up started, you know, just playing random shit, and it would at least be, like, actually not terrible. Like, my parents were never like, stop playing that, stop jamming off on that thing randomly. They were asking, it's like, did you hear that anywhere? And I was like, no, I just made it up. It's like, huh, that actually ain't bad. For like a 5-year-old, that ain't bad. It's like, okay. So I was already into music myself, but shit like this definitely got me more into it too. Because like the late 90s and early 2000s actually had like legit fucking like, you know, slapping shit. Also, like, I mean, there's, like, you know, some shows that had just a straight up good slapping original soundtrack. Like, they had, you know, you have, like, SpongeBob, Ed, and Eddie. Like, you have all these different, also, you know, there was actually a song that Pantera, you know, licensed for SpongeBob. Like, I mean, so there was honestly, like, a few out there. Man, they just don't make them like they used to. I think, like, the only movies, you know, that have really have done the whole, like, you know, bands having original soundtrack involved is, like, Guardians of the Galaxy. Just because, you know, he has all those fucking, you know, remix tapes and shit. So, it's just, like, he has those, like, 80s, 90s remix tapes and all that type of stuff. So, I mean, you know, it's like, I guess, you know, because of that movie, you know, you kind of got it there. Pantera also licensed on to Dragon Ball Z in the original Broly movie, 2010s. Yeah, honestly, like, I mean, for all intents and purposes, like, Pantera's actually pretty legit, because they, you know, they're actually pretty cool. Like, they've licensed, you know, there's some songs, you know, for different movies and shows. Like, you don't really, like, I can't really think of any other bands that have really done that, at least metal-wise. I mean, it's not like they haven't, there are. But, I mean, like, it's not really common for, like, a kid's show, like, you know, to have, like, a metal band like Pantera, you know, have a song in one of their episodes. SpongeBob does. DBZ has it for one of their fucking movies. So, it's like, I mean, Pantera actually pretty legit. Like I said, you know, it's just like not something you really get as much anymore. You might find, you know, a few here and there, but not the same. And that zombie song kind of got me into wanting to play another zombie song. I just want to find it really quick. There it is. Right here. Pull up Reddit. Have some stuff we could check out there for a bit. What the hell? Man tries to steal woman's motor scooter and fails. What the fuck? I took his fucking hoodie. Is he actually still gonna try? Oh my god. Give up, bro. Yeah, oh my god, dude. He almost tripped. Dude, what a fucking idiot. Dude, he tried so hard to get that fucking... Dude, if she's, like, on the back seat, smacking the shit out of you while you're trying to turn that thing on, just give up. Like, and he ran over to try one more time. It's like, dude, just give the fuck up at that point, bro. Like, my god. What a fucking moron, dude. And she got tossed around too, but didn't give one fuck, dude. She was like, oh, you're gonna toss around? You just are, like, channeling my chi. Every time you toss me, you're channeling more of my chi, and I'm about to unleash, bitch. They have recon Broly because they couldn't find a way to make him a good guy after listening to Goku. Basically, he's now kind of a hearted Saiyan. If they gets mad, loses his goddamn mind. Damn. What is this? Parents are fucking dumb, so why wearing shorts then? Wait, what? Is this a clip or a video? Okay, it's a video. Huh? It is, I guess, a parent being dumb. So, I'm okay with, you know, zombies looking, or, not zombies, you know, like parents being dumb. I mean, zombies are also dumb too, but, you know.
About a week ago, I was in my daughter's room, and I found something. She had hidden all of her nice, decent dresses and anything remotely girly in there. It was sticking out though. There was one dress sticking out and I saw it and I thought, what am I going to do? Because like 2 weeks ago, I was trying to find her something nice to wear for Easter Best. She had an Easter Best day at school. All the girls were going to be wearing dresses. She hates dresses. Okay, but you know what?
Oh my god. I already know what this is. You got some fucking harpy parent that's just like, oh my god, you're gonna wear what I want you to wear, and you'll look so pretty in these dresses. I'm literally gonna treat you like you're a little play-up doll. Like, you're not a autonomous child that has, you know, interests and things like that and stuff that you like. No, you're gonna be like my little, like, ragdoll piece, you know, to fucking dress up however I want.
Out of the closet. I'm gonna put them in my suitcase and in my closet. And all the clothes that she hid and played dumb about when I asked her, where are your dresses? That's all she's gonna have to wear for the next couple of weeks. We'll see how long it lasts.
What? Wait, so she threw out all of her old clothes? You fucking... Oh my god. That's so gonna start pissing me right the fuck off. Like, Jesus Christ, I hate fucking harpy-ass fucking piece of shit parents like that. That's what parents are fucking dumb. That's like, you know, like parents are fucking piece of shit. What the fuck? Just let your kid wear whatever the hell they want when it comes to just like, you know, not wanting to wear dresses. If they want to wear like a hoodie and some baggy jeans, you know, as a girl, let her. Who cares? Let her stand out from the crowd a little bit, you bitch. And also, why are you wearing tank tops and shorts like you're fucking like, you know, Sarah Connor or some shit about ready to take on the Terminator? Like, what the fuck do you think you are? Oh, I just love dresses, but let me not wear one. I want my daughter to. Anyway, let me go on, like, you know, a 10-mile, you know, jog and not do that in a dress. Like, my fucking good, just... What the fuck? Elon Musk like this disgusting tweet. To redheaded libertarian protect trans kids. Well, based. And what's this? Oh. I see. It's like, yeah, that's based. Let's, you know, do a sterilization program. Let's advocate for eugenics. It's like, what the fuck? Let's just advocate for, like, you know, some Nazi eugenics, because I'm Elon Musk. Oh, I'm totally deranged and unhinged and have no sense of cognitive ability. Beyond how I make more money. Fucking piece of shit. What is this cat trying to do? I have an absurd kitty. What is this kitty doing? Kitty, what are you doing? What are you doing, kitty? What in the fuck are you doing? Do you have any idea what you're doing, cat? The fuck? It's a fucking silly ass kitty. It's like, did that cat have like any idea about like, you know, how things are working? You know, with that there? What a silly ass kitty. Oh, is this another kitty? It's another kitty, I think. No, this is a raccoon. Got a little raccoon. Trash panda. Oh shit, I missed it. I looked down for like 2 seconds. Fuck. Aww. It just did a little boop. Little poke. It did it like a little doop tee. Oh, that's so cute. Aww. Oh, that was adorable. How cops act when you try to do the right thing by turning in a gun that was likely used in a crime. Oh my god. Oh, I think I've seen these guys before. I think I've seen them on my like YouTube shorts every now and then. Like, these guys will just take magnets and just like go into random water beds like this and shit, or rivers and stuff, and just like kind of collect things. And I think in this case they just happen to be, you know, here. Just like, oh.
It's definitely loaded. My buddies and I were walking in a canal near University of Memphis, and I found a Glock 43 pistol.
We have 2 police officers right now that just showed up on scene.
Alright, so I found a pistol and some knives. It has serial numbers on it too, but it's right over here.
Okay, you held it?
With my gloves.
Y'all got this information, right? Not yet. Okay, we need to get this information. So you're filming picking up trash?
Yeah.
And you're filming my officer pick up the weapon? That's kind of odd.
That's just what we do.
That's kind of odd? What do you mean it's kind of odd? I mean, the idea that... I mean, you should be recorded. Fuck you. How about that? Like, I mean, it's not odd. Like, I mean, they just are doing, like, the... I mean, yeah, so I do recognize these guys. They have done videos like this before. They, like, you know, either pick up trash or, like, you know, take magnets and stuff and, you know, clean up rivers and shit and waterways and stuff. Like, that's kind of what they do. And every now and then they will legit find shit like that. Like, there's been times where they, you know, have picked up, you know, firearms and stuff, whether really old or relatively new, like that Glock. And they do, you know, the, you know, good thing, and we'll call and report those and be like, hey, you know, just wanted to let you know we found these things, you know, you should probably pick them up. And this isn't the first time where cops, you know, will be like, well, what the fuck, right? Like, you know, just because, like, you know, it's like, what, you're doing our job now? Or some shit. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, what, do you not want me to, like, you know, find out that there was, like, you know, weapon used in a crime potentially, where you can at least, you know, like, find a crime to be solved now? I mean, it's like, what the fuck?
You got an ID?
No, I don't have my ID on me.
What's your name?
My name's Chill.
It's an escape, ain't it?
Yeah, it's a Ford Escape.
Why is your lieutenant telling us that we can't film, that we can't do any of this, and he's like getting mad at us when we literally just found a gun in the canal? We're just sitting here with a camera. It's not like we're holding a gun. You guys have the gun.
What's your friend name that you know up here?
That's why that's important.
I'm gonna put it all in the memo.
Whatever they ask so many questions.
It's like, oh, you're all recording and stuff like that. We need to make sure that we get all the information we need out of y'all so we can treat you like suspects. Oh, found a gun, huh? Well, I guess you're all #1 suspects in our mind. Let's treat them like a bunch of random suspicious criminals and shit. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. And it's like, oh, you can't film or anything? Why the fuck not? Yeah, they can. There's nothing wrong with them fucking filming. Like, I mean, what the fuck, dude? That's just bullshit. Like, I mean, it's no wonder, you know, like, I wonder why cops are so adamant about not wanting body cams, because they just don't like, you know, the fact that they might be, you know, corrupt piece of shit. It might be intimidating people. Curious. Go fucking figure. I mean, it's like, the dude basically was just like, yo, I did y'all a favor. I probably helped you solve a crime, and this is the treatment I get being intimidated. It's like, you're all the ones with the fucking guns here, not me. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Oops. Yeah. God damn it. Fucking Reddit beam. There we go. Here, a guy entered into a cafe on a horse? The hell? The fuck? Well, don't tell Vosh about this. He's gonna want to go to this cafe. Whoa! Whoa! That ain't just a horse going into a cafe. That's like a horse that panicked, freaked the fuck out, and now crashed the party. What the hell? What fucking honky-tonk cowboy Wild West son of a bitch thinks that they can just waltz into a cafe on a fucking horse, my dude? Have you heard of a hitch? Like, hitch a horse up outside, you freak. That poor horse. I feel bad for the horse more than anything else. And the patrons. I feel bad for the patrons and the horse. Piece of shit. Oh my god, now the horse is kicking shit everywhere. Like, oh my god. This piece of shit. Like, this guy should not own this horse anymore. What a fucking idiot. And now everyone's like, all like, you know, panicked and shit. Like, look what this one fucking honky-tonk ass Cracker Barrel fuck did just by literally bringing a gigantic fucking animal in a fucking cafe. Oh, I wonder what could go wrong. Where does the Vosh horse meme come from? It's like from, like, oh my god. You've asked this before. It's basically over the fact that he likes big dicks. Because he's a bi/pansexual deviant. And bigger the better when it comes to dicks. Trying to be a badass and wound up being a flat ass. What in the Family Guy cutaway? What in the Family Guy cutaway McFuck is going on here? How can you report these? Dude, this almost was like a Family Guy cutaway gag. What the fuck? It really did play off like this. Peter, why are you bringing a horse in the cab? Oh shit, Peter! How do you afford these things? How do you do this? Oh my god, it really does play off like that. What the fuck, man? How did he even get it in there in the first place? And like, dude, oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I really feel bad for that horse. That poor horsey. Piece of shit fucker, just like, hey, let me waltz in with my animal and let it get scared or traumatized by loud noises and a bunch of people in cramped spaces. Because, you know, that's totally, you know, good conditions for a horse to be in. Yeah, definitely. Oh my god, this spastic over a fly, dude. Oh my god, this dog. What the hell? Saleswoman runs to a man in fear of a friendly dog. Oh my god. He's like, what the hell?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Dude, that dog is literally wagging his tail like, oh, a human, you look so friendly. Dude, that dog is friendlier than the Dickens, dude. That is a friendly dog. He just wants love.
I think he's a real friendly dog.
Yeah, he's just really friendly. Okay, I feel bad for the lady. I mean, yeah, I feel bad for her because, I mean, the dog is just very eccentrically friendly. I mean, my dog is the same way. He would literally just like, ooh, human! Like, he'll just walk up to a human and, like, start sniffing them and checking them out. Like, he don't give a fuck. And that dog is just like a more eccentric version of like, oh my god, a human! Like, it's just a super friendly boy. It's just a sweet boy. I mean, I feel bad for her, but still, I mean, you know, it's a sweet boy, though. Damn it, dog! Really? Oh my god. People are saying Spider-Punk is the new animated Spider-Man movie. It's a good portrayal of anarchists. Also, Gwen Stacy is transcoded. I don't know, I'm gonna see that movie tomorrow. So, I guess I'll see. I suppose, so. Do I have to see the first one to get anything from the second movie? Because I'm likely gonna see at least the first one before I do. Which will probably be at least sometime later tonight. Fucking dog. Lucky I want to see it. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my friend tomorrow. Because we both have the day off that day, and he's got nothing going on, so fuck it. Wait, what the hell? Friend grabbed this gem in the wild in San Jose, California Walmart. What the fuck? It's not a long one. What in the Walmart Walton McFuck Brothers is going on here?
Because you're not asking nobody else how many things that they bought. This is the second time. My other part is over there. Ask everybody else how much they bought. Or I'm going to slap you to the ground, bitch. Now.
I think you have a kid to attend to there, lady. Like, I mean, was she getting butthurt over the fact that, you know, like, she probably didn't have a coupon go through or something? Dude, I mean, if I had someone being like that, I'd just be like, alright, just get the fuck out. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, you paid for your shit? Alright, then just go. Leave. Fuck off. Like, you know, you got a kid to address. Maybe she would attend to your child instead of acting like some top shit bitch, you know, looking like a dumbass, you know, in front of everybody. Good parenting there. I'm sure your kid is going to grow up, you know, getting really, you know, positive influences out of that. It's like, come on. It's like, I mean, just like, like, for whatever damn reason that, you know, fucking, you know, escalates towards, whether it's like because of coupon shit, whatever the fuck, it's just like, I mean, good lord. Like, you're not entitled to every goddamn thing in the world, Karen. Man, I hate people like that shit. I see that stuff every now and then. It just, I mean, not to that, like, you know, fucking aggression, but, thank fuck, but, I mean, I have. I've heard about it, too. I mean, there's actually one time, because, like, some lady thought that we had, quote-unquote, like, prehistoric chicken, essentially, because of how dry it was, supposedly. And, our, like, PIC for the night, came over with just this look of just, like, and I'm just like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, you don't look happy. He's like, yeah, I had some, like, bitch, you know, of a fucking cunt, you know, just, like, call up, you know, yelling in my ear, being like, what the fuck, blah, blah, and it was just, like, kind of, you know, being like, I mean, you rotate the stuff and every now and then, right, blah, blah, and I'm like, yeah, I did that literally not even, like, an hour ago, and before that, like, it was just rotated when I showed up, like, I mean, it's like, we do that, like, at least every, like, depending on how busy it is, like, 2 to 3, maximum 4 hours, you know, we'll rotate the chicken out, just because, yeah, after a certain amount of time, especially over the heat lamps, it'll dry out, yeah, but I, you know, especially if I'm working, I rotate that shit, and especially since I was working that day, I know for a fucking fact that, you know, I did, so this idea that's all dry and inedible is bullshit. But she unleashed, luckily I didn't have to hear it, but she fucking unleashed, you know, on, the other dude, and eventually he actually, you know, clapped back, says, like, who the fuck do you think you are, you know, yelling at me over this type of shit? Like, you could have, you know, gone more polite about this, but I'm not going to help you because of how rude you've been, fuck you. And hung up on her, and it's just like, you know, I was like, good on him, fuck that bitch. It's like, I mean, because there's a certain level where it's like, you know, you know, for one, I ain't getting paid, you know, enough to be treated like that shit. And for two, it's just like, I don't gotta take that even if I was. So fuck you. It's like, I mean, you know, you don't get some right, you know, to think that you're just gonna get entitled to some deal or a replacement or some shit because you act like a bitch. Be respectful and be like, hey, you know, I'm sure, you know, it was pretty busy and, you know, like, you couldn't, you know, get to it, but, you know, like, my chicken was dry and, you know, it's like, it's okay if I get a replacement. You know, I understand they probably couldn't, like, you know, keep up with it or whatever the fuck, blah, blah, blah. If you at least go in there with understanding, we'll at least cut you a deal or just replace it for free. Like, we'll just do that shit. And honestly, we might even give you a little extra on top of that. Just because as long as they're chill and nice, we'll actually work with you and help you out. I mean, at the very minimal, just refund the money that you spent on it. You know, so if you don't want a replacement, at least get the money back. I mean, it's like at the very minimal, like, you'll be worked with. But if you act like a Karen and fucking asshole, you fucking flip off on us and shit, we sure as shit ain't gonna help you. I mean, it's like, I can understand being a little frustrated and be like, hey, look, I understand you're probably not at fault for it, but I'm frustrated with this, blah, blah, blah. Like, even if it's like, you know, you're, like, acknowledging, like, look, I'm kind of frustrated and blah, blah, blah. I'm not taking this on you, but, you know, like, at least at that point, it's just like, okay, more understanding. I know that you probably had a shitty day, blah, blah, blah. Like, just don't come at me like, fuck you, like, that's where I'm just like, no, fuck off. Like, I ain't gonna help you at that point. There's a way to go about it, and then there's like 1,001 different ways to not go about it. Because like I said, even if you are pissed off about it, don't, like, yell at us or be a dickbag about it. Just be like, look, I'm a little PO'd about it, but I understand it's not inherently anyone's fault, but can I, you know, get a replacement or a refund or whatever? I mean, shit. And say they're acting like Karen, give them a refund so they can't get the manager to fire you, because down here I've seen many people fired because Karen took the things to the manager. And that's why that type of behavior is reciprocated and continues to happen. It's because it's not necessarily just Karens that fucking, you know, continue to have this fucking cycles because of fucking shitbag managers like that. Because they care more about, you know, returning customers than, you know, fucking, like, quality of, like, the work and shit. First thing the manager asks you is, did you give him a refund? And the thing is, like, you know, like, frankly, yeah, I probably would, but if they're gonna, like, you know, be going off and, like, being a total dickbag and actually try to, like, fight with me, basically, either verbally or otherwise, then I won't. Like, I won't give a fuck. It's like, if they want it so bad, someone else could do it then. Or maybe that manager can get off their ass in the fucking desk and do it themselves. Besides, they would actually have the fucking, you know, ability to do that. You know, a grunt worker like me doesn't usually have, you know, the way to override shit so I can refund people. So, I would actually take it to the manager. A few times I've seen someone do that first, they didn't lose their jobs. Well, yeah, because it's all about making sure they have a returning customer. And that's it, which, frankly, is kind of bullshit. Fucking dog. I need to get the fucking foot stopper put back in that door. My lord. Why do you lock yourself in here? Why? Why? Look at you. Where is it anyway? It's over here, right? At least it was. Where'd it go? You little butt. Look at you. Seriously? Yeah, what the fuck? It was over here. Dog, you know you're going to be moving, right? Especially since I find this door stopper, where the fuck that went. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, move. Bruh, come on. You can't be for cereal and for real, dude. Ugh. There you go. Now you can't sneak yourself into that damn door again. You freaking little goober. Go to bed, it's past your bedtime. What the fuck are you even talking about? It's not even 7 o'clock yet. What the hell? What? Okay. Well, that's just absurd. Oh my god, he's actually trying. He actually tried to boot his way into that door to close it again. Why are you so weird like that, my dude? Now he's staring at a fly. He just found a fly. He's just like... just dotting his head around. Goof. What a goofy, sweet little thing. What a goofball. Yeah, I'll give him a little treat. $18 of sleep. Nah. It don't need to be no goddamn 18 hours, my lord. Come here, boy. The fucking hell is going off? Is that a chainsaw? A motorbike? What the fuck is that? You underestimated me. It's 22 hours of sleep? Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? Are you gonna come grab this or not? Come on, doggo. Come on. Get over here. Are you serious? You serious? Come on. It's right there. It's right there. Silly ass little mutt. Oh shit. He's coming for the fly. Oh, well now he's coming over here for this. Oh, wait. Is it a fly again? Oh, yep, it's a fly again. He doesn't know what to go for the fly or this. You have to come over here for it, buddy. Or you can just sit there. That works too. Silly little thing. What? A little silly. Here, let's check out a second thing that we got barbaric about earlier.
Alright, you got...
Alright, you guy. Damn, Paul, what the fuck? The Vaj. Just laid down some hard truths on that one.
Are you ready for it? Are you ready to see it? After much hype, now finally, we get to see what Tucker Carlson has been blathering about. Of the Tucker Carlson show, published at exactly
I'm not getting
3
into
p.m. PST on Twitter. In Elon's ongoing effort to push advertisers away from...
This is on... Wait, is he uploading this shit on Twitter specifically? It says episode 1... Wait, so he is. He's actually got to directly upload his shit to Twitter.
Clearly far-right platform. We now have this after he got kicked out of Fox News for what must have been one of any number of reasons. Apparently, there were like...
This isn't Twitter show. I would have thought it would have been fucking Rumble or something. I mean, fucking Twitter, really.
Million reasons to kick him out. So, what is he going to say here? Well, my personal guess is basically nothing, which is usually...
Or Nazi shit.
...the case with him. Let's find out.
It looks like somebody blew up the Kakovka Dam in southern Ukraine.
Oh my god, he's actually going to do a news thing. Okay, sure. You know what? Let's find out.
The rushing wall of water wiped out...
Also, copying me? I covered this. Copying me?
Out entire villages, destroyed a critical hydropower plant. and as of tonight puts the largest nuclear reactor in Europe,
Vosh clone. They say this guy's racist. Vosh clone.
in danger of melting down. So if this was intentional, it was not a military tactic, it was an act of terrorism. The question is, who did it? Well, let's see. The Kakhovka Dam was effectively Russian. It was built by the Russian government. It currently sits in Russian-controlled territory. The dam's reservoir supplies water to Crimea, which has been, for the last 240 years, home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Blowing up the dam may be bad for Ukraine, but it hurts Russia more. And for precisely that reason, the Ukrainian government has...
Well, off the bat, this is already pretty boring.
I know. I'm honestly bored already, dude. I'm just like, oh my god, you're giving us like not even an accurate rundown of this. Tucker's actually boring me more than like on his Tucker Tonight show. Like, oh my lord, it's just like, geez Louise, dude. I didn't think it would actually be boring.
Really gonna try to do like? Are we really gonna do the whole like pretending to be a news show thing?
Yes.
Like he's all dressed up, like it's a real show? Okay, I mean...
Still needs to bring the bow tie back.
...destroying it. In December, the Washington Post quoted a Ukrainian general saying his men had fired American-made rockets at the dam's floodgate as a test strike. So really, once the facts start coming in...
What?
Huh?
...the government has considered destroying it. In December, the Washington Post quoted a Ukrainian general saying his men had fired American-made rockets at the dam's floodgate as a test strike. So really, once the facts start coming in, it becomes much less of a mystery what might have happened to the dam. Any fair person would conclude that the Ukrainians probably blew it up.
What a surprise.
What? I haven't really looked at the specific details about any of that. Is there actual facts to back that up, or is that just some crazy conspiratorial claim? Because I'm pretty sure that is a little unhinged, because, why would Ukraine do that where it would fuck themselves over, too? I suppose it's not unheard of to, damage vital infrastructure like that in times of war, but, to just immediately be like, yeah, Ukraine, just right off the bat, I don't know about that. I don't think it's, necessarily Russia, either. Because, it's in Russian-controlled territory. All, especially predominant, result of the damage from that would be in, their territory. So, I don't necessarily think it'd be the Russian government. So, maybe, partisans, or, different, maybe, a civilian militia group or something. That would, I feel like, be maybe more likely. But I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily be, really 100% too sure, who really did it, frankly. But I feel like that's at least a little bit more of a legit position to have, in comparison to just be like, yeah, it was them, man. It was those guys.
Would come to that conclusion. What is this? Ukraine General Dam Test Strike?
Why test strike a dam? Don't you have, testing ranges, and firing ranges specifically for shit like that?
Oh, it's already on Newsweek. Tucker Carlson's thing. Tucker Carlson floats there. Okay, so December report. Is this it? Okay. Damn. Kovalchuk considered flooding the river. The Ukrainians, he said, even contested a test strike with a HIMARS launcher on one of the floodgates at the Nova Kakhovka Dam, making 3 holes in the middle to see if the Dnieper's river or water could be raised enough to stem Russian crossings but not flood nearby villagers. Okay.
So, proposed idea, basically. It's it was more or less it was considered, not actually potentially done by this guy. He just proposed it as we might be able to make it work. That doesn't mean they did it, though.
So, that means they just destroyed it? Is that it?
Well, I guess it does say the test was a success, Kovalchuk said, but the step remained a last resort. He held off. So wait, so this guy actually did do it?
Is that true? Okay, a HIMARS rocket can't destroy a dam. At least, certainly not in the fashion that it was. That's why I said you would need saboteurs. So, just like 7 months ago, one guy said they shot a rocket at it, therefore they destroyed it? Okay.
Wait, this is 7 months ago when this was... Well, not the article, but wait, this guy said this, like, months back? I don't know.
Guy.
Just as you would assume they blew up
One
Nord
guy.
Stream, the Russian natural gas pipeline, last fall. And in fact, the Ukrainians did do that, as we now know. It's not like...
Do we know that? Has that been confirmed that they did that?
I don't know. That's why I hate conspiracy theorists, because sometimes they will muddy, like, facts and shit so much to where it gets to a point where it's, like... Especially when there isn't really that much in the first place, and it makes it kind of like... you know, what is really the actual facts if, you know, there isn't really that much in the first place, you know, like, what really, you know, stands out as actual truth and what is just, like, crazy conspiratorial just nonsense.
Anxious to wage war on himself. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, Mr. and Mrs. Cable News consumer. Vladimir Putin is exactly that sort of man, the sort of man who'd shoot himself to death in order to annoy you. We know this from the American media, which wasted no time this morning in accusing the Russians of sabotaging their own infrastructure.
It's Ukrainian dam. What? I like how he's so pro-Russian that he hypes up his show on Twitter, and his first episode, he immediately starts spinning lies to defend Russia, going so far as to essentially argue the idea that the dam was Russia's anyway, like they just taken it.
Bill Kristol, the man who once told us that Saddam Hussein was responsible for 9/11, immediately denounced Putin as a war criminal, and even more savagely compared him to Donald Trump.
Oh my God. I mean, like, we're supposed to take the word out of his mouth, you know, with any credibility.
The pundit class made similar, clearly coordinated noises. Putin did it! Putin did it! And their reasoning was simple. Putin is evil, and evil people do evil things purely for the dark joy of being evil.
Like you? Like you, Tucker?
In this specific case, Putin attacked...
I mean, the funny, like, I could argue that they did it to try to, like, impede a counteroffensive, but in this case, that's literally Russian doctrine. So, yeah, that's actually, yeah, no, that you don't need to, like, well, actually, that is actually completely true.
Himself, which is the most evil thing you can do, and therefore perfectly in character for a man that evil. That was their explanation. No one who's paid to cover these things seemed to entertain even the possibility it could have been Ukrainians who did it. No chance of that. Ukraine, as you may have heard, is led by a man called Zelensky.
Here we go.
I think the thing that bothers me the most about...
I'm already feeling it. My anti-Semitism senses are tingling. Venom, I'm starting to see it. Like, I am starting to feel it. Starting to feel it a little bit.
Tucker is the fact that he basically does baby talk. Like, the way he talks and the way he structures his segments, perfect for the IQ of a conservative.
Because a lot of them are affected with lead and thus, you know, basically have the brains of a baby. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, they're basically going to eat anything out of his fucking mouth and talks like, yeah, Jimmy, we're going to learn about this today. It's basically like some shit like that. And it is really kind of condescending in a lot of ways.
No. Do they say this? But no. Like, everything he says is so overacted and so deliberately led to the conclusion that he's meant to get you to arrive at. There's not even, like, a pretense of, well, think about this for a second. And it always has to be dressed in this, you know, everyone, the media, the mainstream, everyone is... just, it's fun. The funny thing is like, he is mocking the mainstream for calling Putin evil when that's the only explanation he has for how everyone but him discusses issues. Like, every segment of Tucker Carlson's is him going, basically, literally everyone is lying to you about everything all the time because they're evil. And you can tell that they're lying to you because it's ridiculous that Putin would be evil. You know, it's broken.
I mean, it's basically just like this whole idea that like, oh, you're not, the problem necessarily or anything, or what they perceive it is. The real scapegoat's actually all of them and all along. They just want to make you believe. It's like trying to do the whole like, basically kind of taking the whole trope, from like They Live, where it's like they have subliminal messaging if you have the glasses. And like basically Tucker's trying to essentially be like the glasses for people, and it's like, no, you are one of those subliminal messages that the glasses fucking show. Like, you make your own like off-brand version of it and try to sell it as like the glasses that reveals the truth and shit, and try to say, see, I'm the real truth. I mean, that's basically just like what he is. He's a fucking con man, snake oil salesman for like showing you what the truth really is. He ain't the only one. Sure shit ain't the first one to do it. I mean, there's been plenty of them in the past and shit. Alex Jones has probably been the biggest name that, has done it for the longest time. I mean, but maybe, outside of, like, Rush Limbaugh or Glenn Beck. But beyond that, like, I mean, he's, like, kind of the top dog. Well, used to, at least, when it came to shit. Which now, I mean, Tucker's pretty much, kind of claiming the title now. I mean, he hasn't started his own. I guarantee he's gonna have his own website, like kind of like Infowars. It's probably gonna be like not Truth Social, but it's gonna be probably like, like Truth Wars or something. He's probably gonna combine it or some shit. It's gonna be like Infowars and Truth Social, but just merge it into like one entity, like Tucker Carlson on Truth Wars.
Brain shit. Yeah, but it goes beyond that, because it's not actually discussing conspiracies. It's more like the aesthetic,
war against
like
the truth.
Diet flavor of conspiracies. It's conspiracism that's been distilled and put in another drink. It's not actual conspiracism, because he's not actually suggesting a conspiracy. He's just gesturing at one.
That he was not involved. He couldn't have been. Zelensky is too decent for terrorism. Now, you see him on television, and it's true you might form a different impression.
Huh?
Sweaty and rat-like.
What?
Sweaty and rat-like? Wow. Not even trying to hide it right off the bat, dude. I figured it would have been, like, a little, like, more subversive at first, but, wow, we're right off with a banger.
Oh, holy shit! To a Jew. Wow, okay, well, that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, this guy, Zelensky, the president, he's too decent for terrorism, even though he's actually, like, a sweaty rat, like, yeah, no, he didn't outright say dirty rat Jew, but, yeah, he basically implied it. He might as well have said that. He basically might as well have said it. I mean, honestly.
It's true you might form a different impression. Sweaty and rat-like.
Which basically implies... I don't even want to, like, say it too much, because I don't want YouTube to think that, like, I'm trying to push this shit.
Wow!
But, yeah.
Holy shit! To a Jew. Wow, okay, well, that's pretty straightforward. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, tell us how you really feel.
Yeah.
Couldn't do that on Fox. Truly incredible stuff. I'm proud of you that you never said rat-like on Streamwash. Well, I've called Pete Buttigieg rat-like, but he physically looks like one, so that's not even remote.
And honestly, a lot of politicians are kind of like rat-like little weasel fucks anyway, but it's not because of like, some Jewish inference. It's just because they're fucking weaselly, backstabby, corrupt piece of shit. And I mean, I prefer snake-like. That works too. Or pig-like. I mean, honestly, like, or, like, cockroach-like and shit. Right? It's typically aren't that dangerous. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's... I mean, the bubonic plague spread because of rats. So, I mean, kind of. I mean, yeah, generally no, but, I mean, if you have, like, a massive population of them in an area, then it is more likely for things like diseases to spread and shit. So it's not, like... always true there.
Same thing. It's just like he spends like 2 minutes defending Putin, and then when it comes time to like talk about Zelensky, he's like, yes, like he might as well be rubbing his hands together, like Zelensky, the Jew. He looks like a rat. Like it's so like just immediately with no subtlety. Probably because he's only got 10 minutes here, not like the full like hour program he's used to. So he has to distill it into the shortest possible
A comedian
time.
turned oligarch, a persecutor of Christians, a friend of BlackRock. But don't believe your own eyes. Actually,
wait, what?
Like involved, he couldn't. Now you see him on television, and it's true you might form a different impression. Sweaty and rat-like, a comedian turned oligarch, a persecutor of Christians.
Oh, he's actually unironically doing the like Jew thing.
Yeah, he just literally is. He's just like, yes, you know, it's just like a persecutor. Like, what does that even mean? Like, no, he isn't. It's like, I mean, like, how? What, just because there's like Orthodox Christians who are Russians, you know, on the front lines being killed? Yeah, because it's you know, it's a fucking war. Like, is that it? Like, because that has fuck one to do with like whatever weird persecution. Oh my god, I hate this fucking religious persecution complex bullshit. Because in a lot of ways it does get interwoven into like some weird, like twisted, dark Nazi shit. Like, because it basically implies that, like, oh, like, the true, like, you know, good moral arbitrators of, like, the true religion, you know, are also, like, the true, you know, superior people, you know, and shit. Like, I mean, it all kind of stems around from a similar fucking idea, mindset.
Like unambiguously, he's just, like, doing, yeah, this is just JQing.
A friend of BlackRock. But don't believe your own eyes. Actually, Mr. Zelensky is a very...
I'm pretty sure, like, you know, Zelensky decides to BlackRock has fuck one with him being Jewish. And also, like, what, you think he's the only one? Like, let's just, you know, do the assumption and say that maybe he had, like, a little bit of truth with that one. Guess what? Like, you would have to start calling out practically goddamn near every politician in the United States alone, you know, if you want to fucking, you know, cry about that. So, it's like, fuck off, Tuck.
The best, really. As George W. Bush once noted, he is our generation's Winston Churchill. Of all the people in the world, our shifty, dead-eyed Ukrainian friend in the tracksuit is uniquely incapable of blowing up a dam.
Dead-eyed? What?
All the people in the world, our shifty, dead-eyed Ukrainian friend in the tracksuit is uniquely incapable of blowing up a dam. He's...
What is this weird shit, man? He really is just straight up fucking, like, full on, you know, like, doing JQ and shit. Right now, probably having blackout contracts is probably useful. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the details to it. I'm just, you know, giving the assumption or benefit of the doubt of that specific little detail. I thought BlackRock is what he said. I don't know what BlackRock is. Real estate company. They're like a real estate monopolist organization that has basically been like, you know, gobbling up a lot of fucking housing in the U.S. and shit like that. They're pretty fucking notorious.
A man in whom there is no sin. That's why Lindsey Graham is so attracted to him. They're just two good people, hanging out together and being good. And like all good people, when they meet in person, they spend a lot of time talking about killing people and laughing like friends do. Here's the pair last week.
He literally is just saying over and over again, like, dirty Jew, dirty Jew. It's actually kind of insane. Yeah, like he's not even he's not talking about anything other than, like...
It's like, you have an easier time hiring mercs. And I wouldn't even want that anyway. Because, like, the PMC group that you were thinking about, like, they literally are Christian fascists, like, psychopaths. Like, they literally want to do, like, a crusade, basically. Or at least the guy who, you know, started it and shit.
Listing the adjectives that a JQer would. That's pretty crazy.
Free or die. Free or die. Now we are free.
Yes.
And we will be.
And the Russians are dying.
It's the best money we've ever spent. Thank you so much.
That was...
The Russians are dying.
I mean, honestly, that's just sinister due to the fact that they're cold, callous. Like, you have a cold, callous weasel politician shitbag like Lindsey Graham being like, they're dying and it was the best money ever spent, just like when we killed all those black people in Iraq. Like, he's just fucking reminiscent on the fact that he makes money off of other people's death. Like, I mean, that's what's just going on there. Like, I mean, that's like, you know, a fucking sinister clip, you know, for like, oh, you got, like, you know, this dude. This is why I hate these fucking Nazi pieces of shit. They want to interweave this weird fucking thing that isn't even there. When, you know, like, realistically, like, the actual problem is not what they claim it is. Because it's not there. That's not the problem. It's like, you know, this whole fucking thing about, like, you got cold, callous, rich, elite fucks, you know, that just, you know, venerate the idea of death and shit. And, just like saying, oh, that's the best money I've ever spent. Because I can make an easy return on investment on that. I mean, it's just like, that's just how they fucking think. They're pieces of shit. Because, a lot of politicians, are part of that fucking in club and you ain't in it. And, like, whenever it comes to, like, anyone that's below their fucking little club and shit, they don't care about, their well-being or how much they suffer or die. Especially if, they're on the other end of the fucking stick when it comes to a war like this. Like, they don't give a shit. And you think someone like Lindsey Graham gives a fuck about, Ukrainian lives? No. He thinks it's the best money ever spent, too, when it comes to Ukrainians dying as well. He just hides that particular point, like when it comes to talking with Zelensky, but he feels the same way there, too. Because he's making money off of it.
It's the best money we've ever spent, Graham says. A smile spreads across his thin, quivering lips as he forms the words. He looks like a starving man.
What the fuck? Is he, like, narrating a book now? Like, what the hell? Like, what are you, like an audiobook reader?
A breakfast buffet. The aroma of death has aroused Lindsey Graham. Thanks so much, replies Zelensky. He feels the same way. See,
Does anyone else feel like this is evoking most deliberately the tone of a 4chan post?
Yes.
No, like really. The author presupposes the positions of the reader, so it's mostly just a way of evoking bigotry and grotesque imagery as directly as possible. I wonder who's writing this for him, because he doesn't have the same team. He's gone from Fox News. I imagine some people left with him, but...
Nothing dark here. Just two middle-aged guys celebrating the killing of a population. They don't seem like the kind of people...
Well, the Russians are literally invading. So it would be invading soldiers. Note how Tucker Carlson will refer to immigrants in America as an invasion, even legal ones, because he's talked about change.
That's why I say this one talk about the MIC is somewhat correct. I mean, but I'm certain people would be Mustache Man from Thursday if you could. Well, yeah, sure, but I mean that doesn't necessarily make the MIC here in America somewhat correct on this issue.
Immigration law leading to less white people in the country is an invasion, but it's a population when it's Russian soldiers storming across the border.
People who'd enjoy flooding villages or starting a famine. And in any case, who cares if they are?
Starting a famine? Wait, like, how does Zelensky start a fucking famine? Who invaded who first?
Your business. Your job is to support Ukraine. Watch Nikki Haley, a Republican candidate for president, explain this principle on CNN.
A win for Ukraine is a win for all of us. And for them to sit there and say that this is a territorial dispute, that's just not the case. To say that we should stay neutral, it is in the best interest of America. It's in the best interest of our national security for Ukraine to win. We have to see this through. We have to finish it.
Okay.
See?
But for the wrong reasons. Well, yeah. So I'm not really gonna critique her, but she doesn't, she's another one who doesn't care. Like, she's, someone who only is there to, to just maximize her own fucking coffers and shit. She doesn't actually give a shit about the well-being of Ukraine and stuff. She just knows that, benefits her, lobbyists and shit that, fucking back her up and give her fucking checks.
Very easy to understand. Okay. It is vitally important for you to support Ukraine because it's necessary for Ukraine to be supported by you. Your support is mandatory.
What?
Huh?
It's
like that. That's like this weird fucking inference of just because a lot of mainstream media and a lot of different people, and just in general support Ukraine stuff. That means it's like somehow some inherent mandatory thing. Like, huh? Like what?
Incredible to me. I don't know. Like, every time a liberal or a lefty or whoever else gets up and decides that day to treat conservatives like they're human beings with the same intellectual capabilities as us, that's an act of charity on their part. Genuinely, how does a person watch this and follow it at all? Like, how does anyone watch this and go
this makes sense?
Or this is a logical train of thought that is being followed effectively. I'm being educated and enriched.
Until it's finished.
I'm being enriched with stupidity.
For it is, and whatever that means.
It is the war that Russia waged against Ukraine. That's it.
Oh my, yeah.
So shut up and support Ukraine, or else you're in trouble. Back when they still taught...
Huh? How? Like, what? In trouble? Like, what's that even mean? What, like, legal trouble? Huh?
No.
No.
She's just saying we should do this. She's not saying you're in trouble if you don't do this. That's not how that works.
Statements like this were known as tautologies. Something is true because it is. The more you repeat it, the truer it becomes.
That's literally what you do. Oh my god, he's just projecting now at this point.
Enforcing reality.
It's hard to keep up with.
Tautologies were considered illegitimate arguments, not to mention hilariously.
See, like, this is what I mean. Like, this means nothing. The person says, hey, we should do this thing, it'd be good. And Tucker's like, wow, we should do it because it would be good? And it's good because...
Is that a Nazi tactic? Yes, it
is. No doubt. Tautologies used to not be accepted. They want you to believe this. Like, it's... But conservatives love this. They love this shit.
Stupid. Only dumb people talk like that. Now everybody in power talks like that. Diversity is our strength. Trans women are women. Zelensky is Churchill. It's all...
It's all like the same shit. It's all done by the Jews. It's basically what Tucker is saying. Like, yeah, it's like, because the idea that, like, diversity is the strength is true. Like, it literally is. Like, what the... like, huh? And at the same time, it's just like, yeah, oh my god, it's, again, this is really hard to keep up with. Jesus Christ.
True.
That's not what a tautology is. That's not the definition of a tautology.
It literally
those are just statements people have always made.
Doesn't need an explanation, and don't ask questions. Sound familiar? Of course it does. That's the path they're serving us day after day in steaming, lumpy portions. By this point, it's possible that American...
It gets worse? How does it get worse? I mean, we do have another 10 minutes, so... Oh my god, I guess it does.
Least informed people in the world.
Oh my god.
Your average yak herder in Tajikistan knows who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. It's
what the fuck? Oh my god, you really are right. What in the fuck does that mean? A yak herder from Tajikistan knows who blew up? Oh yeah, like if I just went to Tajikistan right now in some rural part where there's like barely any internet access or any of that shit, I'm just like, you know, get the translator to be like, hey, you know, ask me, you know, this yak herder right here, like, what's their opinion, you know, on the Nord Stream pipeline? What do they think? And they just literally gave me the rundown synopsis of every little fact and detail, like, to the, like, dotting the I's and crossing the T's and everything. It's just like, yep, that's exactly what the fuck would happen, bro. Like, dude, what? Only have one major city? Yeah, it's basically the capital. Like, most of Tajikistan is pretty rural, and yeah, it does have probably, like, you know, yak herders and farmers and stuff like that. You know, I'm sure a lot of villages and shit are probably, you know, that, but... Like, the idea that, like, I doubt they would even know that, like, like, the Nord Stream thing even happened, like, frankly. And if they do, they probably heard it when it first happened, you know, like, maybe weeks afterwards, and probably didn't give a fuck.
So, average what? Average yak herder.
Obvious. Does he think some skinny dude in a dress is actually a girl? Come on. That idea would never occur to him. You've got to be lied to at...
If it was 15 years ago, Tucker Carlson would be earnestly arguing that a goat herder in Tajikistan would probably think that his own goat is a woman and a viable sexual partner, or at least an Afghani, Afghan goat herder or whatever else. So, you know, it's like he is shockingly racist, but, you know, certain things take priority over others.
Full volume over a period of years in order to reach conclusions like that. And of course, we have been. The media lie. They do. But mostly they just ignore the stories that matter. What's happened to the hundreds of billions of years?
Like, what? Like, what happened to the stories that matter? Like, this random yak herder. I still can't even really get over that, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Dollars we've sent to Ukraine. No clue.
The goat is a viable choice if you don't have a woman sister. Oh my fucking god, Venom. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was a hardcore Alabama white person thing you just did right there. That was like a hardcore white person moment if I've ever saw one posted in this chat. Oh my god.
We didn't literally send them money. We sent them money worth of equipment, and the equipment can be seen in videos where they're fighting Russians.
Organized those BLM riots 3 years ago. No one's gotten to the bottom.
BIR? Wait, what? He just like sloshed that one right off the hook. Like, what the hell? In those BIR riots, it's like what? Like I could like BAR, like BAR. What? Like you just butchered the shit out of that. Like what the fuck?
What exactly happened on 9/11? Well, it's still.
Wait, God, what the fuck? Wait, whoa, where did 9/11 trutherism come into play? Oh my god, whoa. Whoa, dude, he's just like throwing out, he's just throwing out fucking like some goddamn fucking 9/11 shit out of nowhere. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck? What the hell? Dude, this shit is getting more crazier by the second. What to be honest, yeah, they were spontaneous because they were a reaction to the death of George Floyd. Yeah, they were. What's next? Yes. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a bet and say yes. Aliens are next.
God. Wow, getting booted off Fox News certainly did take the chains off of him. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
You think he's gonna make like a dancing Israelis comment? Jesus
probably.
Christ. Alright, that bumps it up.
Classified. How did Jeffrey...
Oh my god, it bumps it up to get the crack pipe out.
He make all that money? How did he die? How about JFK? And so endlessly on.
JFK?
Oh my god, he's really delving into the archives of conspiratorialism. Holy shit.
What I said about the vague, I mean, I know his answer to all of these things are the Jews. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was literally Jewish, so I guess, if you think that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, the answer to how did he die actually can be sincerely answered with the Jews. Besides that, though, yeah, it's all completely unhinged. And JFK.
I mean, to be fair, well, yeah, but you think some Nazi freak like Tucker's unironically gonna have a fair assessment about what the hell that's about? No.
Not only are
there is, I think, you're all right though. There is, I think, valid, conspiracies, frankly, for lack of better words, and some, factors, around it, grasping the whole thing. Well, also, the FBI and also, the local police literally fought over his head. Straight up, I mean, after they did the autopsy, there was, Secret Service, FBI, and local police all there, waiting to, try to get his head. I'm being serious. That was another thing that was weird. Why did they want his head, specifically?
In any of this, they are actively hostile to anybody who is. In journalism, curiosity is the gravest crime. Yesterday, for example, a former Air Force officer who worked for years in military intelligence came forward as a whistleblower to reveal that the U.S. government has physical evidence of crashed non-human-made aircraft.
Oh my god! I was right! He actually is delving into aliens now! Oh my god! I wasn't even being serious. You were saying, what's the next? Aliens? Well, yeah, it is. It literally is aliens, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Hey, guys, remember 20 years ago where UFO cranks couldn't, also beat guaranteed neo-Nazis?
The bodies.
I remember. I unironically remember those days. I'm being serious, because back in the early days of YouTube, dude, it was the creme de la creme, when it came to, UFO shit, conspiracy stuff. Because it wasn't, interwoven with this weird right-wing bullshit or Nazi shit. Yeah, Nazis are basically moving in on our... Yeah, dude, they're moving in on our favorite conspiracies, bro. And I will not fucking stand for that shit. I like my conspiracies to not be tainted by Nazism, thank you very much. I would rather it not be tainted by JQ nonsense, thank you. Whatever happened to just a good old-fashioned, just UFO conspiracy? Or, a good old-fashioned, Bigfoot, or... good old-fashioned fucking, some little government thing, or some shit, but it literally had nothing to do with fucking, Jews or something, dude. Or anything else, man. Like, conspiracies, you know, like, I've made an argument, and I think it's actually kind of true. Like, there's a sense about, like, you know, conspiracy theorists where, you know, it was kind of seen as legitimately somewhat of, like, a harmless thing, in a way. Like, because a lot of it was just mostly like, oh, I think aliens are out there, you know, watching us, man, or do you think the reptilians are, like, somehow interwoven in government? Like, I mean, see, that's also another thing. Like, you know, for a lot of conspiracy theorists, like, instead of, like, you know, Jews, a lot of them actually would say it's the Anunnaki or reptilians or just aliens and stuff. You know, like, if anything, Jews had nothing to do with it. It was just like they thought it was, like, literally other extraterrestrial beings doing shit. It's even bleeding into cryptozoology shit. It is, dude. Dude, it is. I mean, that's why I hate, like, you know, delving into conspiracy theories these days. Because it used to be fun. Like, it used to legit be kind of fun, you know, to, like, you know, like, explore conspiracy theories, just kind of see the weird, fun things out of it. Like, as, you know, like, I never took any of it seriously, but it was always fun to look and explore. Like, legit. Fucking Chupacabra is a Jewish experience. Like, you actually can't be serious. That's a thing now. There's, like, Nazis, I think Chupacabra is a fucking Jewish experiment or some shit. Oh my god. I can't. I don't know. We need to take conspiracies back, dude. Leftists, we need... I have heard that. Oh my god. Alright, leftists, we need to get to the council. I know we infight about everything, but can we at least agree that we need to take, you know, our conspiracies back? It's not even really our conspiracies. We just need to take it out of the hands of the Nazis, okay? And these weird JQers and shit and these right-wing fucks. We need to take them out of the conspiracy theories so we can make it, you know, balanced like it was before. Like, I mean, because, you know, like I said, whatever happened to the good old, like, oh, it's not the Jews or nothing like that. I just think the Anunnaki and the reptilians, you know, fucking rule things. I mean, it can be politically neutral. Because really they were, and they are. Or at least they should be, but now they're not anymore. It's just, that's the problem, like, I guess if there's one thing, you know, where I guess things are, quote, too political, mostly because of right-wing fuckwads. Like, I mean, it's because, like, they literally infer politics where there really doesn't need to be. Like, I mean, because there really doesn't need to be fucking politics interwoven inherently into, like, UFOs. And I don't mean, like, you know, oh, government involved or something, question mark, or something like that. I don't mean that. I mean, like, this weird political, like, broader philosophical implication that, like, the UFOs are Jews or something. It's just like, oh my fucking god. It's like, conspiracies just used to be fun. There just used to be a time where, for the most part, they were, like, fairly harmless. And actually fun to explore. And now they're not. Like, they're actually legitimately, like, overtly unhinged. Like, they already were, just on the nature of it. But even more so now. And honestly, sometimes, like, every now and then, some of these conspiracy theories would actually have some points, you know, into it. Like, every now and then I check out, like, you know, some different conspiracy theories about, like, assassinations or some shit like that. And not everything, but there would be, like, you know, oh, and there's, like, this speculative theory and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, okay, that actually could be plausible. You know, there's, you know, I could kind of think about that, be like, oh, okay. But, you know, for every one or two little things about that for, like, these conspiracy videos, usually, like, the majority of the theories would be just kind of wacko shit. But that's the fun of it, though. That's why I always found, you know, checking out those videos way back in the early days of YouTube at its peak when it came to this shit and that type of content. You know, because, like, all in all, I mean, it's, like, I mean, it was just basically this whole sense of just, like, you know, ooh, you know, is there, like, you know, some other shit, you know, that has, like, more control of everything that, you know, we, you know, ignorantly think we have power over and stuff like that and all this other shit. It's, you know, it was never really, you know, like, interwoven with, like, you know, some shit now. You know, that's just weird. Because it's just, I mean, I could go on forever about it, because it really irks me. It does honestly irk me. Like, since when did, like, UFO conspiracies or JFK conspiracies and stuff like that, since when did it become a right-wing JQ Nazi thing from, like, a weird fuck like this? It's like, I mean, come on. It's like, come on, man. I want my conspiracies back. Baby, come back. It's all crazy people now and Nazis. Yeah, and it used to just be crazy people or people like me that would have fun with it and you know, and treat it like, you know, for what it was, you know, harmless fun, basically. You know, it's just like, because I mean, the thing is, though, like, even back in those days, you did find some conspiracy nutters that were honestly JQers or Nazis. I mean, like, because those in themselves do have a lot of weird conspiracy theories around that shit, too. But it was nowhere near prominent. It was, like, an outlier. And in fact, a lot of conspiracy theorists, you know, fucking didn't like him anyway. And it's like, well, you're Nazis, fuck you anyway. In fact, we want your secret Nazi gold, so tell us about it. Evidently, you know something. In fact, there would actually be, like, for the conspiracy theorists, I thought there was, like, some Nazi gold and shit. Some of them, you know, like, weren't pro-Nazi or anything, but believed in those conspiracies because they wanted that gold to get rich and stuff like that. You know, so it's like some of them were almost kind of like treasure hunters in a way for some shit. And honestly, some of the conspiracy theorists are actually kind of like treasure hunters in a way because they're trying to find, like, some hidden treasure or hidden Nazi gold or something like that that frankly probably doesn't even exist. Or if it does, like, probably is just lost now at the time, or probably, like, just buried in some fucking, like, basement somewhere in some warehouse that hasn't been touched since, like, 1953 or something. So, I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, but that's, like, what I mean, though. It's, like, the fun of, you know, like, these conspiracies, you know, really was, like, widespread of, like, in the sense of, like, where you could kind of have fun with it. Because you had, like, you know, treasure hunter types, you had cryptozoologist types, UFO nerds and shit. You had all sorts of people. And now it's just legit just crazy fucks who are, like, schizophrenic or meth-addled or Nazis. Or both. It's just, like, great. Where have my conspiracies gone? I mean, where are the good days gone when it came to having a conspiracy, you know, community, man? Because back in the day, it was good times. I remember that shit fondly, man. That's like the old conspiracy video. I'm sure there's a few that still are up on YouTube. They're like 14 years old and shit now. Like, I bet those videos are still up and stuff, at least for some of them. But man, I bet it's so hard to fucking find those videos. And I bet nowadays, if they are still somewhat popular for conspiracy people and shit, I guarantee you it's got like Nazi fucks, you know, in the comments nowadays and shit. Which again, it's just another unfortunate thing. I mean, what else? Like, I'll take, you know, one more little thing. Another one, actually. Like, because, with this, like, because, I mean, you know, this is, like, more of a fault to YouTube. It's just, like, it never grandfathered in, like, you know, videos and shit. If, like, there's a new TOS, it will take down old videos that normally would have abided by the TOS, but because it got updated, it doesn't anymore. So it's like you have a lot of these like old like legacy videos and shit that really just straight don't exist anymore because they were taken down. And unless somebody re-uploaded it or something like that, then, you know, it's just not there anymore. I mean, it still technically is, but it's just totally private because YouTube basically artificially removed it. It's still, you know, in their database though, so it's not like it's totally gone forever. I mean, YouTube could just do a thing where it's like, hey, you know, for legacy's sake, you know, because these are old videos, you know, well before, you know, the iteration of YouTube today, we'll leave these videos up. I mean, you know, I feel like that would actually be kind of fair, because then I could show some of these old conspiracy videos I'm talking about, but they're impossible to find. Like, I know, I've tried. They're damn near impossible. I might find like one or two, but it takes like a shitload of digging to actually really, like, you know, find them. And a lot of the newer ones just aren't the same anymore because, again, it's crazy fucking meth-addled freaks or Nazis. So it's just like, just ain't the same anymore. This makes me sad. In the words of Kevin Sorbo, disappointed! Because it is. Full of disappointment.
The Pentagon has spent decades studying these otherworldly remains in order to build more technologically advanced weapon systems. Okay, that's what the former intel officer revealed, and it was clear he was telling the truth.
This is also why we need more transparency in government, by the way. Because, like, you know what? Even if they're, like, let's say that is true, which I frankly don't think it really... I mean, like, otherworldly or non-human, like, you know, things, I mean, that could also just mean, like, meteorites and, like, different, like, raw, like, metals, you know, that are, you know, in meteorites and shit. And, you know, that aren't either not on this planet or very fucking rare to find. So, you know, like when it comes to like meteorites that, you know, we can collect, so to speak, you know, that, you know, crash into the planet, there's going to be traces of, you know, different metals and stuff like that. It's a biological body, so, which is why I don't believe that part. I mean, and also, like, I mean, and even then, what does that specifically mean with biological bodies? Does it mean, like, microlife? Like, they found, like, some bacterial, like, remnants on, like, you know, one of these asteroids or something? I mean, which is possible. But, like, I mean, something big, though, like, you know, something like us or some macro life thing, I mean, like, this is why we need some transparency, at least to some extent. I mean, obviously, you don't have to, like, unleash every goddamn detail, but, I mean, you would think it would be some pretty damning and pretty interesting news to be like, hey, like, we actually do have evidence of extraterrestrials, you know, and all this other shit. You would think there would at least be, like, something. I mean, because, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, in my mind, you would think that, like, you know, that type of transparency would also kind of help, you know, quell some minds in a way, because, like, in a sense, I mean, you want, you know, like, like, because a lot of people obviously want to know and shit, right? Especially when it comes to aliens and shit. So do you think, I mean, even, like, you know, just for that interest alone, you think, you know, like, you want something like that to be at least somewhat transparent? I mean, you don't necessarily have to have, like, physical pictures or anything like that. I guess I'd supposedly argue, at least immediately, until, you know, further study, but I would think there at least need to be some sort of physical evidence, you know, that is, you know, transparently shown. Knew for sure one way or another. I agree with that. Like, honestly, like, I bet, like, you know, let's say the president gets the rundown and shit. I imagine that there is definitely some inference that, yeah, they know shit about this, and, you know, they keep quiet about it. Like, yeah, because he got, like, some oaths, you know, essentially, and if they jabber off about it, then there's severe consequences that will happen to him. Wink. Like the CIA director. Oh, well, them too, yeah. I'm sure only a very select few people, you know about that shit. President's temp employee best. Well, the thing is, I mean, if they are technically, like, the head of government, so to speak, I mean, it's in their best interest to at least know some of that. I mean, they give them a rundown, but obviously there's shit that's classified that, you know, they're not going to totally know every fucking thing. Because, I mean, look at Trump. Like, he honestly, like, I mean, the reason why I say it is because he evidently has some rundown about shit. Like, he literally would be a blabbermouth about certain things. Like, talking about how we had, like, some secret weapon, you know, that is, like, the biggest, baddest fucking weapon that, you know, has ever been really kind of, like, conceived. So, he was talking about something that was like, what the fuck do we have that he's talking about, like this? Like, I mean, what? I was kind of like, what the fuck? You know, it kind of implied he knew something, which he was briefed on, but never got full details about. How much was Trump bluster? Oh, I'm sure a lot. But it kind of infers, though, he was briefed about something that is very powerful for a weapon. You know, what it was, evidently they kept a lot of it more secretive because they don't want to give him, like, all the details because he's a loudmouth bluster fuck. You know, so, I don't know. I mean, there's been instances like that where you just all blurt some shit where it's like, huh? Where it kind of is like, what the fuck? Probably hypersonic nukes like the Russians have. Maybe. I mean, it really could be something like that. I mean, you know, but at the same time, I mean, it could be something a little different, though. It could be like, you know, like some neutron bomb type of shit, maybe. It could be like, I mean, who really knows what he was talking about? Like, I mean, like, I think there was, like, follow-up, at least an attempt to, and basically no one said anything about it. They're just like, oh, yeah, he's just, like, you know, saying that we have, like, you know, the biggest, baddest weapons, essentially. Like, they just blew it off, basically. It was blown off very quickly. And just kind of brushed on it. It's like, he didn't mean that. But it did raise a lot of eyebrows. Like, I remember that one distinctly because I remember a lot of people, even in media, were like, what the hell did he mean by that? Because it was just such a random blurt out. I think that was, like, in 2018 or 2019, just, like, shortly before the election, you know, rolled up. So, or vacuum bombs. Yo, that thermal barracks. I mean, maybe. We're one of the few countries. So the thing is, though, we openly have those. Like, I think it's like Russia, Israel, and the United States are the only countries that did not sign on prohibiting the use of them. The rest of the world did, but because the U.S., Russia, and Israel haven't signed onto it, they're not technically tied to international law on the use of them. So they could get away with using them. And I think there's been evidence of Russia using thermal barracks in Ukraine, and there's been evidence of America using them too in the past, in places like in Iraq and shit. So, that's stuff that we already know about is well known. That type of shit's kind of common knowledge. So, I don't think it's that. Unless it's just a big, bad fuck you version of it, that can, like, damn near wipe a city out or something like that. Which, I mean, it's possible, honestly. And that's fucking very freaky to think about, because that's honestly even more scarier than a nuke. At least in my mind. Or at least on par with being as scary as a nuke. Because, like, if you got, like, one big enough, like, that is fucking scary, knowing how damaging that shit can really be. It's like, no, thank you. Can we not have this? Like, it makes me realize that, like, nukes aren't necessarily the only, like, you know, fucking, like, world enders that we have. Like, if we have a big enough vacuum bomb or a thermal barrack and shit, we can fuck a lot of shit up to a literal scorched earth, essentially. Like, it ain't just, like, you know, life long term is irradiated or something and we'll be able to, like, adapt or whatever. Like, it just vaporizes life. It's just like, nope. Just vaporization. Just like no life exists. Like, I mean, so, you know, throw enough of those fuckers around, dotted an entire region, you basically got like a barren wasteland. Like, so, I mean, it's not irradiated. There ain't no chemical warfare, none of that shit. So all you have to do is just plant a bunch of shit and just introduce life back to it. But do that enough, I mean, you're not really going to have much life to repopulate that shit with. You know what I mean? So it's like, that shit is honestly, in a way, frankly, more fucking scarier than a nuke. Because radiation can dissipate, you know? But, like, life literally being vaporized out of existence is not exactly, you know, replaceable, you know, if you do that enough. It works at Arsenal, Huntsville. You overheard General talk about putting tungsten rods on a satellite, and the scientist he was talking to facepalm saying that's illegal by international law. Yeah, the Rod of God. That's what it's nicknamed. I know what he's talking about. Yeah, it's a theory that easily can be done, because obviously it's, you know, possible. I mean, it's not really that hard to conceive of. Basically, yeah, you get like a big satellite that has tungsten rods, and they act like, essentially, like, basically like a nuclear device without the nuclear warhead. It basically is just a giant, it's like a rod, or essentially like a meteorite, you know, that would essentially lay waste to an entire region, basically. I mean, it's an alternative method to using something like a nuclear weapon. You know, which, again, can be a fucking world ender type of weapon if you kind of think about it. I mean, especially if you have one big enough. Quote, environment friendly equivalent of a nuke. A tungsten rod is not exactly environmentally friendly. That literally, like, it's like, put it this way. Is a meteorite environmentally friendly to the local region that it just, like, puts a fat fucking crater and blasts, you know, like hundreds of miles, you know, of, like, shockwaves and shit? You might know radiation. Well, it's still. I mean, yeah, obviously there's no radiation. That's the whole reason why it's conceived of as an idea, is to basically minimize, you know, long-term impacts with things like radiation and shit. Which is still fucking bonkers. But honestly, the whole Rod of God idea has been around, I think, even since the Cold War. Like, that theory and that type of idea being proposed and shit is not exactly an old one. It's probably why you kind of casually was overhearing it, because it's not exactly like some hyper secret thing, you know, that's been talked about before. I mean, obviously, the more detailed, you know, attempts to propose such an idea obviously would be, but just the mere concept of it isn't exactly super secretive. But anyway, it's just, yeah. There's a reason why it is illegal under international law, because of the utter ramifications, you know, that could have. It was like, I mean, if we are going to have, like, something like that, aiming at meteorites that could probably destroy our own planet instead. Because if we had those and shit, he says some cool shit tool. Well, I honestly, I bet, like, the military isn't all shit. Like, it isn't all bad. Like, there are, like, I mean, that's kind of why I like checking out some military channels on YouTube every now and then. Just because, legit, there, you know, is, like, some kind of cool shit every now and then. You know, it's just, like, not everything is, like, utterly horrible. You know, and utterly, like, you know, disastrous. I can honestly kind of prove it here a little bit. Hold on. Let me pull something up. I already did earlier, but here, let me pull up another short of another guy that I watch. Now, I think I'll have to find it for these shorts, I think. Nope, not those ones. Oh my god, ugh. I'll do it this way. There we go. Let's see. Just gotta find the specific. Where is it? Oh, here we go. I found it. It's kind of more of the several else just laid themselves down for a bit. Oh, fuck off.
Have those 2404s. This is what your assigned military vehicle says about you. If you're rolling around in a good old-fashioned soft door 1097 Humvee, you're part of what makes this army great. You're just an average Joe, and this is a perfectly average military vehicle. It'll get you from A to B, as long as B is a parking spot behind the maintenance bay with a great big out-of-order sign on it. If you drive...
Because, what he's meaning there is that Humvees break down a lot. And they do. It's actually, when they were sent out to Iraq and shit, it was actually notorious that they broke down a fuckload.
Shelter back, Humvee. I know you got snacks in there. I can smell the beef jerky. Let me in! This is the military vehicle equivalent of the short bus. This is how we get all the goobers who made an appointment on range day out to the range later that morning. L to the M to the T to the V. You can hitch a ride with me. These things are absolute party buses. I've had great times, and I've had weird times in the back of the LNTV. Lastly, if you drive a Hemet, you're either giving us that sweet, sweet JP8 so we can make it out the gate, or you're rocking with the wrecker and you're coming to scoop us up when our vehicle breaks down. And it will break down, trust me. Which one's your favorite?
And it will break down, trust me, because that's, like, literally a common trope with, like, any military vehicle. They break down a lot. That's another thing that I've caught on about it, is that military grade don't mean good, necessarily. It just means quality enough to where we can mass produce it and replace the parts when it breaks down inevitably. That's basically is what it means. Like, easy to replace, you know, when it breaks down, and yeah, quality enough to where it works, well, enough. It's like, I mean, with the first point, with the Humvee, it's just like, yeah, that you're gonna just basically go to maintenance all the time, because that thing is fucking just gonna be broken down 90% of the time. The military has no perfectly good aircraft, otherwise no one would be willingly jump out of one. Is that like a joke about the airborne? Like paratroopers? So he's no longer stepdad? He's no longer the step douche? Good. Now he's just simply a douche. Oh, boo-boo. What are you doing over there, doggle? What are you doing, little floof? What's up? Oh, she's still trying to get this fucking fly. Says the worst part about it was the insertion. The insertion? I imagine probably just because, like, I mean, I've seen different, like, training videos of, like, that type of shit. And it kind of makes sense in a way, just because, like, I mean, of all the crazy intense conditions and shit like that that he would have to get into and stuff. Not Hell Week, not swimming through the ocean. Oof. But jumping out of a goddamn plane. So really? Like, that was the worst thing for him, was his, jumping out of the plane? I mean, honestly, that would be for me too. I can't exactly, really, complain about that one, honestly. I can't really get on him on that. I would be kind of like, I would be, like, second guessing myself. I'd be like, oh, I can't jump. Someone would have to, like, basically push me. But then I would have, like, a goddamn heart attack and probably die midair before the chute fucking launches. Wouldn't even make it to jump school. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to do it once just to try to get over that a little bit. At least when it comes to, skydiving or jumping out of a plane. But, like, I mean, yeah, all the military shit, like the boot camp, Hell Week, and all that stuff, fuck that. No. I mean, I already know I just want to be able to deal with that. I mean, regular boot camp maybe, but, like, even then, probably not. Probably why I shot in basic. Well, that's why the military ain't for fucking everybody. And why not everyone should, be forced to get into it. Goofy dog. Trump marks Chris Christie for an all-you-can-eat buffet tweet. What the fuck? What? Yo.
Christie just launched his presidential campaign. This is something that we knew.
Is he at his grandma's house? Like, is he in, like, grandma's bathroom? Like, what the hell? What? Dude, Kyle, like, why do you have the most weird fucking, like, backgrounds for your fucking weird videos, dude? Like, what the fuck, man?
I was coming.
The fuck, Kyle?
Look, I gave you guys my theory on this. You know the deal. Chris Christie is not running because he thinks he can win.
Dude, did he also take grandma's, like, glasses? Why are these glasses so fucking thick? Like, holy shit. Look at those fucking lenses, dude.
Say that he thinks he can win publicly. He knows his time has passed. He's really running to be a martyr. He's running to be... It's a kamikaze mission against Donald Trump. He wants to try to take down Donald Trump. Now, the hurdle that's in the way is... It looks like Trump is dodging debates. It looks like DeSantis is dodging debates in the same way that Biden is dodging debates with Marianne Williamson and with RFK Jr. And so, if he can't get on that debate stage, he's really not even given the opportunity to do what his mission is. But he launches his campaign. He gives his speech. It was very, shoot from the hip kind of speech. But he says some things that are actually accurate. So one of the things he basically called out the entire Trump family for being colossal, corrupt grifters. He actually said the word grifters. And that's true. I mean, look at Jared Kushner. He took $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. Why did he...
Get to the tweet. We know. We know, Kyle. There we go. This one see the tweet.
And he also has this line, which people are focusing on. He called Trump a lonely, self-consumed, self-serving mirror hog is not a leader.
Mirror hog? Oh my god, okay. Well, that, you know what, that one's actually not that bad. A lonely, self-consumed, self-serving mirror hog. Alright.
This is what he said about Donald Trump. Look, he's spitting. He's spitting here, but...
I mean, I'll give him that. I'll give him this one, alright.
As I pointed out, I mean, Trump is gonna hear this, turn around and call Chris Christie, like, bulbous Chris, or rotund...
Bulbous Chris.
And then Trump will just go up another 5 points. I mean, we've seen this time and time and time again. It's so hard to take the guy down. So, by the way, right on cue, Trump comes out with a Truth Social post after Chris Christie launches his campaign, and he brings up, Chris, you keep bringing up size. You keep bringing up size in your speech. You keep saying small, 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 small. Does Chris have a problem with size? So he says something to that effect. And then I wake up this morning, and I see this. This was posted on Truth Social by Donald Trump. He posts a video. Chris Christie giving his speech, launching his campaign, and they ended it in all-you-can-eat buffet.
And it was about our country and its future.
Oh my God.
And I wondered what our choice was going to be. We're going to be small.
Or we're going to be big with this nice good old buffets and eggs and ham, I tell you what, brother.
Or are we going to be big?
Damn, man.
Are you going to be big like me and able to handle this buffet all by yourself like I can, brother? Well, I'll tell you what, I can eat this buffet all in an hour.
Trump gives zero fucks, man. He really does. Like,
he is a quality shitposter, man. I mean, I'll give Trump that. He knows how to fucking do a pretty damn good shitpost. I mean, it's not really him specifically, but, like, whoever is, like, on his team, you know, that is making these little shitposts, like, oh my God, they are some top-tier shit.
thing.
I do honestly kind of like it.
Any media person, even with a big profile, but a lower profile than Trump, they would be like, I don't think I'm going to go there. But Trump's like, oh, I'm going there. I went there yesterday. I went there the day before yesterday. I went there when I was born, bitch. Oh, I'm going there. And it's going to be fun. And you know what? He's the only one who can get away with it. Imagine Ron DeSantis posted that same thing.
Oh my God, it would not.
The media would never shut up about it.
It would not fucking land, honestly. I don't even really think the media would shut up about it necessarily. I just think it just wouldn't land as well. I mean, it would still be kind of funny, and I think it would at least be like, alright, you know, I mean, it's like, he's got something of a spunk, but, you know, DeSantis is too much of an awkward, weird fuckwad, you know, for that. Like, I mean, he's anti-charisma. Like, he doesn't got the charisma or the team for that shit. Hell no.
They'd say he's fat-shaming. They'd say he's a bad person. With Trump, we've just gotten used to it. Look, I've given you guys my theory on Trump before, and you actually really noticed it crystal clear when he first started going after DeSantis. The first time he went after Ron DeSantis, totally unprompted, by the way, totally unprompted. He just feels threatened by DeSantis, certainly did at the time, which is why he went after him. First time he does it, everybody reacts the same. Ooh, that's not right. That ain't nice. That's not correct. That seems gratuitous. That seems asinine. And everybody has this revulsion of like, ugh. And at the time, all the coverage was like, you went too far. You went too far. Then he does it a second time, and people are still outraged, but the outrage is ticked down about 15 or 20%. Then he does it a third time. And a fourth time.
It's over and over and over again.
And by like the fifth or sixth time, it went from like initial outrage to like, he's doing the thing. He's so funny.
Man, that's gonna be a context right there. What the fuck?
That's when he pushes through the resistance, Trump does. He pushes through it. To eventually, it's almost like the South Park effect. You know how South Park kind of got away with doing stuff in their cartoon that other cartoons or shows could not get away with? South Park got away with it. Why? Because it's like, there was like a South Park exception in people's minds. Like, oh, that's just South Park. That's what they do. Same thing with Trump.
I mean, it's kind of partly true for a lot of different, like, you know, shows or people and shit. It's like, if they're just, like, kind of bracing and just unapologetic and do things enough, it's just kind of like, oh, well, yeah, that's kind of how they are. I mean, you know, it's like, even if, you know, they agree or disagree with him, you know, or like or dislike him, I mean, you know, to a certain point, you know, it's like you do a thing enough times and people just kind of get, yeah, just used to the fact that it is just kind of like, you know, your type of behavior and shit.
So look, he's probably going to go up in the polls again. And Chris Christie, all this could be for nothing if he doesn't get on a debate stage. And then even if he does get on a debate stage, it'll just be fun watching him and Trump.
I mean, honestly, I feel like he's probably just vying for a VP spot, maybe. Because he'll bend the knee like he did last time.
But, look, classic Trump. Classic Trump.
I'm pretty sure he was in his administration, too, for a time.
And the funny thing is, it's not like Trump is skinny. He is a big, beefy boy in his own respect. Now, he hides it well, I'll give him that. He wears
Not really.
these, like, Steve Harvey suits, these big-ass suits that sort of, and the long tie which sort of, like, covers up the fact that he is a chunky boy on his own.
Chunky boy.
But, like, again, to Donald Trump, hypocrisy, it's not a thing, it doesn't register. It's not like I don't know if he has the ability to recognize hypocrisy. He's missing the part of his brain that would be like, hey, don't do that, because you're also guilty of the same shit. He doesn't have that. And so it's just, he's just shooting nukes in every which direction, but there you have it.
I mean, he kind of wants to. He was just like, even during his administration, it was just like, oh, hey, can we have nukes be on the table as an option? Like, I mean, yeah, he's not just shooting, like, you know, six-wheel gun, you know, from the hip. He's, like, straight up just like, nah, I deadass just want to launch all the nukes right at everybody. Fuck it. Like, I mean, he is kind of in that position anyway. Like, because, I mean, even if he, you know, like, were to win again, I mean, it's pretty much like the last term that he got. It's like, you know, so even if he loses, he doesn't really have much of another chance, really, because he's going to be too fucking old and a lot of that energy is just going to die out. I mean, it's not like he's still going to try. I mean, obviously, he definitely will try again, but I just don't think it would really work as much. So this is kind of like his, like, last little Hail Mary in a way. I mean, which I guess is a good thing, you know, because, I mean, once he's out, then, you know, it's just back to the, you know, typical fucking, like, chuckle fuck old guard bitches and shit. But then there's just, like, this remnants, you know, from, like, Marjorie Taylor, Bobbitt, and stuff. So, I mean, I don't know, I guess we'll have to see with that one, but nonetheless. I mean, it's like, we're finally done with that old fucking orange Cheeto Puff fuck chunk. And then, I feel like in a way it would be better, but let's just kind of wait for that, at least just a little bit. Yeah, to like, if he croaks, you know, at 2025, that'd be fine. But, you know, what a woman. Oh my god, really? No. No, don't. Please no. Why? Why do you gotta remind me that stupid shit exists? And what does see what my fucking friends keep going back and forth on? This might sound nutty, but I decided to try a stout flout. It's expecting to suck, but surprisingly I liked it. This is stout I used. A stout float? A stout flout? What? At least I liked it, might not be for everyone. Or like a root beer float, but with a stout. Looks pretty, I like the fucking can on it. Looks pretty good, actually. I want to try that. But what the hell's a stout flout? Is this against TOS? What is this? Oh my god, the actual full documentary is here. I love how the fucking comments are turned off. Oh my god, the comments are actually turned off. Bruh, what the hell? Doesn't YouTube have similar TOS to Twitter? I don't know. Maybe. I think. Feel obligated to report. Well, I ain't gonna give it the view, so. But maybe I'll go back and do that later myself. Though, honestly, I don't really feel like, unfortunately, it does that much. Which fucking annoys the shit out of me. Because you think it should. If YouTube actually gave a shit. But if anything, it's more about wanting to boost shit like that more than not. Like, I unironically will get shit that's just like, you know, like, anti-queer or like, you know, fucking pro-straight shit or whatever the fuck. You know, from different community posts and stuff. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, really, I don't want, like... Like, since when did anything about, like, you know, what I watch, you know, thinks that I want to look at, you know, weird homophobic nonsense? But yeah, YouTube will boost it, so. Then you got a bunch of weird Nazis or Christian evangelicals, and, you know, they're all like, oh, yes, amen, praise the Lord, blah, blah, blah. Yes, this is so true. And all sort of shit. Multiple boat seats? Yeah, they gotta boost that shit as much as possible. Because they know that shit will go take it down, so they gotta, you know, upload as much as possible on different channels to maximize his viewership. The other reason they apparently have an incel gauntlet. What? Incels are the reason why they're having an incel gauntlet. What does that have to do with me? Like, huh? DFF, I mean. Well, I know what you're talking about. I know he said he wanted one. No, I think TJ, honestly, like, just kind of decided to make the decision. I actually never really mentioned anything about it. So, honestly, all in all, I think it was just on TJ's decision. But, you know what? Hey, get one now. They're kind of working their way up to the Brett King gauntlet. And it seems like for every gauntlet, you know, they're going to add an hour to the 10-hour gauntlet with Brett King. Which apparently was never discussed with the rest of the guys, because when I saw that, they were just like, what the fuck? That was not discussed. But, hey, nonetheless. Silly little dog. Check us again if the Manatee shit all on sub. They won't. They've been literally tapping into the Manatee every now and then. They've talked about the Manatee and shit. Like, yeah, they won't. And honestly, that little troll job they did of that Manatee episode, like, was fucking great. I don't know, like, I don't know what you're talking about with that one. Not to learn about legit manatees. Oh my god, that episode was great. It was meant to rile people up, you know, like, that was the point. I fell for it for, like, the first 15 minutes, but I realized, oh yeah, this is literally a manatee episode, not about the manatee. It's like, oh, okay, I get it. That's what's going on here. I mean, it was legit a good troll. Like, I mean, come on, dude. Give this little dog a little tweak. Come on, buddy. You lazy bones. Oh my good lord. Where did he go? Alright, hold on. He usually comes to these things. Ugh. What in the fuck? You fucking little prick. Well, now you sure shit ain't getting no damn treat, you little fucker. Little fucker, like, decided to sneak out. And not just, like, up down that street, but down the fuck you. Man, fucking dog, dude. Getting what? What, kitten photo? Oh my god. Why do you always hold them up like you're fucking holding them hostage? Like, what the hell? That poor cat. What the fuck? That poor fucking kitty, dude. Nominate this right turn. Is the most ignored traffic sign in the entire... What? He's very small. He does look like a small bean. Big lunges, as cats usually do. Cats usually have pretty big ass lunges. I guess it's like, what is this, like a sign that no one fucking follows? I mean, well, guess what? Most people in Portland don't fucking follow traffic laws because people are stupid. So too many people do not know how to fucking drive around here. It's ridiculous. It's actually starting to become a common trope to, like, start, like, where people are actually, like, fucking, you know, really getting, you know, antsy about it. For good reason, though. Left on red, right? No! Oh my god. Fucking little butt. Fucking little jerk off dog, dude. Man. Fucking little turd. How'd you even, like, fucking sneak out either? Like, you fucking little dick. Wait, it's blue on black? Blue on black?
Oh, shit.
Huh?
Ow.
Motherfucker. What, did a kitten do something? Did a kitten, you know, unleash anarchy on you?
You gotta watch out for the kids.
Goddamn five-finger death.
Pussy, but they'll rip you up.
Right, goddamn five-finger death push, cover that song. Oh, it's a song you're talking about. Well, I mean, at least, you know, it's a cover, not like the original. So, I mean, at least there's that. Stop covering classic songs I like. Well, I mean, hey, at least the originals aren't fucking tainted. There's at least that. What the fuck? There we go.
Hey, you gotta watch out for them cute little kittens, so it's like, it's a big old kitty eyeball.
That's okay.
Then you reach down to pet them, and then all of a sudden they're like,
Fuck, okay.
they'll rip you apart.
Okay, whatever. And making covers, I have trouble hating me because I can see their appeal. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, there's always going to be, like, different iterations, you know, like, where honestly the, you know, covers, you know, end up being way better than the original. Like, there's a lot of songs, you know, like that, frankly, but at the same time, that doesn't necessarily make it, you know, always better. You know, plenty of covers have been done in, like, utter fucking shit, and end up being more train wrecks than anything else. I mean, there's, like, the Puddle of Mud cover, you know, of, you know, like, Nirvana's, what is it? Like, I forgot what song. But, I mean, there's a lot of different things out there that really need not be covered. Cover House of Rice sounds good. Please don't remind me. I was about to. I need a alien. God. Like, I can honestly do that song way better, like, as a karaoke. And, like, and the thing is, like, I wouldn't even try to mimic fucking, like Kurt Cobain's voice. I just do my own version of it. I need a easy friend, I need a... You know, I just, like, do something a little different. I mean, obviously it wouldn't be like the original, but that's kind of at least the point. Like, I mean, I can't nail it, like, you know... Well, I mean, I probably could, but... You know, like, I would have to at least practice that a little bit. If I'm just gonna do it off whim, you know, shit, I ain't gonna do it like that. I would at least just stay in key. You know, just stay in a relative comfortable zone that I can at least handle it. And honestly, as the song goes on, I might get more comfortable and kind of explore with it a little bit, but initially, I'm at least gonna kind of stick with what's, you know, comfortable. And that's really what, you know, like, at least especially if you're just, like, doing a quick little thing on whim, just do what's comfortable. Don't, like, try to, like, push yourself. Unless it's, like, something that you just know by heart. Psycho's a fun song. Maybe on the one is his friend Psycho. Yeah, it could be kind of a fun song, I guess, but, dude, I mean, Palm that shit, bro. It's just taint rock. I mean, TJ's right. I mean, really just straight up is taint rock. I mean, there can be some okay songs, but, I mean, it's... I mean, a lot of it really is mostly just kind of mediocre. I like post-grunge. Well, I mean, so do I, but, I mean, there's a lot of... I mean, there's other post-grunge besides just Puddle of Mud. Or fucking Nickelback and shit. I mean, there's definitely other bands that exist beyond that. I mean, it's not the genre, that's the problem, really. Because I like grunge stuff too, so... I mean, it's not like the grunge. Whether it's post-grunge or not. But that felt good. Has a handful of good songs, otherwise, why would they be millionaires? Because they have a rich record label that knows how to market them. So it's about those albums after all. Which a record label had to market. And advertise and, you know, like, you know, do contracts with record labels and, or with, like, radio stations and, you know, concert venues and shit like that. I mean, it's more than just simply, you know, just someone likes thing, thus buy it. I mean, there's a whole thing that goes into it. Because a lot of different bands basically do make it big, basically just because, like, some music manager, you know, happened to, like, show up at a venue or some shit, you know, just, like, you know, finds a way to market a band, basically. Because they like the gimmick or something. Or the sound. To encourage people to keep buying. Well, sure. I mean, but the thing is, though, like, people have different music tastes, obviously. I mean, which there ain't nothing wrong with. Evidently, you know, there are people that like Nickelback, you know, which I would refrain from wanting to interact with, but, you know, nonetheless, there are. And so what? Like, you know, that they exist. I don't care. Because obviously there's a reason why people, you know, still buy that shit. I sure shit don't, but that's obviously just me. Let's see what other little things going on too. What other little things going on? Hope someone's so sorry machine gun killers cover aerials. Yeah, well, at least with that one, it's not even really that bad. But it's sure as shit definitely not good or really great. I mean, it's like, it's at least like somewhat listenable. But, you know, that was awful. I mean, hold on, let me give it a listen again. Worse? Okay, well, here, let me give it another listen. Let me just give it another listen then.
Always wanna go, but you never wanna stay.
The problem is, like, the sound system is set up like acoustic and he's singing it like they're trying to play electrics. I mean, that's kind of thing. It's my favorite Sode song. Yeah, and also, fuck me, that hurt. Oh, and also another issue is he's also trying to, like, mimic too much of Surge. Like, I mean, like, that's kind of thing. He's trying to mimic too much of Surge, and it's like, and considering that they're all, like, pretty much playing acoustics, or at least having an acoustic more, like, sound, I mean, still somewhat distorted, I mean, but nonetheless, they're predominantly acoustic. I mean, that, it kind of is creating this weird offhand of, like, you got someone who, you know, normally would be performing, you know, like, with an electric, you know, sound behind him, but now is performing with an acoustic sound. So he's, like, he's going way too hard, and the instrumentation is, like, basically, like, too soft, so to speak, for what he's doing. He's just going way too hard. Like, I mean, that's what's happening. Like, I mean, he needs to kind of soften it up, like, straight up. I mean, you know, he needs to be more, like, basically kind of have more of, like, like, he just needs to be more softer with it. Like, I mean, that's just what's going on. He's just going way too hard. He's basically trying, like, he's being try-hard with it, really. So maybe I'm biased. Well, I mean, at least just from a musical perspective, it really isn't, I mean, like, the band itself isn't really that bad. He's just going way too fucking hard. Like, he needs to be more softer with it, because they're doing so more acoustically, not, like, you know, with, like, you know, like, electric guitars and shit, you know? So, that's kind of the thing. He's just going way too hard. And thus makes it not good. That's why I say it's okay. I mean, because, like, at least the instrumentation's fine. But he's just, like, the problem there. I mean, you know, but at least he has a voice. I mean, it's not horrible. It's just way too, it's just off-putting for what, you know, the band is playing. Because it's way too hard for what's being played, which is, like, too soft, essentially, because of it being acoustic. I mean, the acoustics are going hard, but he's just going way too much. He's, like, way amplifying it. Where it can't. Like, honestly, I bet if he performed that on, like, a bigger stage, I bet it'd be fine. But, I don't know. It's definitely not great. But it's not utterly terrible. Ugh. But it just kind of shows that, like, I mean, sometimes it just kind of depends on the environment with covers and shit, too. Disturbed's cover, Sound of Silence is good, and TJ's just old. Sound of Silence? I think I've heard that one. Old men always hate youth culture. Oh my god. I mean, that ain't entirely, oh my, you know, that ain't totally fucking true with them. I mean, come on now. TJ is a curmudgeon, but he ain't that, like, you know, fucking much of a curmudgeon. Well, okay, who am I kidding? Yeah, he is. Okay, yeah, for TJ, sure, but, you know, for someone like Paul, at least, you know, you can't really say that for Paul, because he likes, you know, people like fucking Post Malone and shit. And I also think he also likes Machine Gun Kelly, too, so. Can't really say that for, you know, Paul Ziga. Yeah, dog ain't getting out. Not this time. Goofy little mutt. Previous generation resents the next generation because they recognize them as you've have more time than them. Well, that, and also they tend to realize that, oh, I didn't actually have, you know, things as good, and, you know, kind of resent that in a way. Like, I resent the idea that, like, you know, especially a lot of people who are youthful, or, like, in a way, even if, you know, it may, quote-unquote, be irresponsible, or at least are, like, living out their lives and shit and stuff. So, I mean, there's just, like, a lot of, you know, of these, you know, like, back and forth, you know, type of insecure resentments and shit for various different things and reasons, you know, when it comes to, like, how, you know, how they feel about, you know, the upcoming generations and shit. I mean, a lot of it really does just kind of stem from insecurity. I bet that dog is just staring at the door, contemplating how he can get out. He's like, how do I open this door? Hey, mama? Well, this is a fucking hour long. I think I might have actually seen this when she was streaming it. Pride Discourse. Well, I mean, I honestly, I mean, I have a strong feeling I'm not going to disagree with practically anything she's really going to say. Because I remember when she was streaming this. Because this is like, I think, at June or like, or June. And like, I could guarantee you the summary is that, like, you know, be louder than ever, be on more on the United Front type of thing. Actually, I remember this because I remember talking about it. I never watched, you know, the stream or, like, went back to it. But I was basically saying that, like, yeah, I kind of agree with her summation with it, which is basically this. I'm sure, you know, like, the latter half is, you know, some of the extended talk about it, but I'm sure, like, her general synopsis and rant is mostly going to be within the first 20 minutes. Well, fucking hell. Vosh says don't take guns to Pride, though. I mean, I honestly kind of agree with him. I mean, at least just, I mean, the thing is, he kind of, you know, was specifying don't openly be carrying weapons and shit. Like, if you're someone who concealed carries and, you know, like, has one in their pants or something like that, you know, if they're, you know, concealed carry holster or something like that, I don't, you know, like, honestly, like, no one's gonna know about that. Gonna carry, we should too. Well, like, the thing is, like, a part of, like, you know, a lot of things about Pride is also, like, appealing for, you know, normies or just, like, you know, for broader public acceptance shit. And honestly, like, a lot of prides, you know, tend to, you know, fucking already be pretty accepted and fine, you know, in a lot of ways. So it's like they already, you know, at least in different areas, already somewhat safe spaces. You know, obviously it doesn't mean that, like, this fucking, you know, Nazistic threat isn't there or, you know, going to be an issue or is an issue, because they obviously are. But, I mean, like, there's no, like, overt fucking, like, need to just have, like, you know, fucking AR-15 just, like, hanging around your back while you're, you know, throwing around, like, gay pride flags around and shit. It's like, I mean, you know, like, this isn't exactly, you know, gonna be winning people over and shit, honestly.
My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. it is time for us to talk about Pride. That's right. If you're watching this live, it is June 1st, 2023. It is Pride Month. That's right. It's Pride Month. Everybody's favorite month of the year. And we have a lot. I want to talk about a ton of. There's so much stuff I want to talk about. Now, obviously, some of you may be watching this in the future. Welcome to the channel. It's probably a few days into June if you're watching the video version of this and not the live one. You should come check out the live.
Well, I've seen the live version, so we'll skip her quick little introduction here.
And honestly, that's a question that sometimes even queer people, gay, trans...
Wait, what question? Okay, skip too far ahead.
...that I want to talk about is, why Pride? Why do we call it Pride Month? And honestly, that's a question that sometimes even queer people, gay, trans, asexual, whatever, if you are under the queer umbrella, sometimes the answer isn't always immediately clear. Why do we call it Pride Month? And why do we focus so much on being proud of who and what we are? And the answer is one of history. The very first Pride, the first thing that we see in history as an event that sort of sparked the trend of Pride Month, was an uprising.
Stonewall.
At the Stonewall Club in New York, and that is largely considered to be the true initiation point of Pride. And it was an uprising of angry and hurt queer people of many stripes.
I mean, basically the quick synopsis, I'm sure she probably gets in a little out of detail. It was like, a safe queer space, for, in New York for a lot of, gay guys or, trans people and, et cetera, the whole nine, to go. And the police, routinely would commonly fucking, try to raid and bust this place, for, like, public indecency laws or, like, not wearing the proper, like, social attire or whatever the fuck, just random shit like that, just absurd bullshit laws. And eventually, there was one bust where, people did, like, just naturally, just got sick of it and, literally rose up and fought back against the cops and, like, like, literal trans people, like, men in drag, like, the whole nine, like, femboy, like, just, like, butch bear dudes, like, the whole shebang, literally rising up and, like, fighting against cops and shit.
Transsexuals. Transgender didn't really exist as a term at that time, but people who would fit that label, non-binary people, gay people, lesbians, and drag queens were the people who were all involved at this initial uprising. And it was a struggle between these people and the police.
Yep.
And this struggle came to be because there was a overwhelming oppression that was present at the time. To the degree, in fact, I actually have a shirt that shows, I should have had this prop ready, but I have a shirt that shows the sign that was posted on the wall at Stonewall. And it was a sign that said, "This is a raided premises," meaning that the police would randomly raid this sort of famously gay congregation location where people would dance together and have some drinks and hang out. And the reason they would do that is because at the time it was illegal to dance with a person of the same sex. Now,
or to cross-dress, or basically, by proxy, be trans, too. Because, like, there wasn't exactly widespread gender-affirming care, including surgeries at this point, like, at all. So, you couldn't exactly, like, change, the biological aspects of sex, even if you were able to, like, socially affirm other aspects about your, about your identity. So, of course, when these raids happen, the cops will literally do unironic genital inspections and shit, and whether trans or cross-dresser or not would be arrested, for public indecency and laws and shit, just as much, when it comes to shit like this, too.
that's going to seem very absurd, and to others of us, it's going to seem...
Which, why does that also sound familiar, by the way? And I just realized that I did not have the screen up this entire fucking time. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, I just realized that this entire fucking time. Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable. It's hard to believe that there were laws on the books at any point in history sometimes that literally said, yeah, you're not allowed to slow dance with somebody who appears to be the same sex or gender as yourself. But that was the state of affairs at that time. It was a regime of enforced normalcy. And the normalcy that had been decided by the powers that be, the government at the time, which was heavily influenced by a conservative culture, that was heavily influenced by conservative Christianity, the norm that had been decided on at that time was heterosexuality. There weren't raids on clubs where heterosexual people were dancing together. There weren't laws forbidding slow dancing between heterosexual people. And the crazy thing is, there were also laws at the time on the books that were explicitly targeting you being able to slow dance with somebody of the same sex in your own home, because at that point it would become a matter of public nuisance. If anybody knew it was happening, they could so we know there certainly weren't laws against.
I mean, also, like, considering that there weren't laws, about this with, like, regular, like heteronormative based type of clubs and shit, or straight clubs or whatever the fuck. I mean, or just regular old bars and shit. Like, frankly, there's more evidence and stuff, when it comes to, like, abuse or, like, rape and shit that happens, when it comes to, like, someone, making advances on a, woman at the bar or something like that. Like, a lot of that shit happens a lot, when it comes to shit like that, but when it comes to, like, gay bars and shit where, I mean, it's not like it doesn't happen, but not nowhere near to the same fucking extent. It's like, It's like, why is some of the more normal shit where a lot of abuse and, actual, like criminal acts, potentially can happen and shit, could be more rampant. But, yeah, like, the benign existence of trans people or drag queens at a bar that is basically illegal, just because, well, they can't just merely be accepted, in society.
You think that the cops were bashing down the doors of straight couples' houses because they were dancing to a record? No, they weren't. Pride came about as a result of resistance to a cruel and oppressive set of legally enforced norms, an imposition of values by state powers, by society at large, an assertion that heterosexual people are for some reason better, more natural, more fitting, more morally good than gay people.
It's basically just bioessentialism, like biological essentialism and shit, which is not even an accurate form of, like, biology anyway. Like, because, I mean, this idea of, like, quote-unquote heteronormativity in the natural world just does not exist. Like, I mean, like, there's multiple different species and multiple different, forms of life that reproduce, via other forms of reproduction that isn't just, like, man and woman.
So, why pride? Why have pride in who we are? Because it is a refutation of the idea that we are not good, that we are not beautiful.
And also at the same time, just in some part, I think just an acknowledgement of reality that, like, other forms of sexuality exist. I think it's also just an acknowledgement of reality with it as well.
Incredible that we do not contribute to the world, that we are not of value. That is, we refute that idea. And that is the spirit behind pride. It is a refutation of this absurd norm This idea that heterosexual normalcy is somehow better and more beautiful than everything else that exists. It is a rejection of the naturalistic fallacies that society sometimes plays on. This idea that, oh, it's unnatural. No, it isn't. It's absolutely naturally occurring. If you heterosexuals can celebrate your naturally occurring sexuality, presumably, why can't we?
No shit.
Why can't we celebrate our naturally occurring identities? It's a refutation of guilt. It's a refutation of shame. In our society, guilt is wielded like a sword, okay? Especially in America. But
I argue more like a guillotine, but that also works too.
In most modern capitalist-influenced cultures that also happen to be heavily influenced by extremist Christianity, extremist evangelical Christianity. All of these societies are obsessed with shame, and they are obsessed with guilt. They use guilt and shame to mentally torture people to fall in line without ever having to be formally corrected at all.
I mean, it's partly why, especially with older generations being more religious, have this, large sense of insecurity that they kind of take on the younger generations. Because this plays a role in it, too. Like, younger people tend to be not as heavily religious, tend to be more either queer or queer accepting, and tend to be a lot more progressive just, based on, these other factors. And with the with older generations, they were heavily influenced and indoctrinated, into this whole, like, hyper-obedience sense of normativity and shit. And kind of realized that, oh, damn, I, didn't actually, kind of live out life like I really probably could have and shit, and have, like, this fucking resentment and insecurity built up. And it's fueled more so, by this sense of shame and guilt that is heavily pushed by those same type of fucking values that they were ingrained with, growing up.
Even though they often do. We know that if you have no shame, where's your sense of shame? If you don't
have you doth no shame, sir.
Have a sense of guilt, it will be beaten into you. With cops, like at Stonewall or beyond, with teachers, parents even.
Pastors.
So pride is about...
even doctors sometimes.
Taking strength in who we are and asserting that men who love men are beautiful. Women who love women are beautiful. Non-binary individuals who love non-binding individuals are indeed beautiful. That there is a beauty in love. That there is a beauty in self-realization. That there is a beauty in expressing oneself truthfully to the world.
I mean, I argue, really, like, that is kind of, like, because if, like, beauty's basically, like, kind of the whole, like, the whole cliche of, like, the eye to behold type of thing. I mean, a part of that is, like, seeing that within your own self. I mean, it's like, you kind of have to realize that, like, yeah, I might be flawed and this and that or whatever the fuck, but yet, nonetheless, I'm still beautiful for who I am. That type of shit. I mean, because really, that's kind of the whole point of what that's supposed to mean. It's not like to say, like, oh, yes, like, literally just, like, somehow objectively beautiful or some shit, or, like, everything is literally beautiful by nature or something like that. That's not what it means. It just means that, like, to recognize that in your own self and, to, recognize that where you see it. Because, like, for, one person thinking, that's not beautiful, to you, maybe it is. I mean, and that should, be, like, uplifted and encouraged and shit. Not, like, fucking, like, shamed and shit or guilt-tripped.
Assertion of pride. And why it's called Pride Month. Why that name has stuck for so long. When I first came out, I encountered a lot of negative responses. For those who don't know, some of you are new to my channel, I am both gay, and I am also trans.
What? I never knew this.
A transgender woman. And I also consider myself non-binary. And I'll explain that for people who don't understand how you could be a trans woman and also non-binary.
I mean, at least, you know, I remember when I, like, came out, at least, you know, especially with this whole, you know, thing about shame. Like, I mean, at least in some part, when I came out, like, I was at least, you know, shamed and guilt-tripped, you know, at least, you know, by my mom, to some extent. Mostly because she shamed and guilt herself, which is, like, you know, very heavily, you know, like, encouragement in Christianity, you know, to, like, shame or guilt yourself, you know, for something that you may or may not have done wrong. Or the shame or guilt other people, too, for their sins. And basically, like, the whole thing was, like, my mom, you know, essentially, it's like, it's literally broke down crying when I came out to her, and it's like, oh no, where did I ever go wrong? Like, implying that, like, you know, she basically shaming herself, and to some extent me, because evidently she didn't raise me right, and I, you know, somehow fell down, you know, a certain path, you know, based off some choice of mine or some shit.
Not in a minute. But when I first came out to my family as trans, the reaction was very severe. Oddly enough, the first person I told did not react negatively to my face. However, word very quickly spread through my family against my will. I was outed forcibly to a lot of my family members. And some of those family members, the majority of those family members, took a very hostile position to the degree that finances were used against me, and ultimately housing was used against me. So at the time of my life, I was very dependent on my parents. I had decided, after being encouraged, of course, by my family to achieve scholastically, I had been accepted into a very prestigious film school. I was very lucky. I worked really hard in my senior year of high school to get scholarships, because I didn't have a whole, like, my family wasn't super, super rich or anything like that at all. And so I was in film school. And upon the discovery that I had come out to my family as trans, my parents decided that they would no longer support me continuing at school.
Sadly, way too much of a common story.
Part of this was under the myth that, like, school had turned me trans. Part of it was because they knew that I was receiving therapy for being trans, that I was talking to somebody about it, that there was somebody who was willing to sit there and ask me questions and hear me out on it. But I was completely and utterly cut off financially. It got to the point where my own debit cards and things like that had been completely disabled because I had trusted my parents with them. I had my cell phone disabled, so I wasn't able to call anyone. And I ended up having to return to home where I could be observed and watched by my family at all times. At which point they then encouraged me to go to a Christian counselor. And this Christian...
Because, you know, this isn't totally, you know, like, just, you know, regressive, you know, forms of, you know, trying to, like, instill obedience into a kid.
Counselor.
Which, honestly, if anything, you know, just literally, like, pushes, you know, someone further away from potentially being quote-unquote reformed and being, you know, won back over or something.
It's allegedly supposed to help me, gave me the advice that I should wait until I was 30 years old. Now, the time that this happened, I was 20 years old. They wanted me to wait a decade, just in case I was somehow mistaken about my identity. And you'll notice that immediately this starts to tie back.
Yeah, you know, it's just like give you, like, you know, 10 years, you know, because if not, then it's like you might just totally be groomed, and, you know, we want to at least have 10 years of full indoctrination to make sure that we can really drill it into your head.
I was talking about that the Christian therapist's main goal was basically to imply that there was something wrong with being trans, that it was a thing that you should try to avoid at any cost, that being trans, living as yourself, was something to be avoided. And while he couldn't, because he was a licensed therapist tell me not to transition. He could tell me that I should wait to think about it more. And he could imply that I was rushing into something that was harmful and bad. And he could fill my mind with all of the terrible things that would happen to me as a result of being trans. Interestingly,
like burning
all of
in
those
hell.
terrible things are perpetuated by people like himself. People who believe that being trans was something to be ashamed of.
Because to a lot of these type of fucking people, they literally view it as like, you know, some demonic mutation and shit. Like, I mean, there was that lawmaker in Florida that even said it. I mean, they see this as like, you know, some sort of an abnormality, mainly just because they think it's literally something that's even supernatural in a way. Which sounds way more cooler than, you know, so like they make it out to be. Well, I mean, like they make it sound lame because realistically, I mean, on a surface level, it actually sounds kind of badass. Like, damn, what? Like demonic mutants from like, you know, like that are supernatural. It's like fuck yeah, like, you know, let me in on some of that shit. Sounds dope.
Now, I decided to seek my own therapy outside of this Christian therapist, and I finally was able to convince my parents to, well, I just stopped going. I just said, I'm not going to go to this guy anymore. I think he's full of shit. And unfortunately, shortly after that, once I refused to go to the Christian therapist, I was kicked out. So I went from having all of my finances stripped away from me, all of my ability to communicate with other people stripped away from me, to ultimately having my housing stripped away from me. At which point, it was, thankfully, my best friend who ended up offering me a place to stay. And I will always be thankful for that. My friends were always way more accepting than my family, by a long shot.
I mean, and for some cases, you know, especially for a lot of trans and queer kids, that really ends up, you know, being a sad but true case.
But that...
I mean, not as much anymore, but, I mean, still, unfortunately, way too common.
Whole situation taught me something. Because it wasn't just people, I didn't even mention. It's been so long since I've talked about this. I should mention this. When the day came that I was finally kicked out of my home, shortly after that, I was given a letter by one of my family members. A letter in which they said that if I ever showed up near them or my siblings, and in their words, it was with my freak flag flying, that they would kill me, that they would shoot me with a gun, that they would meet me with a shotgun and kill me.
Jesus.
And I still have that letter. I still hold on to it. It's in storage because I always wanted to remember the level of hatred
And fucking unhinged, like, insane psychosis that someone has to go through to, like, you know, fucking, like, go that far with it. I don't need your freak flag flying around here, else I'm just gonna blast you with shotguns. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Because sometimes when we get to Pride, you hear all kinds of arguments about how, it's you know, why, you know, how come I have to justify your existence? Why can't I just have my opinions and you have yours? Why can't I just not care? You know, how come I gotta care? Well, no, it's not about making anybody else care. It's the fact that none of these people actually keep their opinions to themselves. They're aggressive. They're violent. They force them on their own children. They force them on their neighbors, their friends, their extended family members. My entire family.
Yeah, like when it comes to like far-right evangelicalism, they're the number one motherfuckers to try to shove down their ideology down your throat as much as they can, but will literally pretend to be a victim and bitch about like, what, you know, I could have my opinions, why, you know, and you can have yours, what the fuck? Even though when you do, they're just like, what, you're trying to silence me? What the hell? Like, you know what, you're trying to make things political or something? And all this other bullshit.
Exiled me for simply being honest about the fact that I wanted to be a woman. Yeah, some of you will remember that I showed that letter on stream. A long time ago that I showed that letter.
He's actually not making noise.
So there is a regime of social norms that are arbitrarily enforced based on generally religious principles, generally Christian evangelical principles, sometimes Catholic principles, but generally, at least in America, evangelical principles. And these have been asserted as the default and the norm. And all throughout our society, there are apparatuses that reinforce these ideas, that blast guilt, that blast shame, that blast threats against queer people of all types. Gay, lesbian, asexual, transgender, non-binary. And that's, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that that's why it's about pride. That's why it's about saying, fuck that. That's why it's about saying, no, that is not acceptable. This is not an acceptable state of the world. There is no, this illusion that everybody should just do their own thing and blah, blah, blah is not true. That actually every day of our lives we are beset by a regime of totally arbitrary Christian-influenced shame, guilt, pain, and suffering. That gay people to this day, I mean, guys, do I need to talk about the state of affairs for trans people in the United States right now, where we have close to 500 explicitly anti-trans bills moving through various state legislatures?
I'm pretty sure it's grown to like 600 at this point.
All across the country?
But at this point, I mean, especially since this video's a little old at this rate, I mean, it's kind of grown more since.
There's a massive genocidal push to force trans people out of life, to shame them, to tell them that they are wrong just for existing, to say that they are somehow pornographic just for existing, to say that they are dangerous to children just for existing. It's disgusting. This is a disgusting push. And that's why pride is more important than ever. That's why pride. That's why every single June, gay people get together and stand strong together and celebrate together and get a little loud. Because frankly, we're being bombarded on all sides all year round by messages telling us that we're disgusting, by messages telling us that we're not beautiful, that we're wrong. Let me give you another example of that. Something that I've encountered a lot in fellow gay people. How many, just real quick in chat, give me, just put a number one, just put the number one in chat if you have felt guilt about the idea that you won't have a legacy because you're gay or trans. Just put a number one in chat if
I mean, hell, even for being bisexual, that happens.
You've ever felt.
I mean, there's just like because a lot of that's just being like, oh, when you have a kid, because there's like this heavy push about that, just in general. And just kind of, I think, it happens for a lot of people where it's like, there's kind of this sense of shame of like, oh, am I going to have a legacy or not, or whatever the fuck. Just because, there's just like this whole sense of guilt of like, oh, you weren't a parent, you didn't raise kids.
Yeah, but that's fucking
If you've ever been...
Because looking at it, it's their choice of fucking life.
Exactly.
If you want to have a legacy, you can adopt.
Well, that too. I mean, there's also like, adoption and shit as well. I mean, if that is something that is, that people do care about.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to have kids, okay, it's my fucking choice.
Exactly.
I kind of get where he's coming from, that how you're saying that people that fucking are like, oh, you're not a parent. It's like, maybe, but I had brothers and sisters. So you're kind of like a parent in that sense, but you're not.
That's like your uncle or an aunt or something in a way. Yeah, I guess he would have nephews.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
nieces, nephews, and
are
shit.
somehow like you're ending the reproductive line, you're ending your family line. Look at this. Of course, the chat is going to go flying with this. Every single fucking gay person I've ever met has somehow has expressed this and felt this. I've heard this so much from fellow trans and gay people all the time that you're gonna damage your ability to reproduce. How are you ever gonna have a family? How are you ever gonna do these things? Okay.
You know, the whole obligation of having to raise another individual and, like, be heavily financially invested for, like, 18 plus years. You know, it's like that thing. It's like, oh my god. It's like, maybe I don't want that. Maybe I want, like, it's like, holy shit.
You still hungry?
Hmm?
You still hungry?
Yeah, I was gonna make some eggs and, you know, I made it like little egg sammies. You know, like, I had some bread and a couple eggs and smushed those together. It was pretty good.
I was gonna treat you to Taco Bell.
Oh, were you gonna go do that or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
Taco
well.
Bell?
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, if you're offering, fuck it.
I'm paying for it.
Alright.
Hey, today and tomorrow are my last days. I get to hang out with you because it's your day off.
That's true. And that would be sad.
I'm not saying if you've ever, like, personally felt guilty, but if somebody's tried to or brought it up to you, okay? I'm sure tons of people are.
It doesn't
I'm sure
real
tons of
local
people
tacos.
don't deal with the personal guilt because they don't care or whatever. But a lot of people have. There is nonetheless a massive attempt. Look at just, I mean, God, you saw how many ones came up on the screen there. How many people came up and said that? Zoe Vex says, we were literally told that we were a waste for not spreading our blue-eyed genes.
What the fuck? That is disturbing. Like, blue-eyed genes? That is like some weird Nazi shit right there. Like, what in the hell?
And of course, the truth is that reproduction, having kids, is not the only way to have a legacy. Having kids is not the only way to affect the world.
And also, what happened to just like, you know, you having a legacy? You know, you making that lasting impact of the legacy. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's like, what, I have to have next of kin to have a legacy or something? It's just like, bullshit, bro. Plenty of people have had legacies that don't have kids, you know? It's like, I mean, what the fuck?
I don't have kids.
Having kids
Exactly.
is not the only way to be remembered. And having kids is
No
not
shit.
the only way to have a family either.
Duh.
Not even including adoption, which of course is a thing that gay people and trans people can do if they so desire. But above and beyond that, when it's heterosexual people, the pressure is so much less.
You know, speaking of kids, I'm going to get my little fur kid over here. Come here, Bubby. Yeah, well, I was mad at you earlier, but I moved on. Come here, little fluff. I'll give you loves. A little booty.
I'll go for a ride.
Oh, I see how it is now. Now he's being contemplated.
You wanna go for a ride?
Well, let's give you some hugs. You gotta give Daddy a hug and a treat. You gotta get your treat.
Go for a ride.
Well, now you're getting them all excited for that. Now you don't even want this damn treat. Baby. Yeah, you gotta get the treat first. Get some hugs. No, that's not getting a treat. No. Now you're laying down over there. You fucking malarkey ball. Go on. Get the treat and go on your little ride.
You're not going with me?
Hmm?
You're not going with me?
Oh, I'm in the middle of doing this.
You can bring your stream with you.
It's kind of hard to react while, you know, driving around and shit. Oh my god, that fucking dog, that dummy.
So what do you want? You just want tacos?
Oh yeah, I just, well, usually soft tacos, no cheese. Yeah, just usual.
Alright, I'll be there.
Oh, there you doggy. Yeah. Hey, go take your treat.
Alright.
Man, that dog got spoiled. A treat and a car ride. Damn. Well, hey, guess what? Oops.
Of course the pressure still exists, but that it's often accepted for a straight person to be an artist, or to be an engineer, or to be a scientist, and to leave their legacy in the world. And yet,
Yeah, and then you have people like Alan Turing, who, a gay man, was literally fucking, like, gave, like, basically chemical castration for being homosexual. and was disregarded for his fucking efforts. But I mean, luckily at least there's movies, or at least like a movie and like, you know, shit that at least, you know, has left a legacy for him and shit. So at least he, you know, isn't forgotten.
Gay people, it's an immediate panic that everybody is constantly bringing up and constantly being like, you're killing your family line, you're an end of your genetics, you're going to lead to the end of Western civilization. In fact, it's funny because I have an example of this right here.
So this dog ain't gonna get spoiled.
Here is the ace in the hole. Just today, any society that isn't normatively based on heterosexual family formation is definitionally doomed to collapse. Pretending that society ought to be apathetic about such matters, or even worse, condemnatory of the presence of traditional...
Whoa. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no, it crashed. Oh, shit. YouTube. Why? I was trying to zoom in. Yeah, resume watching, thank you. I was trying to, like, you know, fucking...
of the presence of traditional norms is civilizationally suicidal.
It's literally, oh my god. I was really, it's, okay, evidently, okay. Alright, that obviously is not working out. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, whatever.
Apathetic about such
Fuck
matters.
you too, YouTube.
Or even worse, condemnatory of the presence of traditional norms is civilizationally suicidal.
Suicidal. Gay people existing is literally suicide.
Interesting.
Oh, and I wonder why, you know, Ben Shapiro might be called a Nazi every now and then too. I mean, he also does like the like, you know, Nazi trope of like, oh, you know, you're not like the good Jew type of thing. Like, he will literally do that type of shit. Like, unironically. So, like, I mean, the dude really is kind of like a fucking Nazi little torpy fucking worm bag.
Idea that heterosexuality must be the norm, that it must be encouraged at all costs. It's actually kind of interesting, isn't it? That on one hand, they assert, they scream, it's natural to be heterosexual, it's unnatural to be gay, it's natural to be cisgender, it's unnatural to be trans, but yet on the other hand, apparently you can't just let it be. Apparently you have to go out of your way to ensure, to build rules and norms and laws that insist that people have to behave a certain way. So which is it? Is it natural or is it unnatural? Do you have to do it yourself manually because it's so unnatural that you have to build laws and rules and societal norms around it?
Like, basically a false sense of, like, you know, objective worldview over, like, what is actually not objective?
A natural occurrence.
It's like,
It's almost like they're full of shit. It's almost like what it's actually about is asserting their ideology on everyone else and just doing a little sleight of hand, claiming it's normal to be heterosexual. Actually, guys, you want to know the real truth? The deep and secret truth? The secret truth is, it's fucking normal to be gay as shit.
Wow. Oh my god. Such a revelation.
History. All these people who claim that they're...
I mean, it's so normal that, like, other animals practice this shit. Like, it's, like, I mean... like, it's common as fuck. I mean, there's literally species of animal out there that are all, like, one sex, basically. So, by proxy, are all having gay sex in order to reproduce, so...
On the surface, like, they might be heterosexual. Oh, man, they like a lot of stuff. And if you look at the consumption of porn across America, sure seems like a lot more people really like that gay shit than they like to let on. It's almost like actually the natural state of humanity is much more broad than just heterosexual. That people, even people who end up getting married and having kids, they often like a little bit of gay shit on the side, don't they? Sometimes they like it a little more than they like to let on. Sometimes their wife likes to get involved too.
Ooh, fancy. Yeah, because realistically, honestly, married couples do, not always, but, like, there is a, like, good, like, chunk of, like, married couples that are straight, that will unironically, like, do various different acts of experimentation, including those that are very gay as fuck. Like, I mean, straight up. I mean, that's why the whole thing of, like, hey, you let your wife peg you, you know, is kind of a meme. is because it partly is true. Like, I mean, you know, sometimes, you know, the hubby do get pegged by the wife, like, unironically.
Seems like people are a little more fruity than these psychopaths want to admit.
No shit. And maybe just the, like, virtue of just, like, society being honest with itself and recognizing that, and just, like, saying, hey, yeah, sometimes we'd be a little fruity-tooty. Like, that, like, that unironically would be a far better outcome for society than not. Because it's not like, you know, reproduction or society is like, it's just done for. It's not like civilization is going to just inevitably collapse. If anything, it just, you know, prospers and, you know, like is more colorful and fruitful because of that. Like, I mean, like, how's that somehow a bad thing? Like, I mean, if in a way it would actually strengthen it, because it allows people to just be more honest of who they actually fucking are and not have, like, this weird sense of arbitrary norm of, like, you know, what ought to be. They could just be who they are.
Pride is about dismantling the complex of pointless guilt. Pride is about disassembling emotional torture. A society that demands that you be miserable. Pride is about recognizing beauty where beauty exists. Pride is about celebrating love in all of its forms. Pride is about celebrating self-expression. Pride is about becoming aware of ways that we can pass on our legacy that don't just involve having more kids to feed into the work machine. Isn't it interesting, too? Not to get all anti-capitalist on y'all, but this is a leftist channel after all. Isn't it interesting that it just so happens that Christianity's natural family, their ideal family, their heterosexual, multiple children, have as many children as you can, quiverful movements, all perfectly align with the need to have more soldiers and more workers?
And thus more obedient drones, you know, to continue to maximize the profits and the destruction of said systems that you continue to perpetuate that.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that those two things align literally perfectly?
I mean, honestly, that's kind of the reason why in some ways, like, especially when it comes to a lot of these, like, capitalist realist types or some shit, like hyper-capitalist freakazoids, like, they kind of treat it almost like a religion. Because, like, they do kind of interweave, you know, at least overlap, you know, to some sort of, like, you know, political structure, at least to some degree, because of, like, how much, you know, you need to, like, basically let the invisible hand of the market, you know, take control and, you know, and, like, and all this other shit. And the veneration of, like, you know, the heads of different organizations, or, you know, instead of churches, it'd be the CEOs. So, I mean, honestly, in a way, there is kind of, like, this pseudo-religious structure in it.
That the only way that matters is if you're producing new workers for the capitalist order that weirdly takes on all of the rules and moral standards of Christianity. It's almost like capitalism and Christianity grew out, or that I should say capitalism grew out of Christianity, and that they remain locked forever. Isn't that interesting?
Wedlocked, yeah. Bound in matrimony.
Pride is about throwing off the assertion that a government or a church or a family owns your body. Owns...
And to a lesser extent, a company.
Your expression. Owns your future. It's about saying, no, actually, I get to decide who I am. I have to live my life in my body. I have to live my life. I get to decide who I am. That's what pride is about. All of these things.
Which is a pretty fair synopsis, honestly. Because, like, I mean, it's not even necessarily just for, like, you know, queer people either, inherently. Because, I mean, there's also a lot of people who are, like, you know, allies or straight, you know, that, you know, partake with this. Because, I mean, in a way, you know, it kind of, you know, lets them be honest with themselves, too, and realize, like, you know, hey, I mean, like, I mean, this is, like, you know, fundamentally about, you know, like, freedom of expression, the freedom of self-actualization, the freedom of, you know, of loving each other and shit like that. Like, I mean, that's really all it fundamentally has been about. And to make it, like, louder than ever, like, for every fucking month, and frankly, like, every fucking year, like, when it comes to this type of shit, like, needs to be the emphasis, because, like, it's not in, like, the long-term end goal is not just, like, somehow, like, queer people being shoved down people's throats or some weird shit. It's just, the self-actualization and, the normalcy of, like, just, acceptance, and just, like, understanding that, like, people be different. Some people be a little fruity tooty.
Now, there's another thing I wanted to talk about with regard to Pride. Now that I've gotten out of the way the basic, some personal stories about why Pride is important to me, about how guilt is used to try and make people feel ashamed of who they are, about how it's used to set up violence against people who defy a norm. I want to talk about something else, which is the broader cycle of discourse around Pride. There are a handful of conversations that come up every single year around Pride. One of them I've already touched on, which is this, well, why do you have to be so loud about it? Why do you have to have a whole month where all you talk about is being gay? Well, maybe it's because, we've already answered that one, it's because all of the time, even during Pride Month, all that gay and trans people have to hear all the time, all that
this
queer
is
people have
constant
to hear
heteronormativity.
constantly is about how we're wrong about everything. We're wrong in some way. We're defective. We're unnatural. We're blah, 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 blah. That's why. That's why we take this 1 month and we get all of our energy up and we try to make a loud noise for this 1 month. Honestly, we need a year. No, we need a decade. We need a...
I mean, yeah, I was just about to say, you know what? We need a goddamn decade or like a generation worth of this shit.
Decade. We need a year of relentless...
A Pride generation. Just make the Zoomies the Pride generation. Fuck it.
proudness about being...
Fuck a decade. Make the Zoomie generation just the Pride generation.
Trans, gay, queer, bisexual. We need a fucking decade. Maybe more. Maybe we just need the rest of time as an apology for the fact that we've had to spend so
okay, wow, I got one up. Fuck.
long dealing with this crap. But there is other things.
Just for the rest of time.
There, of course, is the discourse around marriage.
Oh, God.
Around the fact that, oh, well, why do you have to, what is, traditional marriage is between a man and a woman. Of course, and I want to address that one as well. We hear that all the time. Well, you're gay, so why do you have to encroach on our traditions? Why can't you just be okay with a civil union? And of course, the answer is, well, first of all, there are gay religious people. You know, that should be...
And also the idea of, like, a marriage needing to be quote-unquote traditional is just bullshit. Like, as far as I'm concerned, a marriage could be however the fuck someone wants to set that up. Like, if they want to have, like, some weird, like, traditional, like, pagan, like, polyamorous, like, Wiccan marriage, with, like, 5 other people, then fuck it. If they want to have the traditional Christian marriage, fuck it. If they want to have, like, some modern like version or their own little form of it, it's kind of whatever. Like, I mean, I hate the old like traditional marriage. Like, it's just like, let a marriage be however the fuck they want to set it up. I mean, if they're all consensual and getting married and all that shit and going with the contract, they understand what they're getting into. It's like, I mean,
I know that some religious people don't believe that that's actually real, or that gay people are allowed to be religious, but actually there are gay religious people, as it turns out. But secondly, marriage, and you might notice this has a thematic tie to something I just said a few minutes ago, marriage isn't just a religious institution, is it? Marriage
very capitalistic.
Is actually built up by the state. The government gives you tax benefits for being married. The government
that too.
Gives you all kinds of legal benefits for being married. So it
also costs a fuckload, and there's a gigantic industry when it comes to weddings and marriages and shit like that. There's a huge industry to it. So I mean, it's all kind of like it's like a trifecta, like disturbed matrimony of just like all for the benefit of mammon, basically.
A religion, is it?
Religiously, capitalistically, and governmentally.
It's almost like
at least the governmental part of it is at least decent.
the religious aspect is trying to control equal access to the government benefits, but then when they're talked about, when the light is shined on the fact that this is a discriminatory practice, that all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's just religious, guys, it's just religious. Why can't we just have our, God said it was a man and a woman. What are you getting all worked up about? Isn't that a little odd? So that's another one that you're going to hear every single year around Pride. And then, of course, this year especially, you're going to hear two different discourses that are often intertwined. And just a warning real quick, this is going to get, there's going to be some tough topics, as if there hasn't already with me talking about the bullshit that I had to deal with when I first came out. But there's going to be a couple of tough moments in this one, so just be prepared, okay?
Okay.
And that is Kink at Pride.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Alright, I'm already getting PTSD on this one. Oh, I don't know. Book Shaw ahead for the one to kind of instilling some of that, too. You fucking bitch. No.
Groomer narrative. Okay?
Oh, and that, too. Yeah, I can't forget about that.
And, the groomer narrative is this, is a moral panic that has been whipped up over the last year or two. However, it has reoccurred throughout history. And the groomer narrative essentially argues that children learning at all, or being exposed to at all, to gay people, homosexual, sexual health, anything. Basically anything that is remotely tied to gay people.
Man, it's like they would probably flip a conniption fit if they understood what type of fucking, stuff I was learning in health class. It wasn't because of, gay shit. It was just because, there's basic, things about, sex and shit, including, anal sex. That includes, having healthy, sex around that type of shit. And guess what? Especially when it comes to things like, anal sex and shit, not just gay people do that. You know what I mean? There are chicks who are into that too, that like a dude, going all up in that. You know what I mean? So, I'm just saying, it's just they basically will also think, things that, that really aren't necessarily inherently gay, like anal sex and shit. They'll literally think that that's it just inherently is a queer thing and shit, and it's just more of a detriment to proper sex education, because it also hurts education when it comes to heteronormative sex education as well.
Representation, seeing a gay kiss on TV, seeing a gay couple on TV be acknowledged, seeing a gay marriage, gay sexual health, any of this. All of this counts as somehow grooming children. Now, that's of course insane, especially when you consider the fact that heterosexual people do the exact same thing all the time.
Yeah.
Our media is completely loaded with, even children's media. Children's media is completely loaded with heterosexual sexuality. Children's shows show characters kissing all the time. Children's shows talk about girlfriends and boyfriends. Children's shows even sometimes directly reference sex. Not even as a joke. Sometimes they just directly talk about it. And of course, every school in America has sexual education for young people, because as it turns out, sexual education is one of the absolute best ways to prevent teen pregnancy, to prevent the spread of STDs, and to enable children to avoid getting abused.
Shocker. And the revocation of said, education makes it a lot more easier to abuse them, and also easier for diseases to spread as well. And because of that, you can use that as a scapegoat to say that, oh, gay people are spreading diseases too. Because that's also used when it comes to moral gay panic and shit. Because, back in the Reagan era, there's the whole AIDS panic, where it's like, oh, yeah, you got these queer people fucking spreading, AIDS to everybody and shit like that. Even though that wasn't exactly hardly the case at all. In fact, it actually led to a lot of fucking people dying because of that shit. gay people and straight people alike. Of all, backgrounds and shit were dying from that. And it, like, stifled, not just proper sex education, but also proper ways to better address that situation overall. And we're still trying to figure out how to totally, get rid of AIDS and shit as a, problem, because frankly, it's like one of those very devastating diseases that, takes a while to fucking, try to find a solution towards. I mean, luckily, we are able to at least, find treatments, that can at least, do all but totally eradicate it. But, I mean, we're, at least getting there when it comes to that type of treatment. But it was heavily stifled mainly because of things like the AIDS panic, which, stifled a lot of actual understanding and, acceptance, and thus, research and development to help better treat these things.
All of a sudden, when it's gay people, it's somehow grooming. Now, of course, for those who don't know what the actual definition of grooming is when a predator, usually someone known to the victim, usually a family member or a priest or a community leader or a teacher, goes out of their way to basically lure a child over time into a position where they can be abused. Grooming often includes taking a kid aside, to be spending lots of time alone with them, to slowly introduce them to highly sexual contexts, sometimes via molestation, sometimes via exposure. It's not anything that is being talked about in this groomer panic, and the groomer panic is all over the place. I don't feel like I need to spend much time justifying just how crazy the groomer rhetoric is. It's been used by basically every single major right-wing news source. They've brought this thing up, this groomer panic, the idea that there's grooming going on, and they have no evidence of it.
I mean, because if they actually were to find the evidence for it, they would have to basically look in their own fucking closets, in their own churches, in their own communities, and they realize it's actually, behind them all along.
Is a drag
or they're the ones directly
exists.
perpetrating it.
Okay?
And I mean, there's already been a bunch of articles of people who have, like, openly been trying to spread this whole groomer thing, being caught, being groomers.
Despite the fact that priests are statistically one of the most common roles, one of the most common type of person who is able to get access to actually groom children, that's always, of course, ignored, and instead the focus is placed vaguely on gay, and now, especially these days, trans people. Okay?
Which just shows how fucking batshit unhinged and insane this type of shit is. Like, I mean, because, like, I've always said, like, it's like one thing, if someone just merely thinks that, like, oh yeah, trans people are a little weird, I don't get it, I think, the whole two gender stuff, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's, it's like one thing to think that, but then it's like another hand to, like, basically be so devolved from fucking reality, outside of just not really understanding, some shit, and just being ignorant of stuff, and to the point where it's just like, you literally think there's, like, some sort of a mass agenda of, like, grooming going on, and won't even think for one iota fuck one of a second to be like, is this actually maybe happening at, like, the local church I go to, maybe, or something like that.
And
is maybe my brother, probably doing that to my daughter, possibly. Won't think about that, though.
One of the
definitely the tranny.
Source? Oh, sorry. You want me to go into sources? Let's just look at the current expose on the I believe it's the Illinois diocese. Thousands of children who were abused, and it was covered up by Catholic priests. You can look at the recent release of all of the information in France, where it was shown that in recent history, over 300,000 children were abused by Catholic priests. This is evidence that has been collected over time by the French government. You could talk about the scandal that just blew up earlier late last year, I believe, on the Southern Baptist Convention, where it was revealed that the Southern Baptist Convention was hiding serial abuse by a large number of its priests. So there's...
Well, that is just the surface level, because a lot of that is just normal, business as usual shit for these churches, and especially for the Catholic organization. because they're basically just like a pedophile like institution essentially, like because that is just par for the course. That is normal. Like that's why there's like so much evidence, especially directly specifically about Catholics when it comes to this type of shit.
Some sources for you to go dig into, but that's not the focus of this. But please, I ensure you, go look up those stories with an open mind, and you will find exactly what I'm talking about as to why this is the case. But instead, this groomer narrative that is given an incredible amount of screen time, this is being blasted by all over the place. Pride. They say, oh, they gotta have their pride event so they can, they can expose sexuality to children. This is something that I need people to understand.
I mean, in the way they're trying to even artificially boost and astroturf this idea of happening, because they're like having bots or like having people that are ostensibly LGBT, try to do this whole like, this whole map pride thing and shit. And it's like, trying to be interwoven, and essentially it's literally just a psyop by the right wing. I mean, it's not, or, by legit actual pedos on Twitter that, trying to push the whole map shit. And basically just, like, say that, like, oh, hey, we're just only attracted because of X, Y, and Z. It's actually okay. We need to be more understanding about this now. I mean, it's just like an excuse to try to, like, interweave that into the LGBTQ, even though literally no one who's queer and shit will be like, oh, yeah, that sounds like a normal, totally sane idea that should be, considered. Because it shouldn't. It's insane. It's psychopathic.
The idea.
And it's just being astroturfed by a lot of fucking far right, freaks and shit, and and also like doing like psyops by making bots and all this other shit that push that this type of garbage.
Of heterosexual normativity and the intrinsic hypersexualization of gay people and trans people are a part of that same societal control that I've been talking about this entire time. If you insist that anything to do with gay people, anything to do with trans people is a sex act, if you define all of homosexuality, all of transsexuality, all of transgender expression as sexual in nature, well, then all of a sudden you can do this little sleight of hand where you say, well, it's exposing children to sexual material, and what they're actually, of course, referring to is the existence of a gay person.
Or the existence of a trans person, or the fact that, like, there's, like, things like gender-affirming care that exists.
There's another example from chat. The John Jay report, which was from 2002, found that 4% of all Catholic priests had molested children. Incredible.
And that was probably just, the numbers of people that were caught and known for it. Like, I guarantee you that number is way larger. Especially nowadays. Honestly, I bet the Catholics are very happy about this whole groomer bullshit happening because it takes the limelight off of them. But evidently, because, it backfires every now and then, because, because there's legit investigations on legit grooming every now and then, that does happen because of this. It seems like they tend to get caught, more often than not, and have, like, red flags glaring all the fucking time when it comes to their asses, being, caught this shit. But, you never hear about, like, some gay pride event or a drag show or anything else actually having that happen. Because it doesn't.
And yet there's no narrative. There's no anti-priest narrative. There's no screaming talking heads spending all their time talking about the groomer panic around the priests. Even though there actually is some evidence there.
Not just some, a shitload.
Instead, what you have is a push to define all gay people, all trans people, all drag queens as inherently engaging in public sex acts. And you see this, by the way, with the drag bans that are cropping up all over the country. There are now in multiple state legislatures, I'm talking dozens of state legislatures, are now pushing bans, total bans on drag. Drag, which is dressing up in costume jewelry. Now, are there adult drag shows? Sure. There are drag
of course there are.
shows that include nudity, and those obviously aren't appropriate for children. But most drag shows do not include any nudity. In fact, the entire point of most drag shows is not nudity, it's the outfits. It's the over-the-top outfits. But this...
Yeah, like, I mean, that really is the majority of the reason for drag. It's, like, you know, to be in, like, very flamboyant, expressive, like, fancy, loud outfits. Like, I mean... That's pretty much is what's going on and shit. I mean, 90% of the time, there's obviously like a good 10% that's, you know, a lot more adult-oriented. But, so what? I mean, that's like the same thing for pretty much fucking anything. I mean, it's like, it's pretty much the same thing for like furry, same thing for like, you know, weeaboo anime dorks and shit. Same thing for like, you know, fucking cowboy guys and shit. I mean, it's just like the same thing for all sorts of fucking different, like, you know, communities and groups and... you know, and people and shit. Like, obviously, you know, you got, you know, most of them, you know, doing it for all ages, but you got, you know, a decent amount of them that kind of like a more fetishistic aspect towards it. And you know what? So what? More power to them, goddammit. Who gives a fuck?
Find as inherently sexual and therefore inherently threatening to children. And this ties in exactly one-to-one with another discourse that constantly comes up around Pride, which is this kink at Pride discussion.
Oh, God. Ugh, I hate
which
this.
I'm going to preempt this year. That's right. Nobody has jumped on this and been willing to bring this up as early as me. I'm the first one, and I'm going to tell you the fucking truth right as it is. It's the same fucking shit as the groomer narrative. They equate somebody wearing a collar. They equate somebody wearing leather straps. They equate somebody wearing a mask as a sex act in and of itself. And they're going to come up with all kinds of very silly arguments. Some of them will say, well, it's the intention that matters. But you can't know anyone's intention. And there isn't a good measure of intention. And I'll show you an example of this. When a heterosexual couple wears golden rings that symbol their eternal bond of submission and servitude to one another, we don't consider that a sex act, do we? Even though, by the same definition that a mask or a leather harness or a collar are simply symbols of self-expression that can be used in a sex act but aren't always, so is a ring. If you go and read Christian wedding vows, if you go and read the biblical definition...
I mean, also there's plenty of other rings, too, that exist out there outside of just wedding rings as well. Starting to think of, you know, other ideas of what, you know, what rings could be used for.
Christian biblical definition of marriage, it explicitly says that a woman must submit to her husband. If that isn't an approved form of BDSM, I don't know what is. And yet no one, never, has there ever... I
mean, honestly, there's a lot of sexuality in the Bible. Like, there's a lot of, like, there's literally, like, incest and shit that's, like, okay, you know, in the Bible and shit. With, like, Locke and his daughters, right? And I'm pretty sure that ain't the only instance either. That's just, like, the big one. Like, that everyone knows about. Like, and also, that was straight up a rape, too. So you got, like, a rape fantasy literally in the fucking Bible. You know what I mean? It's like, but, oh, that's totally normal. And that's totally fine and accepting, you know, and shit. But oh, God forbid, someone's into, like, pup play and happens to wear that platonically out and about.
A discourse about whether it's appropriate or inappropriate.
I mean, shit, not this last time I was in Seattle, but the time before that, like, when I was hanging out with my friends, I think it was when I was going to see, when I went to see Royal Blood, in Seattle, when they were on tour. Like, there was literally someone, you know, when we were hanging out in Seattle before actually going to the show, there was straight up someone with, you know, a pup hood on, just wandering around, just doing their own thing, and is it the whole thing?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, okay.
What, you need food for tomorrow? There's fucking 12 tacos there.
Jesus Christ, okay, well, I mean, I get paid oh my God, okay, well, this will just hold me off.
Why would you pay me?
Huh?
Why would you pay me? You fucking bought me Taco Bell way too much. God, you're loud! And you have hot sauce as well.
Wear your wedding ring. Because as it turns out, a simple representation of who you are or what is important to you or the bond that you have to other people.
When I was coming right to, when I was pulling on the drive-in, There's a guy on a fucking Harley.
Mm-hmm.
And then a guy on a fucking dirt bike. Like, straight dirt bike. He fucking took off, fucking blazed off. I'm like, what the fuck?
Damn.
Is not in and of itself a sex act. And we should never, ever pretend that it is.
What the fuck, dog?
And of course, we could talk about other examples. Things like Hooters. Things like billboards containing...
Hooters. I mean, oh my god. You know, I always, like, thought it was a little, like... I don't think Hooters is strange, but I always found it strange where, like... It's technically a family-based restaurant because there's always, like, a bunch of kids, you know, that will also be there, too, with, like, their folks or whatever. It's just like, what the fuck? Like, why? Like, that's just, like, I mean, I could see that being, like, you know, more for, like, teenagers or, you know, really at best. Or, like, you know, like, you know, obviously adults. Mainly young adults. Like, I mean, because, I mean, it's, like, really... I love how that is just, like, all, you know, always seems fine, or, like, you know, some, like, hot, like, stripper types and shit, or, like, those Jack-in-the-Box commercials of, like, the chick, you know, like, doing basically literal, like, food fetish porn and shit, like, eating the burgers and having all the sauce droop all over her tits or whatever. Unironically, those were commercials. I'm sure we all remember those.
Extreme sexual imagery. Things like Sports Illustrated being stocked in everyday stores. Tabloids showing lascivious photos all over the place. Commercials showing much more explicit acts of sexuality than anything you'll ever see at a pride parade, and yet you never hear anything about it. There are hundreds of locations of Hooters. Hooters is literally named after a slur for tits, and the icon contains an owl who has tits for his eyes, and the dress code requires that the women wear short shorts and tight tops. And that's considered a family restaurant. I'm not fucking kidding you. And yet every single year we have a meltdown over kink at Pride because somebody wore a leather harness and that's icky to them. This is the normalized shit.
I mean, it's just like, imagine if Hooters also had, like, leather harnesses or collars that they had to wear, too, as part of the requirement. No one would bitch about that, either.
And sometimes you'll get a conservative who goes, well, I don't approve of that either. But bullshit. They've never made a fucking moral panic about that. They don't fucking give a shit when it's straight people doing it. And guess what? The truth is that fucking the existence of Hooters doesn't hurt anybody. The existence of a lady in a bathing suit going doesn't hurt anybody. The existence of a guy wearing a dog mask doesn't hurt anybody. The existence of a person wearing a leather harness doesn't hurt anybody. The existence of somebody wearing a collar doesn't hurt anybody. This is why this fucking discourse is full of shit. It never actually explains harm. They never have any evidence of harm. They never even care to talk about it. They instead appeal to a vague sense of Christian disgust with abnormality. And you'll...
I mean, it's literally what it is. Especially when it comes to the whole kinky pride discourse shit. It all just stems from this, like, you know, sense of, like, ew, it's degenerate. It's, like, and I think it's, like, kind of gross and icky. It's basically all what it stems down to. Like, it's not like a legit real sense of, like, oh, you know, it's wrong because of sexuality, because, like, when they do that, they're actually, you know, trying to, you know, push this type of thing or this or that or whatever. Like, there's nothing there. Outside the fact that it just makes someone out there who's a moral, weird Christian prude, you know, just uncomfortable about it.
That the one theme through everything that we're talking about here is asserting and reinforcing a heterosexual, usually Christian, norm. Notice that? Through this whole talk, all of it has been about norm enforcement. All of it has been about asserting a set of behaviors that are deemed as morally appropriate and good.
Basically, you know, it's just enforcing that.
An excellent point from another
I mean, it's basically just like, you know, forcing that, you know, whole hyper-Christian fundamentalist heteronormativity. It's just what it's about.
Chat. Another bored person says, I got on someone for complaining about Target having tuck-friendly swimsuits when they ignored the child bikini section, which was right next to it. Isn't that fucking wild? Isn't that fucking bullshit? Doesn't that just lay out exactly how bullshit all of this is?
It literally shows the sheer hypocrisy of it all. And also those little tuck friendly suits and shit are like one pieces. They're not like weird skimpy ass bikinis. Like, so if anything, the tuck friendly, swimsuits are actually more appropriate for kids than the weird ass little fucking bikinis. Which honestly I always found weird, when I see kids wearing some little girl wearing that shit. I'm just like, why? It's like, it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, because there is, like, strong hypocrisy about all this type of shit. Where it's like, oh, hey, it's like, when, you got, like, this tuck-friendly shit, or you got, like, some trans adult or some gay guy, that exists out there or some shit, that might do something to the kids. It's like, ooh-woo. But yet, basically all this other, shit that's basically taken for granted as normal, that, frankly, is actually legit kind of weird. It's just like, whatever, it's fine. It's just such hypocritical bullshit.
Make a swimsuit that makes it easier to conceal your genitals for trans people. That's somehow bad. It makes it easier. And yet it'll be right next to a section of sexualized outfits that are normalized and sold to children. Every single year, gay people, trans people, queer people of all stripes have to sit there and sort through the blatant bullshit, the blatant double standard. That this society has simply decided that they think that heterosexuality is better. They don't actually have any good reasons for it. They just decided that, and they enforce it on the rest of us, and we're just supposed to sit there and take it. No, we will not. No, we will simply not. That is ridiculous.
Because that's the whole point of Pride. Is literally to, stand up and say, like, nah, fuck that shit. And fuck you for enforcing it. Like, I mean, it's not like, this whole idea of just, like, suddenly all society is just going to be, like, literal rainbow flag wearing motherfuckers or some shit. But the emphasis on, this, need of, like, hey, we just basically been, like, cast aside and marginalized for so fucking long to the point it's like, we are going to take, a time of, the year, which frankly should be the whole fucking year, or like a whole damn decade at this point as far as I give a shit. And yet, it's like, they want to have the biggest fucking hoopla over that type of shit, those tiniest little things. And it's like, they expect us to, try to be like, nah, alright, I get it, we'll shut up. It's like, no, fuck that. It's like, I mean, it's like every, it's like basically the same type of shit every time. It's like, what do you think, it's like, it's gonna be like this time around that, queer people are just gonna shut up?
There are so many other things I could go into on all of these things. We could talk about the normalcy of, as Proving Beetle brings up, child beauty pageants, which are hives for child abuse, and yet...
Mm-hmm. I mean, if anything, like, beauty pageants, like, outside of, like, churches or local community members and, people that she was talking about earlier, beauty pageants are, like, numero uno, like, when it comes to a lot of child abuse and shit. I mean, it's chock full of it. I mean, like, the whole point of it is basically, like, in a lot of ways, like, trying to beautify / like, sexualize kids. Like, that's basically, in a lot of ways, what beauty pageants are fundamentally about. But, that's totally fine. Not wrong with that.
The fuck's where is the conservative outrage?
Even though I don't argue that, like, child beauty pageants are legit a fucking moral failing on society. Like, that I will actually consider a fucking moral failing. But oh no, that's utterly totally normalized.
They love those things.
Those fucking pageants are disgusting, repulsive, and legit outright abusive.
We can talk about all that, but we don't have to. Kink at Pride is totally acceptable. Kink is simply a representation of alternative forms of sexuality, of alternative forms of relationships. Tell me, what is the difference between a collar and a leash and 2 golden rings? Tell me what the difference is. The collar and the leash symbolize. They are a non-sexual symbol of a emotional and potentially sexual bond. The rings, the 2 gold rings, are a non-sexual symbol of a potentially sexual and emotional bond. They are the same thing. There is no difference. There is no difference between representations of heterosexual sexuality and representations of homosexual sexuality, and yet every single year, a bunch of conservatives come out of the woodwork and try to make a big hoopla, a big deal about how somehow they're corrupting the youth and this and that and the other thing. No, they're fucking not.
I mean, it literally is just like, saying and expressing, hey, I like and, want to partake in alternative forms of, like, expression when it comes to, like, bonds or sex and shit like that, outside of, the stereotypical norm of what, that tends to be. Like, I mean, that's literally the whole point about, like, the kink part of, this aspect of things.
Has
and
always
just in general,
belonged
too.
at Pride. Kink will always belong at Pride, because kink is simply an expression of alternative forms of sexuality. And there's a lot more in common between kinksters and heterosexual marriage than they like to think. They don't like to imagine it, but...
Yeah, because, I mean, like I was saying earlier, even when it comes to, like, fucking, married couples and shit, they like to, do a lot of exploration themselves. That's why the whole meme of, like, hey, it's your wife pegging you and shit like that whole meme, that, happens every now and then, like, if, like, some man is not necessarily being, like, dominant or servant, or, like, making their wife being servant to her or some shit, it's like, you know what, maybe they are, and if so, so what? I mean, it's like, they obviously are comfortable exploring their sexuality together, which, is a part of being a kinkster, is, exploring alternative forms of sexual expression and, bonding, and experience, with another person. I mean, it's like, come on.
Oh, there's a lot more commonalities than they like to think. Suet Cider says, rings aren't used in sexual acts.
Cock rings?
Oh, really?
Yeah, really?
Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really?
Really now, yeah.
That's interesting.
The cock rings are just like one of many forms.
I think you should go to a sex shop sometime, and you should go and see, just for yourself, if there's not a section that is devoted specifically to rings. Because let me tell you, oh yes there is. Oh fucking yes there is. In fact, it's usually one of the larger inventories of any sex shop. Most sex shops...
Because there really is, honestly. They're like when it comes to like a ring, you can kind of do various different things and utilize that into various different forms.
Actually have little glass cases full of rings that you could use in all kinds of ways.
Ooh,
rings were the first erectile dysfunction aid, believe it or not.
That's true.
I think they mean the wedding band specifically. Well, that's funny because, I mean, neither are most kink props. Most kink props aren't the ones that are actually used in a sex act. Anyway, the groomer panic, the kink panic, they're all the same genetics. It is a panic. It is a moral panic. They want you to turn your brain off. They never want you to actually assess the harm. They never want you to actually assess whether there's any immoral act going on whatsoever. They simply want you to freak the fuck out. And they want everybody to freak the fuck out. But they specifically want people who are of sensitive nature, who are grossed out by gay people to freak the fuck out. Who are grossed out by
basically just like, you know, feeling into like their reactionary emotional fucking feelings and shit, which, you know, like, again, I mentioned it a couple times before recently, but this whole idea that like, oh well, you know, why are these lefties, you know, being so woke and triggered and being such snowflakes and being so emotional? Like, they used to throw this shit so fucking much, but at this point, like, they literally are fueled by it. And what I mean by that is just like, they're just fueled by their own emotion and their own fucking, like, psycho fervor, you know, over shit that isn't happening. You know, because, you know, they are basically been frenzied into an idea, into like a whole fucking false notion of, you know, something that is happening to make them all have a moral panic about, to have a scapegoat.
Abnormality to freak the fuck out.
Mm-mm-mm.
Everything that you can imagine in the world is used in somebody's sex act somewhere. Everything, I assure.
I guarantee it, yeah. I mean, it's the whole thing about, like, Rule 34, right? I'm pretty sure there's, like, a real-life version about that. It's like, if, you know, because Rule 34 is like, if it exists, there's porn of it. Well, if it exists, someone uses it as a sex toy. Someone out there has used it as a sex toy.
It's just how it is, okay?
Or at least try to use it in a sex
Context is very
act.
important. And also, representations of sexuality isn't the same thing as a sex act, okay? Seeing a joke about Hooters, seeing a joke about boobs on a sign is not the same thing as having a sex act done to you. They're not the same thing. But when it comes to gay people, anti-gay people want you to think that they are. They want you to think that that like a penis-shaped lollipop is the same thing as rape, and it's insane, and it does a disservice to actual victims of sexual harm.
Shaved lollipop. I mean, honestly, I remember having those as like a teenager in like high school and shit, and honestly, I thought they were kind of funny. If anything, like, especially if you're like a teenager and you got like a penis-shaped lollipop at like a Pride or something like that, if anything, you'd probably just have a giggle. You're like, it's a dick. Because honestly, I'm still doing it, honestly. But like, I mean, you know, because it's so juvenile, like, honestly, it's like, hey, here's a little lollipop, but it's a dick. I mean, like, honestly, that's just kind of amusing. I mean, if anything, for a little gag like that, it's just meant to be juvenile. I mean, sometimes, I mean, you know, things that are kind of like, I guess, supposedly, like, implied to be sexual, like, you know, like a lollipop dick, you know, a dick shaped like or a lollipop shaped like a dick. I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, for that, it's just meant to be a goof and a gag. It's platonic in the sense that it's just meant to be funny. Like, it's not meant to be, like, sexual in nature. I mean, obviously, it has, you know, something that is sexual. I mean, it's got big balls for a lollipop, but, I mean, still, that's meant to be a goof. It's not meant to be, like, you know, just right off the bat inherently sexual. It's just meant to be funny. Because, obviously, if you're sucking on a lollipop and it looks like a dick, it's kind of inferring that you suck a dick. I mean, that's, like, as far as it goes, but that's the point. It's meant to be funny.
Yes, it was JFK Jr. JFK Jr. is referencing the person where the wearing sandals outside is a sex act if your partner has a foot fetish. Well, that is the end logic of this type of thinking. If you are going to argue that representations or anything that
you know what? I remember that. Like, who was it that, like, I don't even remember specifics, but I remember, like, you hearing about that. I think it was around, like, last year. Like, cause, like, the idea of, like, having, you know, someone who, you know, is, like, got a foot fetish, but is, like, unconsensually, like, exposed to feet, is, like, basically the equivalent of sexual assault, and on top of that, like, you know, doing a sexual act in public, you know, if, you know, it was insane. It was actually legitimately just unhinged shit. Like, I mean, oh my god, and it's literally all just based off of, like, moral puritanistic fucking insanity.
Sex in any way is in and of itself a sex act, then of course that's the end result of it, okay? That's where your logic is going to go at the end of the day, okay? If you conclude that intention is all that matters, then you need to imprison everybody, because you have no idea who the fuck is getting off to whatever in their mind anywhere, okay? And also try...
I guess, unless we have, like telepathic abilities where we can, like, you know, like, read people's minds, then, yeah, we're not gonna know that. In fact, actually, you know, it's probably a good idea we can't, because, oh my god. I mean, we'd probably be learning way too much about each other, especially strangers, you know, if we're walking around public. Like, I think everyone would suddenly become agoraphobic and paranoid and be like, oh god, I don't want people knowing me.
At least that will break all of society. Anarchitty says they know that a reference to sex isn't the same thing as a sex act. They just say it because their hate is inexcusable. Of course, they will literally do anything to justify, in the moment, to justify their hate. And it won't be consistent. It is all about enforcing their way of life on other people. They personally are threatened by difference. They are threatened by people who are different than them, and they want it gone. There's no...
Because it basically, fundamentally at that point challenges, their standards and norms. And if there's like a sense that, somebody has, different ideas and different norms from them, that means that other people might be more into that. They might be a little more curious to check that out themselves. And because of that, are more likely and more inclined to maybe move away from what is the norm, and they can't allow that. It's a very reactionary type of mindset to make sure to continue to establish it.
Ifs, ands, or buts to be brought up when you have a popular right-wing figures saying that we need to eradicate transsexuality from public life entirely. Transgenderism was their words. It is no different than people screaming, we need to eliminate homosexuality from public life. And that is exactly what they were saying not so long ago. The 90s was fucking full of this shit.
In the 80s, and the 70s.
They've just picked a new target. They know that gay people aren't as strange as they used to be because everybody knows a gay person now. But not everybody necessarily knows a trans person. So now they're picking on trans people. But it's the same fucking bullshit. Okay? It's the
SSDD. Same shit, different day.
Same bullshit. Remember that. I'm trying to think if there's any other discourses that come up every Pride year. I'm trying to think if there's any more.
I mean, not really.
Obviously, this year.
I mean, basically, she just kind of nailed everything, with this whole video. Anyway,
stressful year for Pride. It's a stressful year for queer people of all stripes. There has been an unprecedented...
I mean, I think just the virtue of just being going like, ugh, oh God, at the idea of just like King Pride just being mentioned, kind of proves that.
Acceleration in anti-trans,
it's like PTSD over the shit.
It is off the charts. I mean, we have conservatives all over the place posting videos of them defacing random Pride displays. They're very, very angry right now.
And going so far to even like, burn people's fucking like Pride flags if they have them displayed out and shit. Because I've seen some clips, even on Public Freakout. I haven't really shown any of them, but I've seen them. Just because, honestly, it pissed me off. And I can't exactly commentate what I feel about that.
Hot on the tails of conservatives having a month-and-a-half-long meltdown. And this is the facts of the situation. Bud Light sent a commemorative six-pack of beer to a trans woman who's not even super political. She's just an influencer, like a famous influencer. They sent her a commemorative six-pack with her face on it,
and everyone
conservatives have been
shit.
freaking out for a month and a half. Like, conservative news sources have been freaking out for a month and a half and calling for the destruction of this company. There have been
they've kind of slowly but surely shifted towards Target now at this point because, like, they've kind of changed tact. Like, they're just basically hyper-focusing on, like, one or two things at most, when it comes to, like, their woke scoldy bullshit. Or I guess anti-woke scoldy bullshit or whatever the fuck. And are using that as a way to try to, like, get progress. Because, basically, like, every other week freaking out over, like, M&M's potato. Like, basically picking a target, like, every other day wasn't exactly, working out. But if they're able to hyper-focus, strictly on, like, one or two targets at most and shit, then they can see that at least there's some sort of a dent, so to speak, when it comes to this shit. And they see that as a win.
Shooting threats, in-person threats, and defacements in Target stores after Target announced that they were going to have a small section of Pride merchandise in their stores. Not the whole store. They're not turning whole stores into gay stores. They're just going to have a single thing of gender-affirming clothes, Pride merchandise, and stuff like that. And conservatives have completely and utterly lost their mind. Completely. Going to the violent...
And I'm honestly sure that the next thing that they're going to go after this is probably going to be, like, fucking, I don't know, I'm just going to take a random guess, like... Probably. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they, hit Walmart over something.
The ends of terrorism and violence. So this year is a stressful year for a lot of people. But it also, I want you to take strength in the idea that it asserts our need to be proud, our need to stick together, to show up for one another, to stand for one another, to fight for one another, is more important than ever. These people are emptying their pockets, and this is all they've got. But they need to be left in the dustbin of history.
And they will.
Their worldview is worse. Their worldview is one of repression. They want everyone to lie about themselves constantly. They want beautiful relationships to not be able to exist. They want gay people to not be seen in public. They want to project their own weird problems onto the entire world, and we should reject that. Strongly. We should reject their anti-gay mentality. We should reject their anti-trans mentality. We should reject their anti-queer mentality. And we should reject their anti-kink mentality as well. Because it all comes from the same place. They have defined a norm in their minds, which they think is important, which they believe is correct. It is their way of living, and they want to impose it on everyone else. And we should reject it on all of those fronts. Whether you're gay yourself.
And honestly, like, I mean, I feel like there wouldn't be such a rejection, against, their fucking way of living on this type of shit when it comes to this, like, moral hyper-emphasis of, like, Christian dogma, if they just, kept to them fucking selves. Like, if they just kept it to them and their folks and that was it, like, I don't think, like, there would be such a critical reaction or backlash, towards shit like this. At least, to me personally. Because, like, I don't give a fuck if you want to be some weird Christian prudish weirdo, like, and, like, do that on your own time, and, like, do that on your own whims and shit. Like, if you want to be like that and, like, have like, a family that's, like, doing that type of shit, then fine. But leave me out of it and leave the rest of society out of that shit.
Whether you're queer yourself, whether you're trans yourself, whether you're a kinkster yourself, you should reject it. Reject their fucking bullshit. We're going to talk about a lot more of this as the month goes on, because there's so much to say. I want to talk about the history of Pride. I want to talk about important moments in in gay and trans history. I want to talk about pivotal moments.
I think this is definitely pretty cool to check out.
Trans history.
When she actually gets to it. I don't think she has yet, but
stories throughout this month, and I'll do my best to do that. But this here, I want this to be the statement of theme for this year, which is pride. Be proud of who you are.
I just gotta realize, what is this? Oh, I think these are a bunch of different, like, pride stickers and stuff. Nice. Is that a Cascadian flag in the background too? I think that is, dude. Nice. Oh my god, you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, we can't hear the last little fucking thing that, she's gonna say here. Just because I, like, barely didn't zoom all the way out. Like, fuck you, YouTube.
Pride. Be proud of who you are. Be proud. Gay relationships are beautiful. Trans people are fucking beautiful. Non-binary people are fucking beautiful, right? We make the world a better place, a more wholesome and truthful place. A world that accepts gay, trans, queer people. A world that accepts kinksters is a better world. It's a more honest world. It's a world that is less full of pointless misery. And we need to be strong in that. Even in the face of them being threatening, even in the face of them hooting and hollering and stamping their fists and screaming and crying and freaking out, even in the face of them getting violent, because keep in mind they don't got the energy to keep this up. Okay,
you gonna do some serious smoking there? Or what's? Oh, okay.
No,
I'm thinking just like,
they really do not. All right, and the more that they freak out.
No, I don't have that big of a bowl.
The more that everyone else sees them for the whiny freaks that they are. And the truth is, we all know where their world goes, okay? We know where the hyper-conservative worldview goes. They believe that women belong in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. They believe that black people don't deserve to have rights. They believe that gay people should be arrested. Okay? They believe that if you're not married by the age of 20 that you're done. Okay? Their worldview sucks. And it doesn't just suck for gay people. It doesn't just suck for black people. It sucks for everyone. It sucks for women. It sucks for men. It sucks for everybody. They believe in a world where men aren't allowed to cry and women aren't allowed to have jobs, okay? That is the end goal of conservatism, is to try and wind everything back to some former era that never even fully existed. We've seen what these people talk about.
And even then, it's just like, I mean, even with whatever tiny little like iterations, of that type of shit, might have even existed. It's just all like, toxic, disastrous fucking, type of shit that, just, creates more insecurity, more fucking, hardship, and more sense of, just like, not having a true sense of self of like who the fuck you are. And on top of that, just like, just having a total control and obedience on like what other people may like or may not like and shit, just because it, doesn't fit within your type of, fucking criteria.
Worlds that they advocate for, and we should fucking reject it with solidarity. We stand together and say no. Okay? And also, importantly, we take good care of each other and we celebrate one another. And we take time this month to celebrate our beauty, to celebrate the beauty of girls loving girls and boys loving boys and non-binary people loving non-binary people, of people finding new ways to live in harmony together, of finding new ways to be strong together, to express their love and to express themselves. We celebrate all of that as hard as we can and as loud as we can for as long as we want to.
Damn right, based and true.
And there you have it.
I mean, honestly, overall,
if you enjoyed...
I mean, it's a really good fucking video, honestly. And I think, in a way, I feel like does a little bit better than, Bosch's video, because I know he did, like, a preemptive, like, Pride Discourse thing, too, but honestly, the amount was, like, way better. And so, I mean, kind of, it's just, like, more of a sense of just, like, breaking down why, it's such a fundamentally, important thing when it comes to the whole idea of Pride. Because, I mean, the whole idea is that, like, it's basically, at least in many ways, all culminated to the root of what she is talking about that. I mean, because it's, fundamentally about a rejection of this weird fucking far-right Christian traditionalistic norm about, like, what society ought to fucking be. It's been something that's been a consistent thorn, especially in the society of, like, American society and culture for decades and really multiple generations now. It's really been especially heavily codified, because of fucking Reagan. He was one of the main, reasons why it's been so heavily codified. I mean, the AIDS, panic and the gay panic and shit was like something that was really hit as spike and at the peak, around the fucking 80s and the 90s. Ain't the only reason why, but one of the big ones. But, anywho, been going on for a pretty nice, fat, decent little minute. So, I was thinking about, taking a little break and then come back a little later, but you know what? No, we'll call this one for today. Yeah, we'll call it Gucci. So, with all that, peace out. And of course, I'll be back around for that next one. And I'll definitely have to tell you how that new Spider-Verse movie is like, because I'll, definitely be seeing that.